Okay, and then you take over. Okay.
उनको बोलो कि मुझे सारा राइट्स दें तो सो दैट आई कैन मैं स्पीकर रन कर सकूं। हाँ।
Hello. Good morning.
Sir, 1 minute to go. I'm giving countdown. Then we can start. Are you ready?
मैडम आपने ज्वाइन कर लिया ना, तो क्या आप अपना वीडियो ऑन कर सकेंगे?
Hello. Sir, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. I'm giving countdown.
Okay.
मैंने लिंक भेजा उसका
Okay. Very good evening, good morning, everybody. Sorry. Very good morning, everybody, and welcome to this.
Good morning.
Good morning. So let us start the session, and I request the organizers to start the briefings.
So, very good morning, everybody. So am I audible?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, please.
So, a very good morning, everybody. On behalf of Iapsmcon and Department of Community Medicine and School of Public Health, I
request if someone is log on in 2 devices at the same time, so please mute one device.
So who is interrupting? So I formally welcome you, the panelists, the delegates, and all participants. Now I request Dr. Ravindra Khewal to welcome the delegates.
Good morning. On behalf of PGMER Chandigarh and Department of Community Medicine and Indian Association of Preventive and Social Medicine, I welcome all the dignitaries and request the chair to initiate the session. Thank you.
Okay, so a very good morning and warm welcome.
Sir, Professor Sapati, host. So host, can you do a unmute? Professor Sapati sir, please unmute yours.
Okay.
Yes.
So, it's very good morning to all of you.
Yes.
And this session on this water and sanitation, what can be done at the community level and also state level. So this is a very important topic for all of us. So first of all, I welcome all of you, the distinguished speakers and the participants to this important session. I also express my sincere thanks to Dr. Padi, Dr. Singh, the organizers of this 48th National Annual Conference of Indian Association of Preventive and Social Medicine, for giving me this opportunity to chair this session. So we have very eminent speakers in this session. So I would like the organizers to start the further proceedings.
Thank you very much, sir. So with your due permissions, we now start the sessions. It is my privilege to just give a brief introduction about Professor Satpathy, who is chairing this session, along with Professor Mittal, who will join with us shortly due to some technical glitch. He is not able to join. So Professor Satpathy is currently a director of School of Public Health at KIT University, Bhubaneswar. So Professor Satpathy made a significant contribution in development of public health education in Odisha and beyond. He has been honored by the Consortium of University for Global Health by awarding him the CUGS 2016 Global Health Education Award as a faculty for his excellent contribution in public health education. He also recently felicitated with the award of 50 education innovative leaders at the World Innovation Congress held in 2019. So Professor Satpathy has trained many young public health leaders in the eastern parts of the country as well as in India also. So I am very fortunate as I got training from Professor Satpathy. So I welcome you, sir. With a short notice, you agreed to be a chair of this notice. That we are very fortunate. So our next speaker is Professor Mittal, who is next chair is the Professor Mittal, who is serving at the Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. He has been a visiting faculty in many countries, and also he delivered several invited talks at various renowned institutions, including National Taiwan University, Singapore, Temple University, USA, P University, Berlin, Germany, University of Brescia, Italy, University of Newcastle. So several. He has been currently chair of various chair and member of various prestigious committees, including the Delhi Pollution Control Committee, member expert committee set up by the Honorable Supreme Court of India, and member steering committee of NRCD, Ministry of Environment and Forest, Government of India, and advisor to UPSC, Government of India. So now I request Professor Satpathy to introduce our first speaker of this session, Dr. Chitaranjan Roy.
Okay, so welcome Professor Atul K. Mittal and all the distinguished speakers. So our first speaker is Dr. Chitaranjan Ray. He is the director and professor of Nebraska Water Center, University of Nebraska, USA. And I have a very fond memory with Nebraska because when I was working with AIPH, so we had several interactions with Nebraska University and Nebraska Medical Center. So welcome, sir, Professor Dr. Chitaranjan Ray. And Dr. Chitaranjan Ray currently serving as director in Nebraska Water Center, Water for Food Industry Global Institute, and professor in Department of Civil Engineering, University of Nebraska, Lincoln, USA. Then Dr. Ray was a professor of civil engineering at the University of Hawaii at Manoa, where he also served as interim director 2007 to 13 of the Water Resources Research Center at University of Hawaii, Honolulu. In Hawaii, Dr. Ray served as director of university's environmental center and chief environmental engineer for the Applied Research Laboratory, a US Navy sponsored facility. Dr. Roy has extensive experience in many facets of managing both water quantity and water quality issues. He edited 9 books and more than 100 peer-reviewed journal papers and book chapters. So welcome you, sir, Dr. Chitaranjan Ray, and we are looking forward to share your experience in your deliberations.
Thank you, Dr.
Ray, please.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Satpathy. And I think I'm going to share the screen once you share this one. Okay. Is it visible now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's a full mode, hopefully. So thank you very much for inviting me to give this talk. And it's also a true forum where both engineers and the medical or public health professionals can work together. If you remember the name of Professor Abel Wohlman, more than 100 years ago, who was the sanitary engineer at Johns Hopkins. He did a lot of work in the area of water supply. So, and that's what really this session is all about. So what I'm going to talk about, some low cost technology. The traditional water treatment is more expensive and it's a bit difficult for most cities to afford. So there is an alternative. It used to be slow sand filtration, but that's not really feasible for large cities. The city of Chennai used to have one, but I think Chennai has grown too much, so they don't have that anymore. So riverbank filtration is a low cost technology alternatives for a traditional water treatment plant. I'm going to go over the concept and some of the effectiveness in removing chemical and microbial contaminants, and then give one slide about the Indian context of riverbank filtration. So the water treatment plants are kind of complex, a lot of concrete, a lot of moving parts. As you can see from this figure on the schematic on the left side, once the river water or any surface water, lake water comes, it has to go through some screening process to remove the suspended contaminants, then coagulation, flocculation process, all those sedimentation, slant filtration, chlorination, all those things, plus the supply through overhead tanks. And a lot of times you have to go through the SCADA system or a computer control system to run these plants. And recently, if you can remember, the neighboring adversary countries can say, we can turn your power off. They can do the same thing for the water treatment plants also. So sometimes these low cost technologies may be resilient against cyber attacks and other things because they can be run with minimal computer intervention. So what is riverbank filtration? So it's not anything new. It's there for a long time. The railway at Kharagpur has been using it probably pre-independence, but nobody knew that it was a riverbank filtration. So we have to have a reliable source of water, either a river or lake. So in this case, it's a river. And it's flowing, and it's ideally it's perennial, or you have a storage source like a barrage or a dam which is releasing water and it has a perennial flow. On the bank, we have a pumping well, and the bank means this area between the river and the well, it's all sand or a sand gravel, which is an aquifer. We call the engineers or hydrogeologists. And once you start pumping water from this borehole or a well, then what happens that the river water will gradually start flowing to the well. So some of the suspended contaminants at the river and aquifer interface, they are going to be removed there by physical filtration. The water which gets into the aquifer, then it has dissolved contaminants. So various contaminants, whether microbial colloids or particulate colloids or any of the dissolved contaminants, they go through a series of biogeochemical reactions. Then many of them will be degrading. And by the time they reach the well, then you have a lot less present. Then there is some background mixing depending upon the concentration of these chemicals in the groundwater. So typically they will be low. So except could be, you don't want to site these in a polluted site. You don't want to capture any groundwater contaminant. So then this pumped water is going to be relatively clean compared to the surface water and ready to supply with bare minimum chlorination. So how they look like in real life. So this is the well field of the city of Düsseldorf, Germany. On the background is the Rhine River, where you can see a boat going. So these are vertical wells. They're all connected by a siphon system to a centralized pumping plant. In the US, the preference is more for a horizontal collector wells. These are large capacity wells. The river is here, is a schematic. And then the pump house is here on the red, on the top. And there is a concrete caisson which holds the whole thing together. And once you go to the desired depth, these screens, they are typically 45 to 50% open area. They're hydraulically pushed into the aquifer. And they can be at multiple levels, typically geared towards the direction to the river, but could be in all direction. So in a real life, they look like this. This is on the bank of the Missouri River in Kansas City, Kansas. It's a large well, probably one of the largest wells in the country. It pumps 40 million gallons per day, just a single well. It has 6-meter diameter caisson, this around here, goes to 37 meters. And it has 14 laterals at 2 depths, and the total screen length is 747 meters, quite long. It's under the riverbed. So in the US, there are a number of locations where these large riverbank filtration systems are working. And they're typically in alluvial aquifers or riverine conditions where there is some fine or medium coarse type sand and gravel present. So I'm going to talk about the city of Louisville, Kentucky. This well was installed in 1999, about 20 million gallons per day pumping capacity. And it has 7 laterals at 30 meters depth, about 50 feet or so below the riverbed, 15 meters below the riverbed, and almost for 500 meter length screens. Schematically, it looks like this. The Ohio River is flowing just behind those trees on the previous figure. And it has 4 lateral screens. They are about 73 meters long, going towards the river, 2 parallel to the bank and 1 backside. So the L1 lateral, which is back, that purely catches groundwater, others get the surface water or a mix. And then this L4 lateral, which they monitored for the quality of the water produced compared to the river water. And they had also 3 piezometers, 0.6, 1.5, and 3 meters below the riverbed. They monitored total organic carbon, biodegradable organic carbon, turbidity, and coliform bacteria, and aerobic spores, and disinfection byproducts. So in the river water, the turbidity varies anywhere from single digits to close to 900 or so NTU, nephelometric turbidity unit. But in the well, it kind of stabilized around 0.1. So it's way cleaner than what's typically expected in a typical water treatment plant. It's 1 year monitoring in year 2000. The river water organic carbon, TOC, varies anywhere from 2 to 4 milligram per liter. And there is significant reduction as the water moves towards the lateral screens of the well. You can see in the next screen here. We had monitoring points at 1.5, the 2 feet, 5 feet, and 9 feet or so. And then the lateral screen, which is L4 here at the bottom at 50 feet. We see almost 30 to 45% removal of the organic carbon. So what does it mean? That if the organic carbons are of concern because they have the potential to form disinfection byproducts like trihalomethanes, which are potential carcinogens. So if we are removing 40% of these, that means we have the formation potential for these chemicals reduced by 40%. And then about 20% of the TOC is biodegradable organic carbon. So we can see that in the river, it's about 0.55 or so milligram per liter. By the time it comes to the L4 lateral, it's below detection limit. That means almost 20% of these compounds are naturally biodegraded as they move from the river to the well. So they also did the formation potential for our total trihalomethanes, haloacetic acids. And depending upon the depth from the river, I can straight go to that 50 feet here. Anywhere from 40 to 60% of the trihalomethanes, haloacetic acids, or total organic halogens, they are removed. So right now the US standard is total trihalomethanes 80 parts per billion. So they used to get about 100 or so before. After they install this well, they don't have to do any more powdered activated carbon treatment. And what about the total coliforms? They get the river has quite a few in number, but through this well they get anywhere from 2 to 4 log removal, so 99 to 99.99% removal. Aerobic spores, same way. The river is about 10,000 or so colony forming units per 100 ml. But within 2 to 5 or 10 feet, they get about 2 log removal, and at 50 feet, 3.5 logs removal. So quite sick. And these spores sometimes they're used as indicators of crypto or giardia. And these systems also have been tested in Netherlands for other virus species, MS2, PRD1, or thermotolerant coliform or somatic phage, FRN-phage. So typically the travel times in Germany or Netherlands, they use 30 days to site these wells. So within that travel time, anywhere from 4 to 6 or even 7 or 8 log removal is occurring. What about herbicides? This is a typical problem in US cases, that in the springtime when they plant, they apply pre-emergent herbicides. The atrazine is one of them. So this is a flood condition in a river, Illinois River in Illinois. So we did a study in 90s. 1 year, the river concentration went up to 11 or 12 microgram per liter. But in the well, it was still around 1.1, 1.2 microgram per liter, and the standard is about 3. So it was well below the drinking water standard. So most of the chemical contaminants are removed by these wells, which are located on the bank or called river bank filtration systems, except carbamazepine, which is an epileptic drug, because it doesn't really stick to anything. And in the case of Germany and other places, they use either powdered activated carbon or ozone to combine to treat it. So in the case of India, you can guess where this location is. Actually, it is a place where it's getting now the water from the Sardar Sarovar project a little bit through that Saurashtra Canal. So we have a number of systems, but I don't know whether they are properly documented or not. Actually in Haridwar is one of the places you have a lot of these large diameter wells, and they are the source of water during the Kumbh Mela. We have also Kharagpur area, the Medinipur Kansavati River here in Sabarmati. Actually, this is Sabarmati waterfront in Ahmedabad. So a number of places it's working, and we had a paper original in 2012 and Cornelius Sandhu, and he just did another one recently. So there is huge potential for riverbank filtration in India, especially in the Gangetic plains, and also in the major east flowing rivers like Mahanadi, Godavari, Krishna, also some of the rivers in Western Ghat like Kali in Karnataka, Sabarmati and Tapi. And this can really eliminate the need to build and maintain expensive treatment plants, and the system would be able to meet the drinking water standards if designed and operated properly. So with that, I'm going to end it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable talks. Now I request Professor Satpathy to introduce our next speaker. Satpathy sir, please unmute, sir. Satpathy sir, please unmute your.
Yes, Dr. Kavita Chauhan is our next speaker. She is working at Center for Social Norms and Behavioral Dynamics, University of Pennsylvania, USA. Kavita Chauhan is a behavioral science researcher at the Center for Social Norms and Behavioral Dynamics at University of Pennsylvania. Her work focuses on conducting implementation research of a norms-centric behavior change intervention. It's very important area she is working. Then her prior work includes research on designing and assessing the impact of behavior change interventions on sanitation, nutrition, reproductive health, HIV, and providing strategic leadership to advocacy and communication programs. She holds a MSc Public Health Promotion from the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. So I am also alumni of London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. And currently enrolled in doctor program at LSHTM. So welcome, Dr. Kavita Chauhan. And this topic is very important. Your research experience is very important. because we are still facing that behavioral issues in terms of the use of water and safe water and sanitation. So, Dr. Kavita, please.
Thank you so much, sir, and namaskar. We've also worked together in Public Health Foundation of India, so very honored to be here on this panel. So good morning, everyone, and good morning to all the eminent panelists and all the participants. Today, I'm going to talk about a cluster randomized trial, learnings that we gained from it, which was conducted in Bhavnagar in Gujarat. And after that really excellent and thought-provoking presentation by Professor Ray, which highlighted the role of technology, I'm going to divert our attention towards behavior. So it was a cluster randomized trial, which was implemented in 3 blocks of Bhavnagar in Gujarat. So there were 94 clusters in total, 47 allocated to each intervention arm. The intervention was delivered over a period of 8 to 10 weeks, and there was a gap of 6 weeks between the intervention delivery and the inline evaluation. And the core purpose of this trial was to learn about toilet use behavior and to see if a behavioral intervention, which is theory driven, is able to improve toilet use among rural households with a government built toilet. And the reason why we chose a government built toilet is that, when we conducted our research or formative research, we found that toilets which were built using personal resources were more likely to be used compared to toilets which were received as a subsidy from the government or which were constructed by the government. So therefore, our aim was to ensure that the existing infrastructure is used and that people value or start valuing their existing government toilets. We used behavior-centered design to guide the design, delivery, and evaluation of this intervention. There are varied, frameworks available. So behavior-centered design essentially, proposes that to bring about a behavior change, an intervention has to be delivered in a behavior setting, and the intervention should change the environment of the behavior setting, and changes in these environment will trigger psychological changes and will also trigger the changes in practices, which over a period of time will change behavior and in the long run state of the world. We used an iterative process to design and develop this intervention. If you look at this behavior-centered design, then on the inside is the theory of change, but on the outside is the process. So assess, build, and create is the formative work that we did. So essentially, when we started, we were collaborators from 4 different organizations. We said, okay, why do people not use a toilet? So the common known factors were people are in a habit of not using a toilet. They are not aware that, how to use a toilet, or they're not aware of the benefits of toilet use. Or there's a norm, everyone goes out to defecate in the open, therefore they prefer defecating in the open. Or there are people who own a toilet and everyone around them owns a toilet, therefore they prefer defecating in the toilet. So there are reasons why people defecate in the open, and there are reasons why people use a toilet. From what is known, we went into a review mode where we looked at theory, we looked at peer-reviewed literature, and we also looked at expertise. Now, expertise becomes really important because often a lot of these innovative practices or interventions do not make it to the peer-reviewed journals. Therefore, we looked at, okay, what does experience tell us? From that, we actually came up with a larger list. So from where we started, we came up with a larger list, and we found that water availability has a role to play in making sure people use a toilet or do not use a toilet. Safety, comfort, convenience are other issues. Caste dynamics, are key determinants of why people would own a toilet or not own a toilet. People are worried that their toilets will fill up very quickly. The pit will fill very quickly. That anxiety remains, therefore they do not prefer using a toilet. So there were a whole list of these factors that emerged. We then went into a framing workshop, where we looked at all of these determinants and tried to put them in the context of Bhavnagar, where we were conducting this trial, and then ranked them according to power and relevance. From there, we came up with some key ideas or some key motives for why people would use a toilet or not use a toilet. Those ideas also gave us some further questions that we wanted to investigate in the local context, and we developed some hypotheses around those ideas, which were then tested in the formative research phase, and we used a variety of tools. They were just not focus group discussion or interviews, we did scripting, we did like sleepovers. We kind of observe families for 24 hours to see, what do they do, where do they defecate, what are their sanitation behaviors like. We also did a lot of games with them just to understand their motives better. From that, again, we came up with like a much larger list, and we realized that people who own a government built toilet are less likely to use a toilet because one, they're anxious that the toilet pit will fill. Some of the toilets were incomplete. However, there was a structure, but maybe it didn't have a connection to the pit. People felt that, if everyone in the family uses a toilet, then in a year's time, the toilet pit will fill, and then they will be burdened with the disgust of, emptying the pit or constructing a new pit. Safety and comfort were reasons why people still prefer to use a toilet. However, limited availability of water did keep them away from using toilet. And then, some had not received their subsidy, therefore they were not able to complete their toilet construction. But many people felt that, people who had money, people who were resourceful were constructing better toilet, better homes around them. We then took all of these findings into a creative workshop where we invited a creative development agency and worked with them to design the campaign concept. And we realized that, in the formative phase, we found that people were changing, their lifestyle was changing, things were improving. Everyone had moved from basic Nokia phones to like smarter phones. Everyone had moved from black and white television to smart TV. People used YouTube, they used Instagram, they were on Facebook. WhatsApp was very commonly used in the clusters. People were using modern equipment for farming, for drip irrigation. So everything around them was changing, and they realized that things are moving around them. They would say that dunya badal rahi hai, the world is changing, we have to progress, we need to move ahead. So that thought was really very clearly communicated through our formative work and interaction with the community. From that, we realized that maybe perhaps there is a need to talk about toilets in a different light. There's a need to talk about toilets in the same way that people talk about their homes, their motorbikes, car, education, credit cards, and other gadgets, equipment. We then came up with an intervention which had basically 4 streams of activities. First, we really wanted people to use their existing toilets. Therefore, we thought of why not promote toilet makeovers? Why not encourage people to improve their existing toilet and improve it in a way which doesn't look really aspirational? It looks good, but at the same time, it doesn't it doesn't involve a lot of investment of resources because that people are unlikely to use. Secondly, we also wanted them to reduce the anxiety that they had around pit filling by providing them adequate demonstration to prove that a pit takes much longer to fill than what they thought it would. And we also wanted everyone to start kind of, shifting from open defecation to using a toilet or to create a new norm around toilet use. We then came up with an idea. The popular narrative around toilet use, around open defecation that we all have heard says, do not go for open defecation. Why? Because it's disgusting, it's shameful, it's undignified. And that's what is being talked about. We thought, why not change that narrative? Why not talk about why you need to use toilets? Because it's comfortable, it's beautiful, it's modern, it's convenient, and it's progressive thing to do. So we developed a campaign which was called the 5-star toilet campaign. And the tagline was, the world is getting smarter, smart people build smart toilets. So dunya smart ban rahi hai, dunya badal rahi hai. So smart people build smart toilets. So what is a smart toilet? A smart toilet is one with 5 stars. And if we all, think of 5-star, what comes to our mind is those 5 stars, quality, superiority. So that's the same connotation these stars had in the context of toilet for the target population. And we thought that 5 stars could stand for different aspects of the toilet. For example, comfort, which is light, then cross ventilation, which is important. And because there's no cross ventilation generally in toilets, they smell, people feel claustrophobic. And during our formative phase, a lot of people said we get a packed feeling, and packed is the word they used in Gujarat. And of course, availability of water. Aesthetics would involve beautifying the walls and cleanliness. And we thought there could be another aspect, a 5-star plus, which would include inclusivity, so that people who are not able to squat properly, older people, disabled people are able to use it, or a chair which could be placed inside the toilet. So we wanted that, as a result of exposure to this campaign, people would want to improve their toilets. They'll feel less anxious about, using their toilets, and they'll feel that, of course, it takes much longer to fill. They will know that, it provides comfort and convenience. They will feel affiliated to others around them who had an improved toilets. And over a period of time, it will, improve the norms around toilet use. So there was different streams of activities which were delivered. So which included promotion of what a five-star toilet is, asking people to come forward and assess their toilets based on the criteria of the five-star toilet. So for example, if someone had a three-star toilet, then the person would commit to improving their toilet, and the next time team visited the village, people would actually show them their toilet and show the improvements they had made. And between the 2 days of intervention delivery, the volunteers within the village would encourage the families to do those makeovers. People who did kind of improve their toilets were then provided a sticker which was placed on their toilet wall, and were also provided a certificate which was signed also by the local government, and they were felicitated at an event in the village. And felicitation was either done by a sarpanch of the village or an important influential person in the village. We use several tools. So we used films which were, in Gujarati, which had a Gujarati look and feel. We used virtual reality film of what a government toilet, a five-star government toilet would look like. So people found it really fascinating and very exciting to see, to enter a toilet, and it was quite a popular activity. Then we also did demonstrations where we spoke to people about, pit takes much longer to fill. People also, we also had dummy toilets where people would come, open the door, try and feel what's inside. So it made the whole experience very interactive. People who made their toilet or improved their toilets were then kind of interviewed, and their testimonials were circulated to other community members over WhatsApp, and were also played at an evening event. And here you can see, there's a sticker on the toilet door. Here also you can see, and people really proudly displayed those stickers. And we had films, we had like a hilarious film where a scientist spoke about twin filling in a twin pit, technology, and how pit filling takes much longer to do, in a very hilarious manner, which was quite popular. And we also had some games in the evenings where we tried to reduce the disgust around feces. So there were jars filled with feces, dry feces, sand, mud, and some other material. And we wanted people to guess which one of those was feces. And nobody could guess it because they realized that, it doesn't really smell. So even if a pit gets filled, it's important and it's easy to empty it once the pit dries up. Like I said, the inline evaluation was conducted 6 weeks post-intervention delivery, and fairly a good balance was achieved between intervention and control arm, with the exception of male education and asset index, and these two were adjusted for in the final analysis. We found that in more proportion of households in the intervention arm compared to control arm reported use of toilets by all household members every time, the last time they went to defecate. However, this was below the expected effect, for which the intervention or the trial was designed. And after adjusting for imbalances, there was a prevalent difference of 5 points. We also did a process evaluation. I think cluster randomized trials tell you if an intervention works or does not work. It really doesn't tell you about the reasons or what really goes behind the intervention. So we found that, because of administrative delays, timelines were shortened. Therefore, instead of delivering the intervention over a period of 4 months, it was reduced to between 8 to 10 weeks. The volunteer engagement, which we were supposed to follow up with the community about toilet improvement, was inconsistent, and at several places, the volunteers really dropped out. So that kind of talks about, we need to look at this whole volunteer engagement maybe a little differently.
Just a minute. Sorry to interrupt.
Sure, no problem, sir. Yeah. So the villages were really large, and because of busy farming season and hot weather, it was difficult to reach out to people. But we also found that so a less proportion of the target population actually got in touch with the intervention. But of course, we saw that there was higher agreement among intervention households with the statement that if a household has a toilet, people will regard that household as modern or smart. So we realized that, we tried to build a new narrative about toilet use, and reported behavior was compatible with the effect on open defecation, but defecation was rare among the total population. These clusters had more than 70% toilet coverage. So to conclude, I would say that, despite achieving higher coverage in toilets, we really need to sustain our efforts around improving use. Interventions should be designed keeping in mind the estimate proportion of target population, and we also need to really come up with what minimum dose is required to achieve behavior change. And of course, it is also time to refresh our narrative on toilet use. Maybe from discuss, we really need to look at much more modern and progressive ways of addressing this. This was the 5-star toilet campaign team, which was led by late Professor Val Curtis. And finally, I'd like to thank the organizers and the donors of the study, Government of Gujarat, our collaborators, Indian Institute of Public Health, Gandhinagar, and all of you for listening in today. Thank you.
So thank you, Kavita, for the nice and valuable talk. We are getting many questions from the attendees, and so I request everybody, please respect time. So we have 5 speakers in this session and only 1 hour allotted to us. So we'll put your questions at the end of the session to all the speakers. Now my request, all the panelists and participants, please show your video so that we can capture this moment in a photo. So everybody, I request all panelists and participants, please on your video, so we'll take a photograph. Rabindra Khewal sir, and everybody, please show your video so that we'll take a photograph. So now I request our chair to introduce our next speaker, Professor Pankaj Bharadwaj.
Okay.
Just a minute.
Dr. Bharadwaj, welcome to this session. And I have the pleasure to introduce Dr. Bharadwaj, who is currently working as additional professor of community medicine and family medicine and coordinator of School of Public Health at AIMS Jodhpur. Currently, he is the Vice Dean of Research. He is the recipient of various fellowships, including Fellowship of Advanced International Medical Education and Research, Advanced Teachers Training Program from Center for International Health, Ludwig Maximilian University, Germany, and European Society of Infectious Diseases, ECDC, Sweden, Advanced Vaccinology course, etc. So he is a member of various ICMR and WHO task forces. He has more than 100 publications to his credit. He had participated in the largest hand hygiene lessons for rural schools on Global Hand Washing Day for the SPH, and he has been awarded with India Book of Records. So currently, he is coordinating various health promoting school initiatives of schools of public health for behavioral change and part of research activities on Swachh Bharat mission with ISRO. So welcome, Dr. Pankaj Bharadwaj. Please give your deliberations.
Thanks to the chairs, and thanks for this nice introduction, sir. So I'll try to be brief, and now I would like to share my screen. So hopefully that will be visible. So
Yes, sir. Screen is visible.
Yeah. So thank you so much. At the outset, I would like to extend my thanks to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share a kind of case study from our own School of Public Health from AIMS Jodhpur. So after the session, which we have heard from Dr. Ray, which was more on technology, and the other session from Dr. Kavita Chauhan, I think Dr. Kavita has made my task a bit easy, because the thing which I'm going to speak for the next 5 minutes or so would be based on that behavioral aspect only. So for the next 5 minutes or so, I'll be speaking on the kind of this engaging multiple stakeholders to promote water, sanitation, and hygiene activities in community. So the three things which the next these best practices which we try to develop in those schools, and the initiatives to promote WASH practices with the help of multiple stakeholders. So these were two concepts which I'm going to speak. And the first one is what we call it as the 3S model, nothing new. But as Dr. Kavita has very rightly mentioned, that the kind of technology which is available need to go to masses, but at the same time, a kind of sustainability which is needed apart from behavioral change. The second, which I'm going to share with you, is about a model which we call by the model drop. Actually, in Rajasthan, there is a huge scarcity of water. As very rightly mentioned by earlier speakers, that water is a very important requirement for having the sanitation activities or procedures. So that was what is needed to be there in place in all schools. So we did a stakeholder mapping, and most of us know, who have gone through all those management lessons, that in order to involve or engage these stakeholders, a kind of stakeholder matrix is needed, and that will help in ensuring implementation as well as sustainability. So this was the concept, with the concept which I'm calling by the name of 3S model, which was a Swachh School Sustainable Model. As you can see in the poster, we tried to take one stakeholder, which is very important, and that is, I believe, the beneficiary, which all of us understand, in the form of Swachhata Sainik. And those who are there and who are performing well, we were calling them as Swachhata champions. And on the other side, you are seeing one of the poster which we have developed and which we tried to implement in all these schools was this drop. And this drop was a kind of a daily requirement operative procedure, where we tried to ensure that the underground tanks where water is stored and the overhead tanks where water is stored should be cleaned at least fortnightly, not once in a month or not once in a week, because something would be too early, too quick, and something would be too late. So we try to do it every 15 days. So how this whole exercise started? Actually, this was a part of an internship training program which we did in School of Public Health for Masters in Public Health students, where they were posted for 100 days experience in a school. They found that it's a kind of services which they went to a school, and you can see the kind of situation which is not different from rest of the schools also. So these are two pictures which are actually, as I have written here, they are speaking louder than words. We don't need much to say about. You look at the kind of conditions, the toilets were there. There was no water facility available. And as earlier speaker rightly mentioned, that in order to use the toilets, the most important requirement would be having a water facility. It was not just the only things. There was a kind of behavioral issues also, where the things were available, but they were not being used. And the classes, the kind of ways the students were actually using these facilities was also not well. So we used that very famous stakeholders mapping, and we tried to remember what was taught to us during our management classes, that these are the 4 stakeholders we need to take into consideration if we are trying to implement this 3S model or drop model in school. And you can see on the x-axis there is interest, and on the y-axis there is influence or power. So these were 4 cells which we thought at the time when the exercise was done that we need to work on. So I'll be taking you one by one to all these cells. The first cell, as I mentioned, was media, and the media was required to be chipped in if we are trying to develop a kind of sustainable model, because we thought that they are highly influential and we say that they are powerful, but they are not having much interest in the activities related to WASH. So we try to engage them. At the same time, we also try to engage the academic institutions. So academic institutions were struggling. So we built this kind of mechanism that in a month or in once in 2 months, we will be going regularly to those schools to have some activities. Like, for example, this was an activity which we did with the schools, with the school in Dhava and Peru, where more than 1,500 students, they participated in the largest hand hygiene lesson in rural areas. The second was also important to involve other organizations. Like, we tried to generate some kind of evidences. For example, with Indian Space Research Organization, or ISRO, where we tried to develop this evidence in form of an advocacy material, where we could show that the Swachh Bharat mission has a greatest impact on the incidence of acute diarrheal diseases. And it was a good exercise because we could reach to the level of even the health ministry and the finance ministry, where they quoted this. So it was a kind of engagement. We thought that we need to keep, as the management guru says, that this cell of people in high influence and low interest need to be kept satisfied. So the second important cell, which we thought at the time of this matrix, was the community leaders, or Sarpan, or these philanthropic organizations, which were highly powerful or highly influential, and they need to show high interest also if these activities were there. So there was much effort from the side of our team, but it was a kind of continuous perseverance or pursuance, and team kept on meeting all these organizations and all these community leaders to generate a kind of funds which is required in building the kind of toilets which were lacking in these schools. The third cell of the matrix in that engagement matrix was of the students. So these students, which we call them as, they need a kind of continuous monitoring, because they are low influence and low interest, but they are the actual end users. So we tried to monitor them, we tried to pursue them, we tried to keep that, a regular monitoring mechanism, where these were engaged right from the very beginning, and a kind of appreciation which was given to all the students. Last cell, but not the least, was the cell of teachers. And when we met all these teachers, we found that this was the fourth or the last column in that matrix, where we find that there was a low influence. We are not calling them as low powerful, but though they have high interest, but because of lack of all these links, they were of this opinion that the change would not be able to be happening in the schools. So the activity began, and the greatest task which we think and we felt was the construction of toilet, because it was very disheartening to see that the school was a co-ed, but there was no toilet facility available for the girl students. So we chipped in, as I mentioned earlier, when we were engaging all these stakeholders, the philanthropic organization and volunteers, to come forward to build that, to help us in constructing toilet. The different organizations were also involved in their different capacities to build a kind of ecosystem where students should be motivated to use these toilets. So the first, as rightly mentioned by earlier speakers, that the behavior change, and there was continuous exercises which were going on. As I said, it was a 100-day exercise for the School of Public Health. The second was about the water. As I said, that in Rajasthan there is a difficult problem of water storage, and apart from overhead storage, we also have underground storage facilities. So there was a mechanism which was developed that every 15 days we need to ensure, and a kind of accountability should be set in, where they have been cleaned. A kind of platform which was lacking in the entire school was built with the help of School of Public Health, as well as with the help of those philanthropic organizations. We chipped in different organizations to take that estimates that how these toilets can be built, because that was a difficult exercise. But it was, during the exercise, we found that somebody has to break the ice, because there were people who were ready to donate money. There were people to help these schools, the parents. So we took all those people on board, and finally the construction of the task of building these toilet for the girl students started. You can see the kind of change which we observed. The left side photographs are showing the earlier thing, and the on the right, as Dr. Kavita has mentioned about, it's not that five-star toilet, but definitely we try to build toilet in a way that students can use, and not all those five-star facilities, but definitely the kind of thing which can be more practical, which can be more operational and feasible in the schools. So this was the sustainable model, and we tried to build in the schools that there would be a Swachhata Sainik, and 4 boys and 4 girls from the schools were, these were volunteers, but out of them who were working well were put as Swachhata champion. They were teachers who were actually coordinating the entire activity. And I would like to share with you is that after this model, one government school, we did that in one government school, but more government schools came forward to get the similar kind of model in their schools. So I would, conclude the entire presentation with these last 2 slides, and that is that we thought that what we learned through these models, which are various models which have been defined by different organizations like this WASH Alliance model, where these 5 factors need to fit together if we really need to engage these stakeholders if we want a kind of sustainability. And the upper four are though very important, but social also carry some very important weightage when it comes to engaging in a sustainable way. This would be my last slide. And the learnings was that when we engage all these people from the very beginning, the sustainability could be there because of enhanced partnership, because of having a community, because of having a better understanding and communication, and as they were engaged from the very beginning with better informed decisions, the results were good. Thank you so much, organizers, for giving me this opportunity. And I believe I could stick to the time. And thanks for a patient listening. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, Professor Bharadwaj, for your nice talk. We are getting many questions. So now Professor Mittal has joined with us. We understand, Professor Mittal, that due to some technical glitch, you are not able to join. So with due permission from our chairs, now I request our next speaker to start the presentation, because we have only 10 minutes left. So we are running behind time. So our next speaker is Dr. Puran Singh Yadav, who is currently working as a project director at Swachh Bharat Mission in Punjab Municipality Infrastructure Development Company, a local government department. Dr. Yadav headed the Haryana Institute of Rural Development as director from September 2015 to 2016, along with assisting Haryana government in implementation of Nirmal Bharat Abhijan for rural areas. He also worked as state project coordinator in total sanitation campaign or Nirmal Bharat Abhijan in Haryana from June 2006 to May 2014. So I welcome you, sir. So please kindly brief your presentation so that we will able to finish another talk in time.
Thank you very much, sir. And good morning, all. And I thank Dr. Khewal to give me this opportunity to speak here at this platform. And I will be very brief, and I will share the current experiences of what we have done in Punjab. So when we talk about water, sanitation and hygiene, it came to my mind that it is just like we used to talk about roti, kapda and makan in the 17 or in 80s, because roti, kapda and makan are basic necessities of life. In the same manner, the quality of water, sanitation and hygiene is very important for improving the quality of life. So from basics to quality. So if we talk about water, though in Punjab, the supply is not a problem, but here is the problem of quality. Water supply is either canal based or it is groundwater supply. But the quantity is definitely an issue, and that can only be improved if we improve the behavior of the people, if the people change their behavior. And for all these things, behavior is the central point. How we behave and how we act and how we react. So the efforts were made to stop the contamination of water bodies by throwing of garbage and making, and also to stop the effluents coming, industrial effluents coming to the water streams and water rivers and bodies. And there has been some success also on this account. And the things are improving with the only community involvement, and the involvement we sought for all these was of not only the local people or the community, but also the students or the local, you can say the educational institutions, the religious institutions, and all who are involved. As far as sanitation is concerned, Punjab, everyone in urban areas is having a personal toilet. And those who do not have been provided facilities through public or community toilets. But the question is of its maintenance, the quality. So to assess the quality, now there has been such selection going on, ODF certification is going on, and the state of Punjab in urban areas attained the sanitation ODF status, open defecation free status on 2nd October 2018. Thereafter, beyond that, ODF plus and ODF plus plus and water plus were introduced. And I think it's a matter of, great satisfaction that out of 163 urban local bodies, 94 of them have achieved ODF plus status. Plus status means maintenance of public toilets, community toilets, general cleanliness, general sanitation, and all this. And 50 ULBs, around 45% have achieved the status of ODF plus plus. When we talk about ODF plus and ODF plus plus, it's definitely the sport and behavior change of the people. Here we assess the quality of toilets only, not only household toilets, mainly the public toilets and community toilets. Now, and also see that the parameters, that is availability of a public toilet within 1 kilometer radius and a community toilet within the access of 500 meters are available. And the toilets are GPS mapped as well as they are available on Google Toilet Locator, so that anybody can locate the toilet. Once this is the facility, it also shows the behavior change. Now we come to hygiene. Hygiene is really a matter of concern everywhere. And it is not only household hygiene, it is the general and community public hygiene. Say, for example, we have food hygiene, we have personal hygiene, we have community hygiene, but the important thing is eateries and the eateries or the public places where any ready wala sells golgappa, but not maintaining a hygiene. Any common people spit on the road, not care for anything. So for this, in Punjab, we ran a very, very effective, information campaign, IEC campaign through interpersonal communication. We have a big team of about 500 people who go door to door, institution to institution, area to area, and meet people. And that has brought about a big change. Once in 2017, in September, no urban local body in Punjab was open defecation free. But in a matter of 266 days, with this type of campaign by awareing people, not only awareing, but triggering and also bringing the point that why that open defecation in the open is bad and hazardous for human health. So this campaign brought about a change, and the campaign is still going on. और मैं ये कह सकता हूं कि unless the officials, the implementers come out of their cell, no campaign can succeed. The campaign or anything related to water, sanitation, and hygiene can only succeed when we come out of our, cells and, do and bring the required awareness among the people. Awareness is there, but the only thing is that we need to be very critical and aware. There is a need for good leader. There is a need for capacity building of all stakeholders, right from the implementers to the community. So we went to the community and we organized hundreds and hundreds of the training program, right from the state level to the ward level, and made the point to the people that open defecation is bad, cleanliness is good, and like that. And lastly, we involved in Ludhiana, the NCC and NSS volunteers who did a good job by only way of awareness as coupled with enforcement in a matter of only about 25 days. Garbage throwing in Budha Darya, Ludhiana, which is a tributary to Satluj, has been totally stopped. So it is only a campaign, it is only an awareness, and not only stopped, but it is sustained. It has only been sustained by door-to-door approach, gate-to-gate approach, by convincing people, by holding parleys, and all that. So in nutshell, I
Yes.
then and only, so sorry, there was some interruption. I wanted to convey, I wanted to say, any campaign for these things should be well structured, well planned, well strategized, and by the under the leadership of dedicated people, those who provide a push, and also involvement of community, that is elected people. They are also playing great role, and the media. Media has played a very positive role in Punjab. In the year 2017, everybody was, whenever there was any news in the papers, it was all against government is not doing this, government is not doing this. But now the success stories and best practices are being published. Can you believe that it all starts from household and it goes to the public? When all are involved, it can happen. So I think the state of Punjab has done a remarkable progress by not only providing all these services, but now it is towards its sustainability, and it has almost sustained, and it will go further because now we are moving towards garbage-free cities, which is one of the big nuisance, and also attaining open defecation water plus status. So
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you very much and giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir. You have vast experience. We certainly love to hear from you, but due to time limitations, we are forced to end your talk here. So now I request our next speaker, Professor Dr. Arun Kumar, who is an associate professor in environmental engineering department at IIT Delhi. He works in the area of emerging contaminants and issues with water use. So now I request Dr. Arun Kumar to start the presentation.
Yeah, can you see my screen?
Yes, we have.
Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So thank you, Dr. Ravinder, for giving this opportunity. I think it's a very important issue, and this panel is very much impacting the work, and I'm very happy to be here. Probably my talk or my focus is a little bit on the other side, but probably it will help bringing the picture closer. So this is the work of yeah, can you see this? Is my screen visible? Big thanks to IIT Delhi and DST for funding this type of work. And this type of work started, I think, in IIT Delhi. Professor Atul Mittal, he was very much instrumental in detecting antibiotics and pathogens in the Delhi area. And that was the very important setup when I joined in IIT Delhi. And with the help of his support, I started working in the area of nanoparticles. And now in our group, we try to focus on nanoparticles, try to understand the mixture of nanoparticles, its fate, and try to develop risk assessment models so that we can theoretically understand how they are interacting and what could be the source because of our different activities, and what are the challenges with respect to producing a safe water and making the water safe. So I think with respect to new contaminants, there are many things which we don't know what we have in our water. And this list is basically giving some of the idea that we can have many other things in addition to your metals, in addition to your total coliform, fecal coliform. We can have some specific compounds which are not regulated or which are not routinely monitored due to no requirement. But these things are there, and sometimes they affect the water quality parameters, sometimes they don't. But the health effects, they are generally in the low concentration, but then they can have a long-term effect. So in that category, obviously, pharmaceutical compounds, antibiotics, nanoparticles, microplastics, pathogens, these things are there, and people try to understand what is their occurrence. So I will skip these things, but very briefly, because of our daily consumption of different things, and in different institutes also, academics, hospitals, industries, and all, because of their wastewater, these things enter into our wastewater treatment plant, and from there, with the help of different unit processes, some of the times they are removed, and some of the times they are not removed. Then they can go in our wastewater, and finally they can also go in our sludge. And once they go in the sludge and the wastewater, and sometimes, because now these days, sometimes it is treated or not treated, it goes in our nearby river. Sometimes people try to do different reuse activities of that. Sometimes they also handle biosolids. So then people are exposed to different contaminants, and sometimes they don't know, sometimes it is not regulated, and so it becomes a very difficult situation. So these emerging water contaminants, there are basically many pending questions. Because of that, not many people are sure what to do, how to address. Even government bodies, basically, they are still struggling, or they are still understanding what to do, how to approach occurrence, toxicity nature, long-term implications, and what is the additional cost and benefit in terms of giving the treatment or preventing it, what to do. So in this direction, when we started focusing what is the case of nanoparticles, and around 2010, it was not very much studied in India, but then people have been started using, and the trend was increasing with respect to nanoparticle usage in different products. Obviously, India is also not lagging behind. India has been using these things very often. So now these things are coming in our day-to-day wastewater, and then enters into wastewater treatment plant. And so this is the work, one work which our student did for Yamuna River and for Delhi city, and that was the first effort in India to understand how these things are there. And what we found that, okay, we can get some traces of nanoparticles, and it is very difficult to separate them out with respect to a naturally occurring nanoparticles, and then trace back to the industry or to the sources which are contributing to that. So nanoparticle is one contaminant which can have a long-term effect on aquatic species, plants, and human health. So now, once we know that, okay, these things are present, maybe some lack of the knowledge in India, but other places, these things are very much people are aware of. Then the question comes how to do about what to do with respect to treating the water, and what should the guideline, how to proceed the overall comparison, all those aspects. So in that direction, what we thought, based on the available risk assessment models, which is generally available for pesticides, it was developed in US EPA in the beginning. So we tried to include that, and we also included weight of evidence method to include the mixture of nanoparticles in corresponding ions, and try to come up with the number so that people can use it. In that direction, we also included one important aspect which sometimes is not generally used in risk assessment: how once we ingest the water and your contaminant, how they are interacting with the digestive fluid, and what is the real concentration which our digestive system is facing. So in this work, we try to include that aspect, and we try to find out what is the bioaccessible fraction of nanoparticles and ions, and then we did the risk assessment to understand what is the exposure dose. And based on that, with all these combinations of, let's say, for a mixture of zinc oxide nanoparticles, 2 nanoparticles, their corresponding ions, we come up with a number of 0.2 milligram per liter. It means 0.2 milligram per liter concentration if you have for these things, probably there is no risk as per our condition study. So in that way, this work was providing a step to how to approach the problem, and then now how to see whether whatever concentration we get in our water and nanoparticles and ions, whether they are going to exceed the guideline or they are going to pose the risk. So now our government bodies, regulatory bodies, they can see, they can use this approach to understand what is the treatment requirement, and how much treatment we need to do, what is the cost requirement, what is the technology, where to focus. So that type of thing can be focused. So in the case of antibiotics, as I mentioned very early on, Professor Mittal's group, they were instrumental in detecting, setting up the methodology and calculating the basically risk and finding out the occurrence in Yamuna rivers and starting from the Haridwar also. So in that way, all those work was coming up, and then slowly people started measuring antibiotic resistant bacteria also. So that effort was also going on. But then now the question is, that we have antibiotics in our water, we have antibiotic resistant bacteria in water, but what to do? How to set the guideline? How much treatment should we do? And to answer this question, there is a need for some risk assessment framework, because without having a health risk assessment, it is very difficult for any government body to make a decision how much money they need to invest and what to do. So that is where our group tried to understand that whatever dose response model can be used to do a risk assessment and to inform policymakers that what type of guidelines they should ensure. I'm sure in India we have CPCV and we have different water classes. It has limits for total coliform, fecal coliform, but then the question becomes that whether those limits are really representing the antibiotic resistance bacteria and the health risk or not. So in that direction, Dr. Nihal Nagis, he was a postdoc in IIT Delhi, and so basically we try to use the existing dose response model of different pathogens. So obviously there is only one study where people have studied the gentamicin resistant antibiotic bacteria, and so we included that dose response model, and we also use different assumption. So because of the lack of the knowledge in current practice, we used, okay, I mean, if the dose response is similar to a commonly known bacteria or similar to a most persistent bacteria or similar to most toxic bacteria. So this, with the taking the range of this type of dose response models, we try to understand that if you do a risk assessment using these models, which model can really capture the general risk, and as per different risk model, what could be the maximum allowable value, which will not pose any risk of infection on an annual basis if somebody is going to take a bath or take a dip in the river water. And based on that, when we did that exercise, we realized that probably whatever the limits we have that need to be relooked, because those limits are really not representing the risk of infection which one can have because of the antibiotic resistance bacteria. So in that direction, one of the very important knowledge gap is with respect to the dose response behavior. And obviously now I think we have a fair idea about the occurrence, at least for the antibiotics and antibiotic resistance bacteria. But the question becomes what to take the action, how to take the action. So that is where this type of intermediate work can really help. And now regulatory bodies and water utilities, they can sit together and they can try to understand that how to approach what additional treatment do they need. So now for the last 1.5 years, people have been focusing on the COVID-19 virus. And this has also brought back the focus on pathogens, and many people are working on that. But then one needs to see whatever treatment technologies we have, whether they can capture these viruses, whether they can provide removal of these viruses or not. So now what we need is, obviously we need a monitoring approach. People have been doing in a scattered way. We need a treatment approach. But I think to have a impacting impact, one need to include the health risk approach and try to see, okay, we have a big list of the contaminants you can tell in your water, but how to proceed, whom to address and what to address. So that is where health risk approach is very much needed. And this is my final slide. So right now, just to sum up, we know some of the occurrence value, but we don't know how they will behave in a mixture of contaminants. What will be the dose response, just to help regulatory bodies how to take action, and then what to do with respect to reducing their occurrence, and how to minimize. Yeah, thank you.
So thank you very much, Dr. Arun Kumar. You highlighted a very pertinent issue. You highlighted a very pertinent issue in your community. So now I request Professor Atul Mittal to conclude the session, and request everybody to please show your video so that we will capture your image while Professor Mittal will conclude the session.
Hello. Hello. Yes. So the thing is there is, because I'm very sorry. There is some echoing is there. Okay. Now, the thing is, because of time constraint, I am very sorry that we didn't get enough of opportunity to interact between our participants and the eminent speakers. And this, I am very grateful to our speakers who have really brought out both science, technology, and its implementation level at the community and school level. What I will not be able to go and appreciate every individual speakers. So, but the essence of this presentation has been, number one, the topic is very relevant, even though we call it as a traditional environmental public health issue. But still, in most of the developing countries, including India, this topic is very, very important. The second aspect is that we have discussed both the technology and the behavioral aspects of the people. So that is also very important. And we have got some good practices and implementational research. To conclude, I will highlight only few points, like for success of this water sanitation program and its sustainability. We need a good public policy. There must be political will and technology. It's advancing in its own ways. We must utilize it and see that this technology is getting transferred to the user level. And we have very interesting discussions on behavioral change model, and that we should use it for our in our implementational programs. Then research is very important, and more research is required in this field. Particularly, I would like to have implementational research, and monitoring and evaluation is to continue, and sustainability is a big factor in developing countries. So this is a nutshell with the importance of this topic, and I thank the organizers, the moderator, my co-chair, my chair, Professor Mittal also, and the participants and the organizers of the IAPSM annual conference. So thank you all, and if organizers have to say something, please go ahead.
So thank you very much, sir. So now I request Professor Atul Mittal to say a few words to our participants and attendees, though we are late. So please, sir.
Please.
I'll be quite short. So I know the session is just running late. I have few words. The discussions very diverse. Generally in the research, there is one topic, but different people across the globe may have different views. So here I find you have top academic institutions to the people who work on the field. So that way, right from hand washing, hygiene in the school to emerging molecules and nanoparticles and monitoring agencies and the views of the central and state governments. So that way organizers, I think, have selected and very aptly. And this probably the diversity of the presentation, and all I would say that such kind of efforts probably little more intense way and should carry on and little in a more comprehensive way, which will surely will make a critical mass and impact, because many of the aspects covered are quite emerging and new, and the group is really very, very diverse. So that is a very, very positive aspect and a ray of hope in this COVID time, right from your hand wash, how it affected the COVID-19 situation, and whether you say the exposure models or the dose response, and all kind of things. They are basically all integrated together. So I myself enjoyed, and I hope everybody, all the participants must have enjoyed in that way. And I wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, sir. Now I thank everybody, all the chairs, panelists, attendees, and organizer, Professor Ravindra Khewal, who is the leading this session. So I thank you everybody for your valuable time. So this session would be very interesting if we could spend whole day. So due to limitations, so we apologize for the participants. We are not able to take your questions. So we'll provide this recording of this session, and you can directly contact the expert through email or social media. So thank you everybody. So now we conclude this session.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you
Thank
all.
you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Padi. And without any further delay, we would like to start our session 20, which is on managing air pollution, climate and health in 21st century. You know that we are facing various issues related to the climate change or air pollution. I hope our chair and panelists have already joined. So may I confirm with the team if Sri J.S. Kamyotra ji has joined? Sir, are you there?
Yes, I have joined. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And giving me a kind of a relaxation. So if we talk about Sri Kamyotra ji, he is alumnus of Delhi College of Engineering. He has been a member secretary of Central Pollution Control Board. And I remember he made many decisions which we are seeing now as a fruitful result. He's an eminent member of various national policy planning committee, member of various environmental committee constituted by Honorable Supreme Court or NGT. He's also the member of National Knowledge Network and he has wide experience which he acquired through his international travel. So, sir, without much delay, I hand over the charge to you, and I would also read for our second chair, Professor S.N. Tripathi, who is leading the environment and air pollution research at IIT Kanpur. He's an elected fellow of INSA, INAI, and NASI. He was a senior fellow at NASA Goddard Space Flight Center. He made impactful contribution to address challenges of air pollution and climate change in India and abroad. And he was one of the contributor when this discoloration of Agra city in relation to Taj Mahal was taken. So he has pioneered work in relation to the aerosol induced cloud investigation effect and also looking at urban land use, land cover, and cloud concentration nuclei. So without much delay, I hand over charge to Sri Kamyotra ji, and Dr. Tripathi is traveling, so he will try to connect from the airport. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Khewal. It's a pleasure to be here today with you in this important discussion on managing air pollution in this climate and health in 21st century. So we have 5 eminent speakers today in this session. And we have a mix of researchers, we have a mix of policy planners, and we have a mix of executors. So we have people from all the 3 aspects. And the first speaker is Dr. Atri. He was the Deputy Director General of Meteorology, India Meteorology Department, New Delhi. His areas of interest include climate change, environment, agromet, modeling, and international activities. He has been member of Commission for Atmospheric Sciences, Management Group of World Meteorological Organization, Geneva, Switzerland, primary contact of Global Atmosphere Watch in the country, and expert member of two task forces of Global Framework for Climate Services of WMO, United Nations. He was facilitated and awarded commendation certification by the Honorable Prime Minister of India in November 2007 for his contribution to the work of Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which is the joint winner of the Nobel Peace Prize 2007. he was bestowed upon Best IMD Officer in 2010. And I'll, without going in, taking much time, I'll request Dr. Atri to make his presentation on the weather and climate services for health. Kindly, Dr. Atri.
Thank you, Chairman, for kind words. And I will like to thank Dr. Ravi and PGI MER Chandigarh for giving me this chance to talk to this august community. As at the start, he and then Chairman, they mentioned about importance of air quality and climate in our daily life. So, because even both the chairs and other speakers, they have done tremendous work in air quality, starting from the scientific aspect to the policy issues. I will be mainly concentrating on climate aspects. During this, I'm just now sharing my screen. So is it visible?
Yes, sir. Sir, only we request a speaker to be within the 8 to 10 minutes, sir.
Don't worry, don't worry. I will take 8 minutes. Thank you very much, Weather and Climate Services for Health. Just a moment. Is it still visible? Okay. Hello, am I audible and my screen is clearly visible?
Yes, perfectly.
Thank you, thank you. You are aware that location and normal movement of weather system, because they directly control climate as well as air pollution, starting with the cold waves, snow avalanche, western disturbance, pollution, haze and fog. They are mainly in the northern and northern East India of the country. Then both our oceans, Bay of Bengal and Arabian Sea, we have cyclones there. And as far as climate change and extreme weather are concerned, daily basis, heavy rainfall, lightning, thunderstorms and other phenomena we read and see on the our media. Because these changes which are happening in the very fast due to climate change, they are directly affecting our society and human health. And you are aware that with a warming climate, more high temperature, heat waves, wildfires, their consequences, fewer cold waves, extremes, they have been projected by different models, and more extreme, even in the hydrological cycle. Water is our lifeline for sustaining the life. Even drought, heavy rain, floods, intense hailstorms, hurricanes and tornadoes, they will be they will be part of the life. And at the global level in 2009, when World Climate Conference 3 held, that ultimately led to the formation of global framework for climate services. What should we do for societal benefits of the climate change? And then word came climate services. So 5 areas they were identified: agriculture and food security, water, disaster risk reduction. And these were 3 that they are well defined in many countries, including India. And this energy that was added into 2015. But health sector, to which we are discussing, there are many loose ends. People generally call it is the weakest link. But I'm hopeful that with these type of the interactions and the data, particularly data is not organized. So definitely with such experiments, we can have the interaction of the both weather as well as health aspects and disease. And you may be knowing that the components of the early warning system for giving warning in anything, we need disease surveillance, non-existing at lead time is not much. Then monitoring of disease, the risk factor, and then high resolution climate forecast, because one day not like what will happen in 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. People always need longer lead time. And then model forecast, some people want that is 6 months, and even lower geographical areas with a higher resolution. Demand is always high, but people are trying in different parts of the country and the world what best services can be given. So this system has to be supported by efficient communication, feedback, assessment. And IMD started experimentally these type of services. This is one snapshot available on our website of the IMD. So I will explain more on this, like climate information for health. We have started for last couple of years. This on the experimental basis, what is happening. Realized weather for last 2 weeks and what will be the weather during 2 weeks. Weekly weather, this is week 1, week 2. This is just temperature, and you will find the global forecast system, the model which we are using of 12 kilometer resolutions and running for say 10 days. So we are giving forecast for like T mean, T maximum from, say, this is one example, week 1, week 2. This type of the information is available. So another thing, like probabilistic prevalence of the transmission window for malaria, like Tmax 33 to 39 degrees centigrade and minimum 16 to 60 degrees. These are the cardinal limits for the development of this malaria. In which part of the country the areas are susceptible? These forecasts where this window 33 to 39, what are the chances of 35%, 55 or 75%? Even probabilistic forecasts are given on the say a weekly basis. Like this is one example what is available on the website. Say this warning and others, expanded range forecast system based weekly evaluation or transmission window for malaria. I mentioned that these are the 2 species and the maximum temperature. This is the window. And just one example, what northern eastern states, Gujarat, Karnataka, major, which are susceptible for this. We give this type of the information. Even for dengue also, like this is the temperature dengue virus, which is the minimum threshold, 11.9 has been demarcated for this, and which areas in the country they are more susceptible, so that authorities can take decision. And this is just these 2 virus, 2 species are there, and what are the minimum and maximum temperature threshold for them. This is probability 33 to 35, 55, 75, week 1, week 2. Which are the districts? Major districts of these states, and where are chances of this malaria or dengue? They are more. This is for another example. This is the March 29. So because it is weekly available, first slide I showed that this was only week starting with the 12th. So latest data available. This is another example for different districts. This is the weekly things. These are all available. And once we called, I mentioned that even on the website you will find warning also, where there are more chances, and different color coding is there, when probability is very less, and then more, and then yellow color, and once it is where probability is very high, of the order of more than 75%, this red color is there. And just couple of more slides, because for last 1 year, and even this VC is going on, we have to address, we have to adjust to this pandemic. And then when observations were made, because you are aware that IMD makes observations for all these parameters, PM10, 2.5, NO, NO2, CO, but you will definitely find that in 2020, values for all these parameters were less. Now it has been confirmed with the observation. Earlier was PM 2.5, PM10, then NO2 and NO same is there. If we go with the CO and ozone, the values in 2020 they are less than 29, but pattern is same. Then the peaks are same, and higher or low depending on the time of the day. And this is the last slide. Like you are aware that IMD gives forecast for say 3 days, and now we have started for the 10 days experimentally. We are using different models. This is the all available on website. SEALM model jointly developed by FMI, Finland, and IMD. And because now in Delhi full-fledged system, they have a CPCB, DPCC, and IMD and IITM, they are part of the whole system, and all these values, all these data, they are available with the all institutions. But what I'm showing of this slide is that even forecasted peaks are being forecasted well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Atre, and for a very precise presentation and maintaining well within the time slot.
Thank you.
So, after this wonderful presentation from Dr. Atre, we have the next speaker, Dr. Akash Srivastava. Dr. Srivastava is head of Center for Environmental and Occupational Health, Climate Change and Health, National Center for Disease Control, New Delhi. He has completed his master's in public health and PhD from University of Dublin. He has also served as joint director and chief medical officer in epidemiological National Center for Disease Control in India for 7 years from 2011 to 2018. His research skill areas are field epidemiological and disease surveillance, environmental health, and strategic planning. So may I request Dr. Srivastava to make his presentation, ensuring that the time of 8 to 10 minutes is maintained. Thank you. Please take over.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me. I'll try to now share my screen. Okay, I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. So, I'll be talking about what the government, especially the Ministry of Health, has been doing in context of climate change and also air pollution as a part of the context of climate change. In India, the climate change policies comes under the Prime Minister's Council of Climate Change. It usually used to have 8 missions, and those missions addressed specific areas related to climate change. In 2015, a new mission was proposed, that is the health mission, and the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare was suggested to be the nodal ministry to implement health mission on climate change, and we at NCDC were to support the ministry in implementation of this health mission. In the initial years, we developed a national action plan on climate change and human health, and which has been a revolving document and has been constantly been updated. We just recently updated the national action plan to involve subject-specific action plan, just an addendum to the national action plan. The health mission has been reviewed by the Executive Council of Climate Change in the year 2019 and very recently in February 2021, and has been accepted by the ECC as the document that is due to launch the health mission officially. In order to implement this mission vision, we have to look into how it's going to be funded. And you all must be aware that there is a national health mission under the Ministry of Health that provides a center-state sharing of funding to implement the national health programs. And so the mission steering group of the NHM approved the national program on climate change and human health as a new program in February 2019, so that the state level activities could be funded under this NHM. Since 2019 February, we've been working vastly across the country to ensure that there is an organizational structure that is set up across the state to address the issues which are related to climate change, inclusive of air pollution. We now in all 36 states have a state nodal officer who looks after the climate change program and related environmental issues. Almost 25 states also have environmental health cell. That means a group of officers who support the state nodal officer in implementation of state level activity. Each of these states also have a multi-sectoral task force so that expertise of people from different sectors could be undertaken by the Secretary of the Health in the state to guide their actions. And a very senior level governing body chaired by the health ministers of the state exists in about 18 states. In this time being, around 28 states have been able to prepare their first draft of the state action plan. But as said, it takes a time to get into a proper action plan. So we are always in the work of updating the documents. But at least the first draft for 28 states is now available. Also, 26 states have gone further and have appointed district level nodal officers under the program. And so there is a representation all at the district level in these 26 states to take care of the program and its requirements. Based on the WHO framework on how health adaptation plans on climate change needs to be developed, we under the program have identified 5 major key objectives. The first is generating awareness, which largely comprises of IEC campaigns, sensitization workshops, and issuing advisory for effective information dissemination on climate change, inclusive of air pollution issues. The next is the training of the health workers, the doctors, and also the supporting medical staff, issuing of guidelines and including workshops so that an effective capacity could be developed. In context of steering the research for climate change and climate sensitive diseases, for the Health Ministry, the Indian Council of Medical Research is the major research partner, so they steer the research. But of course, all other organizations come as a part of research network which work together with ICMR. The next one is strengthening the health sector preparedness, which includes development of health adaptation plans at the national level, at the state level, and subject-specific adaptation plans related to each of the climate-sensitive illnesses, which the state can adapt according to their requirement. It also includes undertaking vulnerability needs assessment and also enhancing surveillance of climate-sensitive illnesses. And of course, the last objective is synergizing interministerial efforts and working together with other national programs. Now, I'll just briefly take you through the activities that we have been so far been doing in each of them. The first is issuing seasonal advisories on air pollution, which we usually start early time in the winter. And there's some of the advisories that we usually been sharing with them, and our centers of excellence, including PGI, have been helpful in preparation of these advisories. Similarly, we have advisories on heat waves. We start in the month of February as per the seasonal outlook of the climate change of the IMD department. March is the time when we already start experiencing heat waves in many of the inland states of the country. We undertake IEC campaigns, whether it is on the social media or posters or audio videos. So these are some of the IECs that we prepared for air pollution. We develop them, put them up on the NCDC website for the state governments to copy them and to prepare them in their own regional languages. And these, along with audio and video IEC content, are available freely for all state governments on NCDC website for creating an IEC campaign in their own state. We at times organize national sensitization workshops wherein we invite all the state level officers to come and participate to understand the context of climate change. We participate in World Environment Day on the 5th of June every year, and whether this year we did it on an online basis, but previously we used to do it as a physical activity in NCDC, in all medical colleges, in all state offices. And this year we also had a Clean Air for Blue Skies campaign in the September 2020, when almost for a period of 1 week, all villages across the country participated in understanding basic issues of air pollution. In context of training, we have trained almost 9 to 10 states for training of trainers, and we've also organized training for the nodal officers of the hospitals who participate in the air pollution related surveillance. We've been developing training modules and handbooks which have been useful to provide community level awareness of the program, and handbooks that PGI has supported us in with a lot of graphics that helps easily to understand the role of each and every partner in the health sector to deliver on these issues. So these are some of the basics that I am sharing with you. One of the another agenda that we have is inclusion of climate change and related environmental topics in the teaching curricula. We have approached this all the 6 councils of which are involved in medical education, and then they have been promised us that they will be taking it up. Their working committees are right now working how to integrate this in the teaching curricula of their respective organizations. We organize review workshops with the state officers very frequently, whether online or uh, physical meetings. In context of research and development, as I said, ICMR has a specific research committee that works on climate and health related issues. We also support the Ministry of Environment for their environmental health profile study, which is ongoing in 20 cities of India. We've been organizing workshops to bring across all the scientists that work in context of Indian data, and whether national or international scientists, and trying to assimilate this work. We've developed a compendium of the work that we've received from over 30 institutions, which is now available on the NCTC website. The next area is strengthening of the health sector preparedness. We have almost 16 centers of excellence which have been identified for each and every climate sensitive illness that is relevant to climate change. And it's a very big network and very relatively difficult to work with all of them, but we've been trying our best to work, and we also invite other institutions interested in this area to work with us. So the next area is setting up surveillance. We are right now only working with surveillance related to air pollution and related to heat, but we look forward to putting in surveillance for other climate sensitive illnesses as well. As of now, we've been working in the city of Delhi for some time on putting in ARI, acute respiratory illness data, in emergencies of Delhi hospitals, and trying to correlate it with the AQI data. This is the analysis that was done for the year 2020, and you can see that as from towards the winter, when the AQI levels had worsened, so had the footfalls increased in the people coming to emergencies for ARI issues. And we're trying to expand it further to cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases to be captured. We have now more than 49 cities out of 122 cities listed by the National Clean Air Program, wherein 60 hospitals are reporting data. We have heat-related illnesses surveillance going on in 23 heat vulnerable states, and the analysis, for example, helps us giving an information. For example, in the year 2019, the data suggested that 41 temperature and above increases the number of deaths. IMD has been very considerate, and it shares heat alerts, which we have asked all the states to subscribe to. And for the next coming 5 days, they get detailed information about the heat wave alerts in their own areas. In context of vulnerability need assessment, we have so far only worked with one Puducherry, and we look forward, based on the input that we received, to expand to other states. Climate resilience and having green hospitals is one of the issues that is of major importance. We are still in the process of developing guidelines. But as of now, we've already been successful in inclusion of the principle of climate resilience and green in the Indian Public Health Standards, which is a standard used for development of secondary and primary level healthcare centers in rural India. And of course, that.
Dr. Srivastava, can you expedite, please?
Yes, okay. And the last is, of course, the collaborative partnership. I'm glad to explain that now we have an interministerial level committee where co-chaired by the Secretary Health and the Secretary Environment, which looks into issues of environment and health. And also we co-work with different national programs and collaborate with other organizations. So, for an example, one of the health adaptation plan was related to air pollution, wherein 3 institutions which have worked with us, PGI Chandigarh, Vallabh Patel Chest Institute, and All India Institute of Medical Science, who worked in different aspects related to outcomes of air pollution effect, have helped us to develop action plan on air pollution. And it's the same way we are trying to work in other subject areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Srivastava. And the next speaker is Mr. Sandeep Kumar. He is Scientist F and Director, Ministry of Environment and Forest. So he Society of Integrated. He is also a project director for Society of Integrated Coastal Management, SICOM, the Ministry of Environment and Forest. He is working on the policy-related matters pertaining to control and abatement of water, air, and noise pollution, and presently in charge of administrative and operational responsibility of SICOM, including blue flag certification of beaches under BEAMS program, preparatory work for World Bank, aided ENCORE Phase 1 project, and closing of ICZM project. So I'll request Dr. Sandeep to share his views on the policy side from the Ministry of Environment and Forest. Mr. Sandeep.
So good morning, sir, and good morning, Chair, and all the audience. I think I am audible now.
Yes, Sandeep.
Yes. Thank you, sir. First of all, I will thank the organizers to give us opportunity to place before this forum about the program on air pollution. Anything? I think some disturbances. Anyway, so before not taking much time, shall I share my slide?
Please, Sandeep.
Slide is visible, sir? Okay.
Yes,
now,
Sandeep.
Thank you, sir. This why we had to come out with a national clean air program is not to be much discussed, because we all have not a good experience as far as the air quality in urban areas are concerned. So going ahead with that, in 2018 it was planned that we should have a program which is more concentrated on how to go ahead with improvement in air quality in urban cities. As of today, we have almost 122 non-attainment cities. When we talk about non-attainment cities, it is a criteria freezed where any city which has recorded in continuation for 5 years non-compliance to the national standard, ambient air quality standard, consecutively for 5 years. We call them non-attainment city, and that is a thrust area we have identified to work on it. And majority of these are in Indo-Gangetic Plain and some Maharashtrian area, where the background quality is also of a concern in certain period of year, where meteorological condition and other factors come and play a major role. However, we are not targeting as of today the rural aspect, but the data are we are initiated some work on collecting rural data and other areas to cover it in coming times. But the primary focus of this project as of today is on urban sector. And the lead has been taken, like Delhi has been a talk of this issue for long, and good amount of studies and research has gone in Delhi. If we see Delhi which has a very acute problem in typical time, it also gives us lot of information which can be suitably adapted in other cities. So basis of NCAP has been derived from the various studies carried out in Delhi, and the same rationale has been approached with proper adaptation in other cities. I will be just talking about certain things. The study which we are, these numbers are basically coming from the various studies carried out in Delhi, and the causes has been taken on that person. But these are guiding factor. These are not the absolute number which has been taken for all cities, because like when we talk about stubble burning, this is a phenomena especially in Western UP and northern region. But in some parts it will be a forest fire. In some part there will be nothing like that, like UP and Jharkhand. They don't, Eastern UP, Bihar, Jharkhand, or per se in West Bengal, they don't have this practice of crop burning, to be on Odisha. But the cities, so in Jharkhand there are forest fire, which is more or less similar to this. So these things are properly adapted. Going forward, what are the main project constraint? Number one, the tenure we have taken as for this project is 5 years, from 2019 to 24. Initial 1920 has been a tough date as you picking up the institutional framework and their role, doing some baseline information collection, identifying the stakeholders. And then we had landed with the COVID, which completely derailed many of the project program in 2021. However, things have moved, and the progress may be hampered by COVID, because this needs a lot of field level interventions. But then those are there. Having said this, what are the targets? So the target of this program is to have something around 20 to 30% as national level, but it's not on annual average. What we are looking for is baseline, base year 2017. When we say this, because there will be a lot of development henceforth and the baseline has to be freezed. And again, the efforts which is being put up cannot be reflected truly in average numbers when we talk about annual average, because there are many meteorological factors and other factors which come into play. The maximum number which is there, if we target that, so that is the reason we are looking for a percentile reduction. When we say percentile reduction, that means the number which has 98% of observations, if that get reduced, the air quality is reducing statistically also. And then we have also put up a bit ambitious target that based on air quality index, which has certain amount of health impact factor also in that. We are targeting to improve on that number, what is being classified under AQI, that we should have at least 25% increase in good days as per AQI. Having said that, the objective is to have it on sustainable basis, not for this 5 years. So to have on sustainable basis, the essential is that institutionalization system is in place, which works of its own, and the output and outcomes from those institutions and their working procedures are such that it is on sustainable basis. So going by the baseline infrastructural status of many of the cities, we have been as a nation very much particular on waterfront right from beginning. But air, everyone knows about the air issue. We all talk about on that aspect, but what are the contribution, the sensitivity, the agileness, what we need to look at it, that has been lacking. Even the urban local bodies, they have sanitation division, they have water division and wastewater treatment facility for years together in their constitutional provision mandate. But unfortunately, air has not been finding its place in any of the institutional framework. except the Pollution Control Board and the industrial sector, somewhere in transport after the PUC concept came in 20 years back. So the first thing is to have a institutional framework which start recognizing the air pollution as one of the factor at all levels, starting from ULB to the policy level, national and state level. The cross effect of various activity which contributes to air pollution has to be synergized, and the objectives has to be defined, the action plans has to be prepared. Most importantly, we need to have robust and reliable air quality monitoring network, which we do not have as per the guideline of CPCB. So those things has to be put in. And the most important part is the public awareness and capacity building. The expertise in air pollution is very limited, and it is still available at the level of policy and advisory, to some extent up to the Pollution Control Board. When it comes to the execution level, we are really in shortage of that, and people are informed, but the knowledge is not there. So information-based decisions are not that good as it has to come from expert and knowledge. So that is also in our mandate, and we are working on that front also. The approach is not to have a carrot enforcement only, because it has to be inclusive and participatory in nature. And we have to bring in all the stakeholders after duly identifying that, suppose a particular department, road department does a work, and if they are taking care in the process that to mitigate the air pollution at source or control it through technological interventions, like going for what we say RMC, instead of having a small hot mix unit in the city, these things are to be identified and conveyed to the concern that these activities are having a problem on air pollution, and this you are working for development, but you need to look into these aspects. So multi-sectoral and collaborative approach is the key to this, where their schemes are also being roped into for the objective of air pollution. Integration of policies and programs of state, and because many programs have there and small tweaking in their program, putting certain interventions from our side in their program will meet many of our objectives. And then the smart city frameworks are there also we are looking into how to get into this. Now when we talk about, these are the basic three pillars, what we say: knowledge base and institutional strengthening and mitigative solutions. The first two are more important to have. Where institutional is required to have it on sustainable basis. Mitigative measures are control measures which may vary from year to year, case to case, site to site, city to city. Knowledge has to be always updated. So this is number one. And for that, we have been taking a lot of effort, and we will talk about that also. So when we talk about knowledge base, we need to have air pollution source inventory, what are the pathway, and these are the simple scientific evidence-based decision-making tools which we talk about, and this has to come from knowledge base, which will lead to a policy framing and action plan preparation, how to prioritize our action plan, enforcement and implementation. Then we need to have monitoring and evaluation, where we are. Do we need a mid-course correction? Do we need to have some policy intervention intermittently? These things will be taken care through institution which will have backing of legal from Air Act and EPA Act. And there are many partners which will have to come in from this sector, and mitigating measures broadly, when we say it is industry, agriculture. Agriculture is limited to stubble burning as of today. Transport and mobility is major concern, including the infrastructural like hotspot, you have traffic jams, traffic management, those things will come as a tool. Urban planning and waste management, especially CND and biomedical, CND and municipal solid waste part.
Sandeep, can you expedite, please?
Sir, these are the actions we have taken up. We can go away. Just to have more details, it will be good for all to visit CPCB site where all these 122 city action plans are there. That will give you more detail what exactly are there. But broadly, these are the things which we have taken into this. When we, to the extent that we are thinking of having an air information center to provide knowledge-based input to public in general to have mass scale sensitization. Health impact study we will be doing, air quality strengthening is there. We are, one major part is to have knowledge base. We are looking for network with technical institute, and there that I will be focusing more focus on. It will be like we have institutionalized national knowledge network where all the expert or big institute who are doing a lot of work, we have put them together, and they will be advisory board to the central implementing and monitoring agency like CPCB, and they will be guiding them for various knowledge-based inputs, and based on that, a decision and prioritization will be taken. This will flow like to the extent that at implementation level, a good institutes, which we call Institute of Repute, they will be tying up with these ULBs to take up the matter, help them out in various aspects like field study, data analysis, monitoring work, and all those. And that way, the experience and expertise will be developed at the local level, as well as the experience will flow to the policy maker as well. If we look into this, this will be the framework on which it will be working. ULB, IOR, and State Pollution Control Board, these three will be there. And if you see, the flow of knowledge will be this way, which will go to the NKN, and then they will come to CPCB for policy and everything. And what we are intending that all IORs will be having agreement, sort of a binding, what will be their mandate and how they will be working on it. So these are some of the issues which will be tackled by SPCB, ULB, and IOR's institutional interventions. And the best part will be that these institutes will be coming out with market-ready students who can start working very well, easily and at the earliest, understanding the process. These are some of the things which we would like to pursue to have that. With this, these are the locations which is all available on website. So the cities, and to have a thrust from the top for policy and other interventions, we have constituted various 6 committees, 3 at central level and 3 at state level, and these will be helpful in deriving policy, providing resources, planning and action plan prepared for its implementation and monitoring. Appropriate level officers have been assigned and mandated with the responsibility. Those are being monitored, and we are hopeful that we will be able to achieve something. These are the what these committees are doing. As far as work done so far, many of the institutional frameworks are in place. They are working, and we are hopeful that the strengthening of network will be also completed by this year end. And then performance-based incentivization is one of the tool of this. Even urban local bodies, which they get grants, certain portions are being given to them based on their performance on these guidelines, what we have prepared, and they are being assessed. And based on that, they will get grant. So this will be a tool which will be used to have this mission, or we say program, a thrust at the level.
Can you conclude?
This, I thank you all for giving this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sandeep, for highlighting the initiatives taken by the ministry in improving the air quality in the urban areas. So next, our next distinguished speaker is Dr. S.M. Shiva Nagendra. Dr. Nagendra is working as a professor of the in the Department of Civil Engineering, IIT Madras, Chennai. His experience lies in the areas of urban hotspot air quality monitoring, modeling and control, sensors for air quality monitoring, pollution monitoring, personal exposure and health impacts, real-world exhaust emission monitoring and modeling, ambient and source emission control technologies, indoor air quality monitoring, modeling and control, emission inventory and source apportionment studies, machine learning techniques for air quality classification and prediction. He has been involved in a number of research activities which were published in both national and international journals with high impact factors. So today he will be making a presentation on the indoor air pollution quality challenges in India and its management. So Dr. Nagendra, please.
Dr. Komatra, good morning. Thank you very much for the
Thank
nice introduction. I'm going to share my slide. The slides visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thanks, Ravindra, for this opportunity. I'm going to be very brief, going to talk about the indoor air pollution challenges in India and its management. It's one of the area which requires much attention in the country. So I just try to focus more on, there are two aspects we look at it, the indoor air pollution problems in rural areas and urban areas. And all of us know that indoor air pollution refers to be exposed to any of the toxic pollutants which results in health risk or maybe in affecting our routine activities. If you try to look at it, there are more than 900 chemicals that are being released in the indoor environment. On a day-to-day basis, you will see that several of the indoor air pollutants are coming from this chemical being used in the households. Now, try to look at it in the rural areas. So basically, the indoor air pollution will be dominated by biomass burning, which contributed by particulates, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, or black carbon, or sometimes polyaromatic hydrocarbons. In urban areas, it is mostly with the particles. Bioaerosols is another issue, and that's why maybe you're noticing that in the recent pandemic also, there are many cases in the urban areas when compared to the rural areas. Of course, the population density is another aspect. Then there will be a lot of VOCs coming from the infrastructure which we are using in terms of materials that contributes. So I can also say these days, you know that generally if you try to look at, we always say that 80 to 90% we will spend indoor, at least 10% we will be there outdoor. But in the current pandemic, I'm sure that more than 95 to 98% we will be in indoor, and only 2% or 3% we will be in the outdoor. Hence, the indoor air pollution exposure and related health risk is important. So we started looking into, because more focus is towards addressing the problem. It is just, many studies, we try to look at it only characterization. It's good for scientific understanding, but what solutions we have provided, how do we address these issues? So we did a detailed investigations in one of the rural areas and try to understand different types of kitchens. You may be surprising to notice that in indoor environment, in rural area, you will find different types of kitchens. Indoor kitchen with partition, indoor kitchen without partition, separate enclosed kitchen outside the house, or open kitchen. There are different kitchens you will come across in the indoor environment in the rural areas. So if you try to look at generally the most of the time, you will notice that PM10 concentrations are much higher when compared to PM1 and PM2.5. And of course, you will noticing that indoor kitchen with partition is showing a much higher concentrations when compared to the other types of building. So now this is the study which also helped us to look into what is the control technology we should provide them. So although there are some of the technologies which I'm going to discuss it, and now there is currently a PhD student working on what interventions, what control technologies may be affordable, and try to get a feedback, because they are the user, why the still indoor air pollution is not being completely solved in the rural areas. That's an aspect we are looking into that. Then another aspect, we try to look at it as the previous speaker presented, the outdoor air pollution. Outdoor air pollution also contributes significantly to the indoor environment. In one of our earlier studies, we tried to look at it, which is funded by Ministry of Environment Forest at that time. Now it is climate change. So there we try to look at more with how outdoor air pollution influencing to the indoor environment, and particularly if it is know that the schools generally will be located in the well-connected traffic, well-connected area. So because of the school's presence, the road become busy traffic, or maybe because of the traffic, there may be a possibility that schools can also be located in those places to make easy accessibility. Now we try to look at it, if there are a good number of vehicles being used in that particular area, then what could be the outdoor pollution influence on the indoor? And if you try to look at it, we looked into the analysis of different types of sources in the indoor and outdoor in our Chennai city. And we noticed that, in the outdoor, obviously diesel exhaust is 33%, but indoor it also contributing to 24%. But of course, in the indoor environment, soil dust is significantly higher when compared to the outdoor, and sea aerosol, secondary ammonia, all those aspects are also influencing significantly in the indoor environment. Now, one of the solution they looked into that when we are interacting with that, principal asked, what is the solution? Is there any way we can address this particular problem? Then we try to look at it more of a simulation. Then we applied several safety models, several scenarios, and we showed that even the closing of a window which is close to the roadside will reduce us about 14 to 21% of the air pollution which is getting penetrated into the indoor environment. So then the other aspect these days, the traffic metro systems are becoming an important aspect in terms of connectivity, and of course they are also solving the lot of air pollution problems. So we try to look at it. One of the issue with in the context of indoor environment, this is a high density stations where populations will be using this kind of an facility for a shorter duration of time. So we try to look at it and understanding. Okay, there are metro stations, underground metro station, above ground metro stations, and then we try to look at it how the air quality will be influencing in this different types of stations when they are moving from one location to the other location, and then we try to come out with a control technology that may be beneficial. So if you try to look at it, some of the metro stations, if it is an underground stations, the concentrations are much higher when compared to the above ground stations. Maybe because of the the quality of air exchange rate or ventilation that we are providing may be influencing the indoor air quality in that particular area. Now, we try to look at it, are there any solutions? So we try to look, one of the aspect is to come out with some control technology, which will be very well useful to both ambient and indoor environment. So we started looking into why don't we use, because activated charcoal is something which are activated carbon very well used in absorbing some of the volatile organic compounds, and can also be provided with additional treatment technologies which can even addresses some of the bioaerosols and also particulate, which are emitting in the indoor environment. So we made an effort in this direction, activated carbon coated with TiO2 and also providing some UV light. So it has been very effective in addressing both the VOCs that are emitting in the indoor environment and also addressing the pathogens that are created. So we have come out with an nice product, what we call it as an indoor air purifier, and it has been very well accepted. And this is an area which we started working on almost more than 6 years, and showing some results now in the current pandemic. We started getting some use of this applications in hospitals, in fuel station, and in industrial area, of course, in a residential areas. And another aspect we are trying to look at it, can we use this as an retrofitting to the air conditioning coaches? So we are trying to work on focusing on how this technology can be fitted into the existing air conditioning system of an railway. railways or AC coaches, so that the air that is delivering to the AC coaches can be much more cleaner. The other aspect is now these days, you know that in the many of the commercialized or centralized buildings, they have a centralized air conditioning system. So now, can we use this technology to retrofit to the existing air conditioning system, so that then again some of the outdoor air pollution can be purified and the air exchange that is happening also can be improved with these facilities. So these are all some of the things which we are working on in terms of retrofitting or providing technology in addressing the indoor air pollution. Now, coming to the current, government has done plenty of initiatives in addressing the rural, air pollution. For example, Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana is providing an LPG, and I have showed you in the earlier slide, wherever the kitchens you're using, LPG will be showing that exposing to the air pollutant concentrations are much less when compared to the biomass. In that directions, the government initiatives are well appreciated, because it is saved several lives in exposing to the harmful pollutants. Then there are schemes like Unnat Chula Habya, and this is another aspect we are trying to look at it. If there are improved cook stoves are all provided under various schemes, why still people are not accepting that? Is there any, what is the stakeholder acceptance level in any of these new technologies? So in the current project, we are trying to look at it, how the stakeholder engaging the local people and see that why they are not accepting or adapting some of the control technologies that are available. What could be the reason or influencing factor in not completely taking this technology in exposing to the indoor air pollution. So these are all some of the things, and currently we are working on that. We are identified several villages, and we are testing our technology and understanding their feedback, and coming out with a solution that may be beneficial in terms of policy implementation. Now, as I told you, this is another research. Currently, we are trying to look at it. There are several ambient air purifiers or indoor air purifiers that are coming across. In several of them are working on that. One of the things we are trying to look at it, how we can use this, our previous PhD results in applying this to the one of the air handling units, so that the centralized buildings will be much more, air controlled, air quality controlled. So this is another aspect which we are trying to work. Maybe particularly we are trying to focus on where the population density is much higher, like in bus station, railway stations, or maybe commercial complexes. So where centralized air conditioning is there. So these are some of the things which we will look at. We were trying to address both particulates, gaseous, and bioaerosols that are contributed or presenting in the indoor air. So these are all some way ahead. I'm just taking about there is a still need. The way we were trying to look at it, probably it is a time for us to bring more awareness about the health risk. For example, in the earlier, I was just looking at people are aware about what quality of water they have to drink. They are very clear. But do we have as such an awareness in the indoor air quality or an ambient air quality? So awareness is something which is very important. Probably we need so the current sensors and other aspects which is coming up. Probably that may help us to low-hanging fruits to catch up and make sure that more and awareness campaigns can be influenced, and public will be aware of the kind of pollutants that are generated in different activities. Then we need to look for designing and financing cutting-edge innovations. So this is something lacking in the. So I don't know that there are many times the local technologies which may be beneficial, implementable, should be encouraged. So this is something which we have to look at it, encourage the technology at local areas. So this is something which is similar to what government is saying, Atmanirbhar Bharat. So we should make focus towards getting the locally available technology, and maybe that technology may be useful for somewhere else, maybe in all the not all the places. Then building awareness among public about indoor air pollution. Then it is also an important that the business is not only happens in urban areas. We should also take business also should be in the rural areas. We should also bring that, okay, they are also contributing to the economics of the country, because you know that earlier agriculture is one of the strong backbone of the country, and probably we should try to look at it. There are some other avenues where in terms of health and other aspects, happiness. So these are some of the aspects can also be bringing business to the in the rural areas. So government policy, investing solutions, so also should be looked into that. And of course, we need to look forward development of indoor air quality standards, and that is something which is very, very important at this point of time. And probably we should, come out very quick soon on that. And I'm just thanking all the, including the chair and the participants for listening to this talk. And we are going to have a conference on indoor and air quality management. We call it as an Indian International Conference on Air Quality Management. We started about 6 years back, and every year we are conducting in different places. This time we are planning to have it in Guwahati. Hope it will be, in-person conference. And the last, I just noticing that in the rural area, the indoor air pollution affects women, but I'm thinking maybe in the urban areas, it may be more prone to men, because women's maybe they will get a cleaner fuel, and probably they will get walking in a cleaner environment, and probably we are the one who will men, maybe I'm just thinking about maybe dominating in terms of using the traffic and other places. As a result, we may be exposing higher concentrations, or people who are in the urban areas, men may be affected with air pollution when compared to the women in rural areas. With this thought, I'll thank you all. Thank you, Professor Dr. Kamotraji, for giving this opportunity. Thanks, Ravindra Kewal.
Thank you, Professor Nagendra. So we have the last speaker now, Dr. Ravindra Kewal. He is currently working as additional professor of environmental health at Department of Community Medicine and School of Public Health, PGIMR, Chandigarh, after working around 5 years as scientist at the University of Hertfordshire, United Kingdom. He has been awarded US Department of State International Visitors Leadership Fellowship in 2018. Recently, he has been listed among the top 1% environmental scientists from India, having Indian rank as 7th and international ranking as 176 by Stanford University. He has written and edited 6 books in the field of environmental sciences and has authorized more than 150 articles, including original research papers, reviews, and books chapters. Some of his articles are listed as highly cited by IS Web of Science. His articles are cited around 10,000 times, and he has a Hirsch factor of 40 based on Scopus and other sources. Has received many awards and scholarships in the field of environmental health, and was the finalist of Elsewhere National Academy of Sciences India Scopus 2014 Youth Scientist Award. His research interests include health risks, chemical characteristics, composition of pollutants, source apportionment, and mitigation policies for persistent and emerging pollutants, including global climate change and environmental impact assessment. So I'll request Dr. Kewal to make a presentation on COVID-19 lockdown, learning for better air quality and human health. Dr. Ravindra, please.
Thank you for the introduction and good morning to all. We belong to the country where nature conservation is ethically interested in people's mind. But recently, due to increased anthropogenic activity, we are seeing significant air pollution. Indeed, a recent report also highlights that most of the polluted cities over the globe fall in India, and this raises concern over public health. The recent WHO or GBD report, including Lancet Commission on Environment and Health, also link air pollution to 7 million premature deaths. Means we can prevent this death. COVID-19 pandemic is one of the biggest public health emergencies that also have broad focus on environmental protection. The threat of COVID-19 forced various governments to take unparalleled decisions such as lockdown, which resulted in restricted movement of vehicle, closure of industry and other activity. And this improved the air quality for a short while. Like we can see in these images, we can see the Dholadhar mountain ranges from Jalandhar, whereas the Bandarpooch and Gangotri ranges were visible from Saharanpur area, which is around 200 to 230 kilometers far away. This provided us an opportunity to examine air pollution, its sources, and mechanism of reduction to build evidence future policy and planning for National Clean Air Mission or National Mission for Clean Air. If we look at, we will cover whole India, but there will be depending on some will be based on the ground based. So like you can say 5 mega cities, or the satellite observation will be based over the India. So now if you look at this study, which is recently published in Environmental Science and Pollution Research, we saw that there is a significant reduction over 5 mega cities in India. But the location of the air pollution reduction matter, means it depends where the city is geographically placed. Further, the meteorological parameter and atmospheric chemistry also played a major role. If we look at another study, which also highlight that while NO2 pollution reduced by 30 to 70%, the PM concentration reduced by 40 to 60%. And similarly, there was reduction in carbon monoxide. But over the India, we noticed a mixed changes for ozone and sulfur dioxide. If we look at the satellite data for columnar depth of NO2 concentration using the ozone monitoring instrument, this shows that biomass burning, where the biomass burning was prevailing, the emissions were relatively high. The further sources in this image you can see were basically the various hotspot of thermal emission. We have also published a recent paper in which we are showing this whenever there was some anthropogenic activities, like here, either it is firecrackers or it is crop residue burning, they also contributed to the air pollution. Now you can see that in a recent article that reduction in air pollution in terms of NO2 was directly proportionate to the urban size and population density. And this also noticed that these emissions were also linked with the forest fire or agriculture burning where it was prevailing.
Oh.
Hence, we can see there are clear evidence that
when you called, I was giving a talk in a conference, so I could
this
not
also
pick up your
forced
call.
us
Go ahead.
to rethink how air quality, climate are linked with the spread of infectious disease such as COVID-19. This means that we need to rethink how does airborne transmission of SARS-CoV-2 virus take place, what factor control this, what we have learned from this pandemic, and are we prepared for the next pandemic so that we can manage better. Here you can see that we need to exploit the existing knowledge for evidence-based policies, improve in air quality modeling because we have seen this significant impact, and for developing risk reduction strategy. Further, the lockdown also had impact on physical, social, and behavioral aspect. And like if we look at, we cannot do carpooling now. And how to address this poses a new challenge for air pollution reduction so that we ensure sustainability for public, through public participation and for the better health. COVID-19 also emphasized on indoor air quality, and we need to have proper ventilation in future buildings or future, you can say, societies we are building so that we restrict the spread of such emerging disease, as WHO says that there might be another pandemic in near future. PGMER, along with Punjab University, also working on several IC material, as you can see, means how air pollution, COVID-19 are linked and what could be the mitigation strategies. So this is to create awareness and make the public participate and make the public participation important for awareness to action. These are another material. So what I would like to conclude from here, that air quality improved during COVID-19 lockdown, how our meteorology also played role. We need to examine the new baseline pollutant to plan future air pollution reduction strategy. We need to explore how these changes in public perception could be trapped for future better air quality, so that we engage them for the positive action. We need to address these behavioral changes like use of mask or carpooling. We need to think about these new normal and technology, how they can also be a helpful tool for air pollution reduction and to ensure sustainability for better health. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ravindra, and maintaining the time schedule. I'm really thankful to you. So considering the shortage of time, I'll have an apology from the esteemed delegate that we will not be able to have a question answer session, and they may write to the organizers. Do you have time, Ravindra, for the question answer, or we just?
Yes, sir. We can take few questions and okay, we will bind up in 5 minutes, sir.
Okay. So any question we take from the chat box, or we take from anybody can raise his hand?
Yeah. So sir, you may initiate till we see that somehow the chat box is clear.
Yeah, there's no question.
No, sir, it went.
Chat box is clear.
Yes, sir. So we may initiate basically how to build this collaboration from indoor to outdoor to health to meteorology, because this required a strong, I can say, brotherhood, so that we address the air pollution in a better and comprehensive way. So how each panelist feel could be a quick one-line comment.
Yeah. Dr. Atri, please start. We start with you. Dr. Atri is there.
Sir, he went for a meeting with a minister.
Okay. So then request Dr. Srivastava, if he's there. Yes.
Yes. Can I once again come along with what the question was?
Yes, sir. We also received some question in the chat box.
Mm-hmm.
They are copy pasting now. Okay. With the permission of the chair.
But we can have an answer to that question, what you raised, the interaction between both.
So, what once again, Dr. Ravindra Khaiwal, what was your question? Can you just repeat that question for me, please? Could you please repeat your question?
Sir, how to strengthen the collaboration from meteorology to health, and then within the air pollution scientist working on outdoor, ambient, and then behavior scientist,
yeah,
so that we make a comprehensive policy for air pollution reduction, not only for awareness, but to action.
Yes, I totally agree. It's an important for today to have this network, and this network that should involve both the academia as well as the organization that work in the delivery of control of air pollution, as well as the impact that it has on the health. And some of the initiatives that I was mentioning today, as far as the Ministry of Health is concerned, we have under the program provided opportunities by developing experts group, wherein all academia people are the members who work on a particular subject of air pollution, and they come and they provide us their thinking of what needs to be done. And well, I am not the representative of ICMR, but I think there is an open platform for ICMR's climate change research group to work on issues related to air pollution and also other climate change issues. So that is also an opportunity where ICMR invites proposals and academia has the opportunity to submit their proposals or on the subject that are of relevance to the Ministry of Environment and Ministry of Health in context of policy decision. So that's what I like to say in short.
Sandeep, can you add a quick to that?
संदीप है सर वो भी नहीं है. I think we can take a quick point from
Dr.
Professor
Nagendra.
Nagendra.
Professor Nagendra. Yeah.
Thank you. I think collaboration is important. If you try to look at it in various aspects, collaborations are important. Even from the knowledge sharing to coming out with innovative ideas. So I completely agree with that one. But somewhere it is a kind of a top-down approach, because collaboration will flourish only if there is a proper funding. So it means that I feel that it has to be come through from that top-down approach. Of course, what you are seeing in the conference is a bottom-up approach. We have a lot of people we have involved. But I completely agree that I think people in the top should look at it. Okay, this collaboration will be beneficial for the country in terms of research and also in terms of policy development.
Thank you, Professor Nagendra.
Sir, so now I request you to please sum up as a concluding remark, and then we will say vote of thanks.
Yeah. So I just have one question is there only. Basically, if you see, what are the views about the recent resolution? So the commission was formed, as I remember, the commission was formed through an ordinance, and as it could not be approved or taken up in the parliament, so during the fixed time schedule, so it has to be dissolved. So now maybe it's come again is up after approval. So that can be approached. So we had 5 presentations, and talking about each and every one will be very difficult. But if you look at it, that this COVID has brought us an unprecedented challenge. First, as a pandemic, but it has shown that yes, what air quality can be achieved. But it has shown many things that yes, the need to relook into many such things like the modeling, the relook to the source apportionment studies, the emission studies, and all these need to be relooked, because the levels that have been indicated and the policies that have been there, it shows that yes, some things can be possible to be achieved, some things cannot be achieved. And when nothing was running and the air quality indicated yes, that this is the baseline, which we could never have thought of. So now we should relook and revisit at least the basic fundamentals of modeling, source apportionment study, so that the policies that we frame are realistic and can be implementable. But at the same time, the approach to monitoring is very vital, as was mentioned, that unless the monitoring is done, we don't have the data to say that anything what is there. But monitoring at what level, what precision and accuracy, what Professor Nagendra mentioned about the other modes of measuring also. Yeah, the reliability of data is a very important, but we should have, at least in case we are not able to achieve a very, very high level of precision, at least acceptable level of precision should be there, which should be well defined, that for which activity, what type of precision and we will be accepted. The interaction between various groups is very important, as was mentioned by all the speakers when we talked about the health impact, when we talked about the indoor air quality. So it shows that yes, unless all the groups work together, and the things will not move, because we have seen many of such reports coming, what Ravindra also mentioned, the Lancet report, the overburden of disease report. And if you see the baseline data in all these reports needs to be relooked, because we need to work on the data which is realistic for our country. We cannot have emission factors or factors of health related for outside country, which give a good relation, but they are not realistic when we talk about our country, in absence of the adequate data which is there. So the need of the hour is to have a sectoral committee groups working on the same principle, same approach, and having a good framework and criteria laid down for each and every study so that a comparison can be done. Presently, everybody is doing study, but a comparative study cannot be done because of the different criteria being followed or different methodologies being adopted. So it was a good initiative taken by the organizers, and I thank on behalf of my personal behalf as well as on Dr. Tripathi's behalf, who is not there presently, for this wonderful dialogue which we had today in this session. And we hope that the knowledge gained from it will be carried in improving the NCAP. When we talk about NCAP now, all these can be brought into NCAP to achieve the goal of 25 to 30% reduction, which we are thinking of. So I wish the organization a very, very successful deliberation, a further program. Thank you very much. Thanks for the invitation. Thanks.
So on behalf of PGIMER Chandigarh and Indian Association of Preventive and Social Medicine, I would like to thank our chair, Sri J.S. Kamyotra ji and Professor Tripathi. We are humbly touched by the lecture of the Sri S.D. Atri, Additional Director General, IMD, New Delhi, Dr. Akash Srivastava, who is Head of Center for Environment and Occupational Health, Climate Change and Health, National Center for Disease Control. We are indeed were very much enlightened by Dr. Sandeep Kumar about the National Clean Air Program, and then Professor Siva Nagendra about the indoor air pollution and the challenges which we could also include in National Clean Air Mission. And with this, actually, I thank you all for joining us and request you to please stay with us for the next session, which is about behavior change communication and how we can come from basically awareness to action to reduce air pollution and address the existing issues in the country for a clean and green environment as we saw during the lockdown. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ravindra. Thanks
Thank
all
you,
the
Ravindra. Thank you.
all
Bye-bye.
panelists and all the esteemed delegates. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
And without much delay, now we go to our next session, which is about behavior change communication to combat environmental pollution. We had a few chair into this, but as you know that on the last minute, always there is something happen. So our chair will be Dr. Suman Moore from Punjab University. She is the chairman of Department of Environment Studies. After completing her PhD from IIT Delhi, she's worked for a while in Sirsa and then moved to Punjab University. She has vast experience in the field of environmental science, especially air, water and waste management, including the public health issues. She has a H index of 29 and having around almost 4,000 citation to her record. She's reviewed to many prestigious journals, and she's the nodal faculty for climate, this under National Clean Air Program, under Ministry of Environment and Forest. And she's the member of committee for Chandigarh for granting environmental clearance, and she won various awards. So over to you, Dr. Suman Moore. And I will request
Thank you, Professor
introduce our next Dr. Moore, could you please introduce next chair?
So, Professor Khewal, you are going to introduce rest of the chair also, I think.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Moore. So we have with us Sri T. Notial, IFS, and he is serving DIG Forest at Central Regional Office, Dehradun, and he was the member secretary of Chandigarh Pollution Control Committee. He was appointed as Junior Director, National Zoological Park in 2012 in New Delhi, and under, we can say, Central Staffing Scheme of Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change. He has also served as Deputy Secretary under the Ministry of Rural Development. And he's the one person actually who motivated us to various activities in Chandigarh. Either it is, I can say, these promotional activity in relation to air pollution and reaching out to the community so that they feel engaged and they come forward for a solution to minimize their environmental negative environmental impact. With this, I thank both the chair and for joining us and request them to initiate the session.
So, Namaskar.
Dr. Moore, kindly continue. Yeah.
So, sir, Nutiyal sir?
Yeah, please, Dr. Moore, may kindly continue. I'm in a position to listen, but perhaps may not be able to contribute otherwise.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much,
Right.
sir.
Right.
Okay.
But I'm all available and I'm listening.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So thank you very much, Professor Kewal and the team. Now we will begin with the session, and first speaker with us is Dr. Jugal Kishore. Dr. Jugal Kishore is Director, Professor and Head Department of Community Medicine, Vardhaman Mahavir Medical College and Safdarjung Hospital. He has received a Lifetime Achievement Award for outstanding contribution and excellent services in the field of holistic health. And besides, he has also a recipient of various prestigious awards in his name. Among them are the Best Faculty in Community Medicine, Goran Samman Golden Jubilee Commemorate Award Lecture by National Academy of Medical Science, and Sanvardhan Samman Chikitsa Ratan. Besides, he also served as a editor-in-chief for International Journal of Preventive, Curative and Community Medicine and managing editor of Epidemiology International. With this, I invite you, sir, for your lecture.
Thank you very much, Dr. Suman. Thank you for introducing me. And I can see many of my friends over there. It's nice experience. Yeah. I'll just thank you, Ravindra. The topic is given to me is very general, but very specific and very pertinent and important. The reason is that we talk a lot of things regarding the change of the behavior. The people should do this and that. But ultimately, when we look at the place, then we found people are not doing. For example, we have now the vaccine, and even the doctors are not coming forward to get it. So you can imagine that how much and how difficult it is to change the people to accept certain things which are beneficial for them. So we'll discuss some of the things like, first of all, what is communication, this behavior change communication. Rather, nowadays we say it's a social and behavior change communication rather than the BCC. And the purpose of this is to promote change in knowledge, attitude, norms, belief, and behavior. And that includes many things. If we say IEC, which include only just, the information, education, communication, but here, beside all is, there is an emphasis on attitude. You have to look into the norms, whether, that should change, and the belief system also. It required coordination of masses, various activities across the various channels which are used. You can see that how many channels are available, which should reach at the multiple level of the society. You can see that it is not at the village level, but also, maybe at the community, bigger level, and then national and international level. So then only we can have very coordinated masses, which can have the impact on the people to change. So that is why this is much stronger, terms. The behavior is actually affected by, or say the social and behavior is affected by so many things. So when you're designing a BCC or say SBCC, then one has to look into all these things. Then I think it becomes easy for and also designing things for individual, family, community, and structure level, that is the societal level. And if we talk about individual, then the personal knowledge, that is why, the previous knowledge level is very, very important when we design the BCC program. Similarly, whether it is only the knowledge or we require some skills, or whether the person is feeling that's going to be beneficial, it is going to add the value, it is going to be a self-efficacy, like you feel that you are going to be more useful to self and to other, and some of the norms maybe I think sometimes required to change, and then whether the person is feeling the risk is there or not there. For example, in case of COVID, you can think that many of the people think that we don't have that much risk, why we should go for vaccination. And the emotions also involved, emotionally, like I also go with the emotion that I belongs to public health. Why not I should be the first one to receive the vaccine, because I'm motivating people for a longer period. And maybe I think for all my life in the profession, we were trying to improve the vaccination, and we cannot go against vaccination. So we emotionally we are attached with the program. Similarly, at the community level, the peer influence and pressure is very, very crucial. Spousal, even not even spousal, but also the family member, like the mother-in-law and a father-in-law. These all are very important, people who are in the network which influence your behavior. And in the community, we have the local leaders. We have certain information in the community which affects, and the social capital, is very, very important, that what kind of capital we have in the community which help us to change the behavior. If it is not there, then I think there's no point. And then at the national level, like, some of the politician has come forward for accepting the vaccine. So it becomes the leadership in that area. And also the religious group, which are appear to be against, or say, some kind of myths are there. So sometimes the religious leader can come forward. And then media people, all are. So you can see that there are so many barriers, and these barriers to be strengthened, or maybe not strengthened, strengthened, so you can influence the behavior. Now come to that, whenever we are designing, then it should be research based, clients centered, benefits oriented, service linked, and professionally developed. Then it has the meaning. So that is what is required when you are planning a program. There are so many models. I think for our public health people, some models are required to be understood. I'll take just two examples, although the health belief model and locus of control and health action model are very well known to many of the people. But this model, you can see that which is given that we have the pre-contemplation, contemplation, preparedness actions, and then we have the relapse and maintenance phases. So there are many phases in human psychology, or say the behavior before the person become different or change. Similarly, the second model is also saying that first of all you should have awareness, then that generate the interest, and then in interest the person evaluate the things right and wrong and beneficial and all things, and the person go for the trial. After he's successful, then he accept and adopt. So these are all very important model. And so one should not think that straightforward something will change. So with this information, let's come to the occupational setting. We have three types of or three sectors: primary, secondary, and tertiary sectors. The primary is the one where we are getting from the nature, agriculture, fishing, all these things. Secondary is which are manufacturing on the basis of the primary, and the tertiary is the service which are providing to primary and secondary. And in India we have majority is the primary, 64%, secondary is 13%, and tertiary is 20%. So that is the division of the workforce in India. And we'll have a different setting in occupation. What is more important, that we have the occupational disease and injury leading to so much, loss, cost and loss of the life, and also the, money loss in the management. So this is a figure of the US, but similar kind of figures are not available in India. But what is required is that there is a medical cost, there is a loss of the ways, and then, loss of home production. And the out-of-pocket expenditure, of healthcare to the worker is also shown that some countries are spending huge amount and other are spending from their own pocket. So that is, also indicating that a lot of money goes in our, management of the problem which are there at the workplace setting. And these are different, industries, or say the sectors, which are showing that agriculture, fishery has the maximum fatality per 1 lakh employee. Second is the mining. And otherwise we have construction, transportation. These are all having high number of the fatality. So why I'm showing that, actually occupational setting required a lot of improvement and a lot of behavior change, because the injuries are there, the fatalities are there, and all can be. So if we'll go to different kinds of setting, just to show you that what kind of behavior change and structure is required to, change the behavior. Because the BCC itself is not going to, it has a, the component of the enabling environment. So if we are not creating the enabling environment, the behavior will not change. So you can see that one of the, this kind of picture is showing that what risks are there and what workplace setting is there, what kind of changes are required even in behavior. This is another setting where our mining people are there. We have this one. And if you look at the women problem, then totally, we have totally different kinds of exposure, and a lot of behavior change are required, like the masking. If they're working, then their lungs are getting affected, and either they don't have knowledge, or if they have knowledge, then there are problems, the availability of the mask and all these things. Similarly, like the hand vibration, and this is another setting. We have a different setting. I'm just going to different settings in the world, where you can see that how they are risking their life, how they are getting. These are pneumoconiosis patients where, they look like the TB patients, and that is why, they suffer. And this is because of the exposure of this asbestos, silica, and coal, and the kind of change occur in our body. That's a lung. Similarly, we have the bisonosis, pegasosis, hypersensitive pneumonitis, inhalation, fever. So all the things which we are used in different settings, occupational setting, affecting our, the lungs and skin and eyes and everything. And we have the, protectors, different protectors are there. But, they have to be used. Then only we can have the prevention. So these are all different occupational site and different, this is a health worker. You can see that again, this is one of the occupational site where the risk is there. And this kind of occupation setting is actually controlled by our nurses and doctors. So another one, and large number of pathogens which can affect to our workers, chemicals can affect, and then the disposal site of our, then ergonomics issues are there, and the tables and everything, you can see, and then we have back pain and injuries, strain, the way we lift the weight, the way we are working and sitting on the long hours of, the height of the chair and everything are the part of it. So proper. So these are all actually behavioral. And then later on, we can add the further problems like the, alcohol, tobacco, drugs, which are part of the, occupations and affecting their exposure. So that goes hand in hand. This person is actually a worker also at the same time, because he's working and then consuming. So, and this is another one, like we have the corporate sector. I'll take just 1 or 2 more minutes. Corporate sector, which is again, increasing, and very large number of people, suffering from mental disorders because of the workplace, and also they have the problem in affecting the workplace. So not only just depression, but maybe I think stress and schizophrenia and so many obsessive compulsive disorders are there. But the depression and anxiety is a major concern to these areas. So in the end, I want to say that we have seen settings. What is required is to specify particular setting, occupational setting, and in that, analyze whole thing and see that whether we require a general concept or the behavior program, or we require a specific program. So this is only possible when you are involving the occupational experts and you are visiting the site and you are seeing the things. Then only you can be very, very special for it. Then whatever you plan, it should be evidence-based, as we have already discussed about it. Some kind of evidence should be created, or you learn from other. So that is what is the meaning of evidence-based programs. And these programs should have the, package of services. One is not enough, like, education or the poster making. That's not going to change the behavior. What is required is, you require maybe, I think, the awareness, and different levels require different actions. So counseling, psychoeducation, psychotherapy, treatment, management, all that. Then de-addictions, quit smoking or tobacco, and then leading to rehabilitation. So then you can change the person's behavior. So our BCC for a specific occupational site require special, attentions, and also a proper programming. Lifestyle, like healthy lifestyle change through peers, community and national program is definitely required. So we require a general, change of the lifestyle and under the workplace lifestyle. The safe work practices like PEP, the very, very important one is personal protective equipment. Whether they are available, when they are available, are they accepting? If they are not accepting, why they are not accepting? How we can motivate them to accept? So these are all important things. Then vaccination is very important, and nutrition, a particular kind of nutrition may be required for particular exposure. So these all things should be designed. And then in the last, I can say the healthy work promoting policies are required, legislations are required. So we require, SBCC policies, legislation, so we can make our work setting much safer and healthy. So thank you very much. If anybody want to ask any question, please go ahead. Otherwise, if I have taken more time, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, sir. Your lecture was very, very interesting, and due to the scarcity of time, we understand. And I was, in a mode that I wanted to listen it more and more, but we have time constraint. So maybe we will take up question in the end of the session. Now, I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Aarti Khosla. Aarti Khosla is a director, Climate Train, New Delhi, and she also acted as a founder director at Carbon Copy Climate Train. Dr. Khosla was eminent. She is an eminent advocacy and communication lead and campaign lead in WWF International for WWF Global Climate and Energy Initiative. She is very much passionate about communicating climate change in a way which engage people and involve the decision maker. The core research area of Dr. Aarti Khosla includes climate change, sustainability, and sustainable development. Now I invite Dr. Aarti Khosla for her lecture. Dr. Khosla, please.
Thanks very much, Dr. Suman, and thanks, Dr. Khaiwal, also for inviting me for this. I am trying to share my screen. 1 second. Sorry, it's not working. Just give me 1 second.
Okay. Yes, we can see your slides.
Okay, perfect. And, the session is on talking about behavior change towards, pro environment or climate action or sustainability. And because I have worked on communicating about climate change for about the last 15 years, I thought I will take some of the lessons that I have from a practitioner's perspective and my work on both engaging with decision makers and also engaging with the public. And I will focus a little bit about engaging with the public. And while I was reading about this session, I also figured that a couple of months back, the United Nations Development Program (UNDP) conducted a first survey of its kind, in which they, across 50 countries of the world, they reached out to 1.2 million respondents to check how people feel about climate change and what does climate change mean to people across the world. And while the findings were quite good to the extent that a lot of people were aware, I think we will not be surprised to know that the percentage of people who are willing to act was very less as compared to the number of people who are aware. This is nothing new, but I think this also points to where we are in the Indian situation, where a lot more people are aware of the situation. But does it mean that it will change consumer behavior? Does it mean that people will choose their election, during elections, people will choose candidates which are more pro environment, or is it going to change any civic behavior? I think these are things which are still a very big question mark. And especially, in a lot of countries in the West, like US and UK and a couple of others, there is a very advanced conversation on how people can engage in climate friendly behavior and how people can be agents of change. Especially in the Indian context, it feels that there is a lot of interest in changing behavior, but there are many factors in the Indian context. And especially if we are looking at what kind of a target audience are we reaching out to? Are we reaching out to the elite who will do something because it's good and it will make them look nice? Or are we reaching out to the last person on the street for whom it is very important that the cost of what they are doing is also kept in mind? This slide is a very small experiment that we did in the first phase of the lockdown. Like Dr. Khaiwal was showing that, the people in decades witnessed clean air for the first time. Himalayas were witnessed from Jalandhar, and that really made people understand what clean air is about. Around the same time, we surveyed about 1,500 people across 10 cities of the country and asked people on what is it that they feel about being in lockdown, about working from home, about the fact that their cities were very less congested and then the air that they were breathing was very clean. So what you see here is, just results. And I put this out because it's important. This was just 7-8 months ago. This captures the actual emotion of people and, of people living in cities like Delhi, Chandigarh, Pune, Chennai, Calcutta, and a few others. And if you see the second point, 70% people said things like, we are very happy to work from home, not simply because it gives us comfort, but also because it keeps the air cleaner. And 80% of people believe that, not taking out their vehicle unnecessarily, not going out when they don't need to, working from home, etc., is going to make their air cleaner. And not surprisingly, 90% of the people said air pollution has either impacted them or their family. So their association with air pollution was quite immediate and firsthand, and which is why people were extremely conscious. And what we learned from this survey was that we are at a point in India where if we make the psychological distance lesser, which means that if we are able to tell people that what they are experiencing is not in the Arctic or not in the poles, but actually it is happening closer to home, it's happening in my city, it's happening in my locality and in my neighborhood, then people are able to do something to be able to take action and not just be aware about it. This slide is fairly theoretical, but I wanted to put it up there, especially in the context of what people like us who are working on changing behavior towards sustainable lifestyle normally talk about. And the first point is that whenever we are designing any of the behavior change strategies, it feels that conviction is very important as opposed to coercion. We cannot force people to drive into some kind of a positive action, but people will do the action if they believe in it. So if we can make a case which is strong in people's values, it is strong in their mind on why they need to act on environment, then at least a certain middle class, elite, upper middle class audience will really come on the side and take pro environment as something that they are doing to make a difference, to be pioneers in that, and to go ahead of the others. But in the Indian context, we just don't have the elite and we just don't have the middle class. We also have a very big, massive bottom of the pyramid, the last person on the street, for which it seems that any action that we are proposing also has to be cost effective. For example, we are talking about climate change. Often the conversation comes up that there should be renewable energy, people should install solar panels, people should shift to electric vehicles. And our studies have revealed that unless these are not cost effective, unless the consumers' myths are not busted on how the share of wallet will not increase, people will just not come and take the action simply because it's pro environment. On things like air pollution, on what people can do to improve the health of their neighborhood, it just feels that peer-to-peer engagement also works. And this is a panel really of very eminent health practitioners, experts and doctors, and I wanted to underscore the fact that key influencers are important agents of change. When doctors have said something, the air pollution campaign has gone much far and wide. And I think there is a lot of value attached to the role in the Indian context, especially that you doctors can play towards encouraging people to have a more sustainable lifestyle. I just put this up there, the survey that I spoke of before, which basically shows how people are pretty aware of the impacts of air pollution. More than 50% of the people believe across India that air pollution affects them a lot. Just a very small 1% of people don't know or can't say about impacts of air pollution. So really we have come at a stage where awareness is quite enhanced and awareness is quite strong. The next thing is, what do we tell people to take action on? We had asked some questions to people on measures that people are willing to take. And these are the kind of responses that we received, which basically shows that on an average, more than 50% of the people were willing to walk for shorter distances, were willing to buy electric vehicles, were willing to consider public transport, were willing to also take an effort for clean air, less traffic in their cities, simply if it led to reduction in the pollution level. In other words, I think this is important because it shows that sometimes the public is also willing to act, just that the policy makers and the influencers and change agents like us and yourself here don't have enough to even tell the public on what is it they can do. And I feel that's where the needle is at the moment. This is again a very small example, simply because some of us on the panel here have worked a lot on the air quality campaign. And I just wanted to put this up by showing that sometimes involving people from all walks of the society is also an important way to encourage them, to get them empowered to act. What you see is what we've done with some of the partners across the country, putting monitors up at places like, my house in Delhi, a colleague's house in Delhi, but also in a health center in Korba in Chhattisgarh, which has one of the biggest coal mines in Asia, and also in places like IITs and a few others in JNU in Delhi. So the fact that the same monitor is placed in Korba in the health center and also placed in IIT, we were able to create a lot of discussion among the public on how people, on the democratization of data, and making sure that people are involved in change. I will end here, but I think according to me, the last point really is that hitting or combining our action proposition with the value proposition of the people is most important, especially in a country like India, where climate action, sustainable action, lifestyle related issues of air pollution are not what people deny, but it is just that they also have a lot of other issues to deal with when it comes to both health as well as livelihood. I will pause.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aarti, for meeting the timeline also. It was really very, very interesting lecture. And yes, behavior change is very, very important. Maybe we will take up the questions in the end of the session. So now I would like to invite our next speaker of the day, Dr. Kinkini Das Gupta Mishra. Dr. Mishra is scientist F and Division Head of Gender and Technology Communication in Vigyan Prasar, New Delhi. She is working in the area of promoting women's development in information, education, and communication for climate change, and also working in the area of awareness and training program for women. With this, ma'am, I invite you for your lecture. Dr. Mishra, please.
Thank you, Dr. Moore. Thank you, Dr. Khairwal and Moore, for giving me this opportunity to present my views on the topic today. Since I'm addressing a very august gathering, an enlightened gathering, and so I think I thought that I'll make a presentation with a lot of initial inputs and very basic things, but I stopped that. I'll speak and I'll more focus on the kind of communication programs and approach that Vigyan Prasad does from government's perspective. And I'll just tell you that our organization is a national level organization which is engaged in large scale science, communication, popularization, and outreach activities as under the government of India. And we deal with many subjects, and it's a pan-India approach. So environment and climate change is one of the subjects that we deal with. So as we already know that there is that environment health is basically a component of public health system. And there is a relationship between environment and public health. And if environment is harnessed in one or the other way, it'll affect the public health also, and thus making them directly proportional. And so we have been human face the danger of environmental pollution and degradation, which is going to jeopardize their quality of life. So what exactly is important is the accurate, timely information, which is a powerful tool to mitigate environmental pollution and climate change impacts, while national guidelines for environmental risk communication based on the risk and crisis communication principle exist. Little is known how these are operationalized or about the effectiveness of existing communication efforts. Moreover, a growing literature that exists indicates that on environmental health literacy suggests that a communication about environmental risk must move beyond individual behavior education to empower communities to mobilize to reduce environmental threats. So need is to identify and critically evaluate public sources of information about the causes and the controllability of any kind of environment related issues and its health effects and potential disparities in information reach and utility. My two speakers, my predecessors, have already talked about the dimensions of BCC and as well as the communication from engagement point of view, from public engagement point of view. So I would like to here focus more on aspects like the systematic analysis. What we have, we did a study and we found that the systematic analysis of public information environment, interviews with regional and local expert stakeholders, interviews with community residents, engaging with different stakeholders, has emerged that there is a lack of clarity about responsibility for communicating about environmental issues. So the information sources, people really do not know the right kind of sources. There is no clarity. You see in the now when there's so much of vaccine hesitancy and vaccine, though there is an eagerness, but there's so much of rumors, miscommunication, disinformation, everything is floating around. And so that kind of clarity. So we as a health specialist or communication specialist, we really play a very pivotal role in providing a scientific kind of information and the message that is very important. And the existing communication strategies lack critical information, including risk mitigation behaviors and long-term health impact. We did during the survey, we also went to all the coastal areas. We did a survey with the disaster prone women and other vulnerable communities, and we have seen that they're receiving a lot of funds and services from the government and other NGOs, but they really do not know how to handle those, how to really, there is no informed decision making. They're unable to take that informed choices. So existing environmental communication fail to reach the vulnerable population. So information reach resources, information quality, and information reach. These are the three things that emerged from one of our studies that we did a couple of years back. And so then what we found that information about environmental and health risk focuses on individual risk behaviors. And what we try to do is to disseminate using various channels, which I'll come later in my talk, and we discuss opportunities to improve the reach and impact of communication here specifically for environmental, air quality, health rates, and increasingly important global priority. And we need to situate our case, our argument within the critical environmental health literacy perspective. So the effective communication strategies, by and large, general, what Vigyan Prasar follows is, first is the reality check. Whenever we design any communication strategy, the first is that what is the reality? We do a reality check. What most important is when we go with our products and services and awareness programs, we see that the target audience, the target users need to be prepared. So preparation, the preparedness of the communities is very important, and especially for the vulnerable population. Consolidation of the existing knowledge. We have been doing a lot of program for tribal areas, for tribal women particularly, and we are seeing that there lies a lot of existing knowledge, which is not at all, they're all in silos, they're all scattered, they're in different languages, they're residing with different, knowledge organizations and knowledge, I mean, there are those influences in the village or the community level, but that needs to be consolidated. So we try to do and build in that our communication strategy program. And then the custom-based, the need-based communication program. A lot of emphasis is given on IEC material, which we call it development of knowledge products, but our knowledge products are less of now print, but more of a visual communication, a lot of videos, radio programs, and short video clips, and posters, and a lot of design infographics, and that are being used to reach out to the less educated people or to the rural masses and the remote people. Pilot testing awareness at different levels. So awareness right from the NGOs, the extension workers, the knowledge organizations, then the end users, even the influencers, the village community heads, the pradhans, and also we have different awareness programs and schemes for targeting at different levels. And all our programs is designed based on the scientific studies in consultation with experts, specialists, extension workers, knowledge organizations, and the decision makers. So now as a public health, what we actually need is that the whole ultimate aim is to inculcate a scientific temper in the society. So what we need is, when we talk about behavioral communication change, we try to actually measure the change in their knowledge, attitude, beliefs, and behaviors. But at times, I think all our communication program somewhere lag that, because whenever we go for evaluation or monitoring, we see that it is not being, it has not impacted so much. So it's a long process. It takes time. So that study involves a lot of layers of people involvement right at the grassroots level. But at times we have seen that we are really not very successful in measuring the behavioral change at the end of the entire program which is being implemented. The kind of program that we have taken specifically to combat environmental challenges is that we run a 24/7 OTT science channel. So we have more than 300 numbers of video programs and films on environmental issues, and from air pollution to food security to food safety to sanitation, health, hygiene, climate change, climate services, climate resilient agriculture. So you name it, we have whole basket of these films which are being made available on Science Channel. And we use a lot of folk media when we go to a grassroots level, when we communicate with the rural community. So we use a lot of folk traditional medium of communication. And we have a radio program, and we have tied up with All India Radio, and we have programs in 19 Indian languages, which are being broadcast on 119 radio stations of India. And just now we have finished the climate change program, which was a 52 episode radio program. So these are all communication channel and vehicle that we follow. Besides our awareness camp, we have around 12,000 science clubs across the country. So these are the kind of, the methods or the vehicles that we use to communicate. And besides that, exhibitions and the camp, national level campus, we have important scientific events and days. So those are some of the ways we communicate to the people. And major areas of intervention is, as I said, climate change and health, climate resilient agriculture, alternative sources of energy, combating desertification, climate services, biodiversity. Another important thing that we have for teachers and for students is do-it-yourself kit. So we bring out lot of activity kits on biodiversity, on weather, on earthquake. So there are around 32 activity kits that are available, out of which I think 7-8 deals with environmental issues. So these are some of the things these are hands-on do-it-yourself kit. So we do master resource training program, and after which these are takeaways, which we give it to the students or the teachers for their classroom teaching. So these are some of the interventions that we have. And I think what is important is that we need to engage health professionals, and we need to promote adaptive strategies. So public education, especially through healthcare settings, like this group of doctors and public health specialists and domain specialists, they are the major, promoter of the strategies of to make the BCC, the behavior, to bring about the behavioral change. And preventive programs, like right now the vaccination is going on, food hygiene inspection, nutrition supplementation, these are all being provided through healthcare systems. And surveillance of diseases, especially the infectious diseases, forecasting future health risks from Project Climate Change. That is another important area in which Government of India is doing. And there are a lot of major initiatives in terms of research and development have been going on, forecasting future health risks and gains from mitigation and adaptation strategies. And there's a lot of training is going on in the health sector as well as in the S&T sector, science, technology, and innovation ecosystem, for training and career development. So these are some of the approaches that we use in Vigyan Prasar and in Government Department of Science and Technologies, approaches. And so basically the 5 principles of climate change communication that we talk about is that it is important to talk about the real world, not abstract ideas, connect with what matters to your audience, and tell a human story. Storytelling is one of the most important and very fascinating way of communicating. So tell a human story, lead with what you know, and use the most effective visual communication. Thank you so much. I'll stop here. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you for enlightening us with various kind of the activities being taken up by Vigyan Prasar. And personally, I'm receiving various newsletters from the Vigyan Prasar, and they are really very, very informative. And I encourage my student to at least read and to learn from them. So thank you very much for your lecture. Now we will move toward next lecture of the session by Dr. Kamlesh. Thank you for enlightening us with various kind of activities being taken by Vigyan Prasar. And personally, I'm receiving various newsletters from Vigyan Prasar, and they are really very, very informative. Dr. Kamlesh, I encourage my students to mute for a while. So thank you very much for your lecture. Now we will move to the next lecture of the session by Dr. Kamlesh. It's from Dr. Kamlesh side. Sir, kindly mute for a while. Okay, so I take this opportunity to introduce our next speaker of the session, Dr. Kamlesh Jain, who is professor at Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru Memorial Medical College, Raipur, Chhattisgarh, India. And he have the experience of more than 2 decades in the field of public health and is practicing as a professor.
Yes. Yeah. Very good afternoon.
I invite Dr. Kamlesh Jain for his lecture. Sir, please.
Sir, would you like to play through video or would you like to conclude in 5 minutes here, 5-7 minutes?
Dr. Jain. Dr. Jain, kindly unmute. Sir, kindly unmute yourself.
Okay.
Yes.
Very good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. Very good afternoon. This is Kamlesh from Medical College, Raipur. Distinguished chairpersons, unmute kiya na? I have done an unmute.
Sir, we can hear you. Kindly go ahead.
Sir, if you are logging from 2 devices, then mute one device.
Yeah. Distinguished chairperson and all the delegates who are attending the session. At most, I would like to congratulate to Dr. Ravindra for a wonderful sessions organized for this climate change and human health. And I will definitely focus on BCC, behavioral change communication. This Iapsmcon conference will give the opportunity to all the students also who are attending this session, doing a post graduations and in various medical colleges, and the delegations who are attending. The current affairs on climate change is very much focused, and Government of India is also supporting on this matter. And I got this opportunity. Please share the strategies what we have done in Chhattisgarh, and would like to focus on the particular part which is related to behavioral change communication. In that aspect, I would like to share some of the strategies. Like, you know, the vulnerability index is day by day increasing in a state of Chhattisgarh. Chhattisgarh is a central part of India where the tribal dominancy and forest density is very high. Although these are the things, but still some of the districts are highly vulnerable. Like 8 districts I can say where air pollution is very high, and some of the districts which was only vulnerable for drought, one district in 1901, now in 2025 districts are under the vulnerability of drought. So this type of environmental pollution is increasing day by day, and Chhattisgarh we need to work for this and control environmental pollution, and particularly I'm focusing on the air pollution. One of the previous speaker was sharing something on the Scorba studies. Yes, it is very true. We are doing some monitoring work in some of the vulnerable districts, and we are getting the evidence what is the situation. And for that we should have a collaborative partners with us, and we are working with the SHRC, State Health Resource Center, and Climate Cell, and the Medical College Raipur itself. All are working for this particular part. What we talk always in a primary healthcare, the principle of primary healthcare, one of the principle is very important. This is a community participation, and community participation is one of the important principle we followed for this behavioral change communication. You know, we always talk in theory, we go by bottom up approach, not top to bottom. Okay, and I want to focus on this part. We went to Korba and other districts where we wanted to talk with the community. We wanted to talk with the community. We wanted to understand the community, what they feel about this pollution or something about the environment. And what we did, we went over there, the FHRC team and other stakeholders, Punita ji, Sweta ji, these are my colleagues actually, and they worked hard and went and talked in a community through focus group discussion. They followed the method of focus group discussion, talked with the community in a various group, like a women's के साथ बात किया, and then children के साथ बात किया, फिर some mixed group, heterogeneity. In hospitals, they talk with the stakeholders or doctors के साथ बात किया, and after that, they talked with this in some of the tea stalls and other things. So we got the sense ki what is the problems with them, and they very well explained what we taught in theories. Okay, and we don't want to reinvent, but definitely we wanted to know from them so that the gravity of changing behavior will be very high. So they told us power plant, coal dust, traffic, and fly ash, chikdi, जो चूल्हा बनाते हैं वो लोग चूल्हे में काम करते हैं, they all things actually are vulnerable for us. They found that these are the problem statement for them, and we noted it down. And after that, we just what about this slide? Then they talked about the health impact, what is happening with them, what they felt actually about it, or what type of problems they are. And this is a community wise, I'm not telling any theory. What were the community wise, we noted it down, like breathing difficulties, skin problems, regular skin, eye, nose allergies, pregnancy complications are happening, hair fall के issues हो रहे हैं, hypertension हो रहा है, heart disease हो रहे हैं, headache, anxieties बढ़ते हैं, contamination of water, liver disease, and impact on animals and agriculture. These they were told us, and we articulated in our language to show in a scientific manner. So these evidences, the community voice, we noted it down, and after that, what we did, we picturized all these things. Okay, sorry ma'am, but yes, we picturized all these things and made a very good poster for them, and these posters are now posted in all health facilities, and we are giving training to Panchayat Raj institutions members. Almost 14,000 members have been trained on this matter. At least they will understand. So my recommendation is, please go for the need assessment, community need assessment. Community participation is very important, and then compare people's idea with the research and the studies. And we did it, and then we'll go back to community with the pictures of their idea, and after that we got the solutions for them, and now we have a very good posters which I wanted to show you. These are the posters which have been made in Chhattisgarh, and it is very impactful posters, and our honorable health minister is disseminated it and asked us to please go ahead and across the state, please give this message. So thank you very much. I took a little bit more time, but do apologize.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Jain. Rightly said, community engagement is must for all kind of the program. We wanted to listen you more and to hear about your program more and more, but due to the paucity of time, and we have to move for the next session. So we have to deliver our lecture within limited time. So we really apologize for that. So with this, now I will move to the next session, next lecture of the session. This is the last lecture of the session, which is to be delivered by Dr. Rameshwar. Dr. Rameshwar is Deputy Director in a National Program on Climate Change and Human Health, NCDC, Ministry of Health, Family Welfare, New Delhi. And he did his MD, Community Health Administration from National Institute of Health and Family Welfare, New Delhi. And he works for the National Program for Climate Change and Human Health, and involved in the activities related to the implementation of program in the country. With this, I invite Dr. Rameshwar for his talk. Sir, I just want to request, we have to start with, we have to move for the next session. Kindly try to finish your lecture in 8 minutes, please. Dr. Rameshwar.
Thank you very much. Being the last speaker, all the related, sessions, subjects has already been touched upon. Jugal sir has already expressed about the BCG strategies and all. And, other climate sensitive these diseases or health issues, these are also discussed, like air pollution, and many of our speakers, they have already mentioned. So, it's easier for me now. I can touch upon in my, this subject in my program more, Okay, the presentation plan is more about my this climate change scenario in the global, as well as its impact on health, and about this BCC strategies, or the IC or SBC strategies under the program. And we put this awareness generation of the BCC as a key objective of the program. We all know that climate change is a reality, and we all have we're quite aware that now. So these are these are mainly seen in the across the globe in the form of this temperature rise, sea level rise. These are all the what to say, environmental impacts, extreme weather events. All these these impacts in the environment, this can lead to the health directly. So okay, impact of climate change, these are broadly divided into these two parts. One is the direct and another is the indirect. Direct is these are due to the extreme weather events, and these extreme weather events are these are more of the hydrological in the form of the this precipitation, heavy precipitations in the forms of cyclones, in the forms of this what to say, these floods and all these associated with the disasters related scenarios. All these things, these are directly impacting the health in that at that immediate moment of the this contact with the human populations, and this can lead to deaths. This can lead to injuries. This can lead to displacement of the populations, and ultimately leading to the mental impact. These are all the climate change scenario. When we need to understand exactly what the climate change scenarios are on the ground, and this has to be, this information needs to be given at every level of this stakeholders, because when we come across every institutions and sectors, there is a lot of this asking from them also, what exactly is this climate change, and how this is impacting us to us, without their understanding this climate change scenarios to the environment, at the same time to the human health. This is very difficult to bring this awareness, increasing awareness level, and changing their behaviors, and ultimately taking up all that actionable from their individual side, or from the society side, from the this regional side, from the the state level, country, everywhere. So every institutions, every ministries, every every sectors need to be brought. They need to be informed. So the second part is more about the indirect aspect. All this this what we have seen, the environmental impact. This causes this impact in the already this disease scenarios in the form of vector-borne diseases, water-borne diseases, air pollution related illnesses. All these heat-related illness. These are all impacted. So we see here also, beginning from the environment aspects now in this diagrams. This is from the CDC. This so you can see all these changes in a second. After that, the environmental in the form of this extreme weathers, this severe weather and extreme heat and all this, and others impacting to the others ecological and all, ultimately impacting the whole health aspect. This has to be known first to the this health sector. This has to be known first to the experts. This has to be known to the first to the this one, to the policymakers. I mean, these things are not yet reached properly. So if we are really have to say on this regard, this is very much initial, and this is we need more to do in this area. So the mechanisms of how these health these are impacted from this climate change, as we can see here, that this it is mainly from the anthropogenic or the man-made these causes. Natural causes, these are quite less. As you can see in the middle part, this climate change this is impacted because of the greenhouse gas emissions from populations, this dynamics and all, and it ultimately impacted to the last this box of the where the health impacts or the health effects these are seen due to all that environmental changes, like this. So ultimately, the human populations are affected, and we are impacted, on our morbidity, mortality, and or all the lifespan and all that. These are impacted, and ultimately the change to the impact to the human population is huge, because it is a global phenomenon, it is a regional phenomenon, it is and it impacts each and every part of the region. So the addressing mechanisms now, if we really have to consider how this also need to be considered, while because these are the ones who make the policies, and these are the ones who implements, and these are the ones who bring into all the experts, and these are the ones who gives this collaboration, the partnerships, and these are the ones who really percolate all the policies down to the this populations or the this community. So at a global level, it is the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. They are supported by the IPCC. They make policies based on the evidences that are getting in the across the world. And after that, at the country level is the Prime Minister's Council on Climate Change. This is the highest level of this body where in the country who looks after the climate change. And after this, in that there are 12 missions. Out of that, there is one mission that is not the health mission on climate change, and this is dealt by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. And at the national level, so this NCDC, we are working here. We look after the whole mechanisms to how to address the climate change, which is impacting in the health sector particularly. We are collaborating with the this Ministry of Environment. We are collaborating with the in this IMDs, Ministry of this Art and Science. We are collaborating with the this renewable energy. All these things are these different agricultures, all this, these are collaborative. We are working together on this aspect. So we are mainly, what we are doing is the adaptations part on the, impact of this climate change. That's where we do. We in the health aspect is that whatever the the causes that are impacting to the in the global or in the country, we are bring up that mechanisms, how to protect, how to prevent, how to control. We are the one, because it is already impacted. So we are trying to make these policies and these adaptation plans and action plans and all adaptation plans, which we can this reduce all this impact to the human health. So we are trying to make the climate this resilient health sector as a goal because of this one. As I said, these generations of this awareness among the public, among the these vulnerable populations, this is one of the important objectives. Based on this, we are working, reaching to the populations, reaching to the target population, reaching to the vulnerable populations with the help of IC developments, with the help of campaigns, with the help of sensitization workshop, with the help of issuing these public health advisories in time. Particularly we this program being it is new, so we are working at the moment and focusing more on this air pollution related illnesses and heat related illness. Apart from them, we are also working on the vector-borne illnesses also. So this is the very initial beginning. The program is also very initial in the initial phase and quite challenging. So we and at the moment we are also developing on the other aspect like audio visual also, which will be coming up in the near futures. So we have identified about these are the identified these climate sensitive health issues. The first thing is that we have to know where are the this climate sensitive diseases or whole health problems are there, where we are going to interact, where we are going to get give this expertise from which institutions who are working on these areas, the partnership, the collaborations. Based on this we are going to make these IECs. Based on this we are going to make this all these related this BCG communication changes, these materials. And also this we need to understand this situation of this this climate change impact on this area. So identify this one first. So we have begin in some of the areas. We need to move more on the areas, and we are bringing more of the experts in this area, and we are trying to work on these areas. We are collaborating with them. So these are all this is a one snapshot where you can see all these strategies. This can be brought up.
Dr. Rameshwar, kindly try to wind up.
Okay, is it okay? Okay, I will just finish up within one
Yes,
or two seconds. Okay, here now what happened is that there's the health sectors, the health professionals. This needs to be what to say informed. So we are trying to bring into the curriculum on this medical and allied councils, where connecting with the other ministries while making our this ISC or materials and all, they are giving inputs to us. So that in this way we are we are trying to make a feasible and more this people oriented, this more culturally oriented, so that it can be reached to the population. These are some of the initiatives that we are taking up, like public health advisors, IC campaigns. Last year we did, and this Clean Air for Blue Skies campaign in September, and it walks the whole country. Every state was, celebrating on this area, and the women's and children's health was, this focus in this aspect in relation to air pollution. There are some challenges, and particularly these, we need to work as an integrated multi-sectoral approach. This is the main work, and we have to work, we have to work in intersectoral and the infrastructural way. That's the way. So these are some of the examples that we have in the and all. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rameshwar, for your lecture. And really, it's a need of hour to bring all stakeholders at common platform. So since we don't have much time and already running late for the next session, so Sir, Dr. Khewal, can we invite one question, or we should move toward concluding the session?
May I request Chair to conclude, and then Dr. Padi to vote of thanks.
Okay.
So we have with us Sri T.C. Notial, IFS, and I request him to please share his final word.
I've been hearing to all the participants, and they have done excellent work. Only concern, as far as I'm concerned, is I think we should also look at the indoor pollution in a bigger way. Apart from that, I think other issues have been very nicely highlighted by the participants. And I congratulate all the participants for their excellent presentation. Thank you.
Dr. Bijay, over
So
to you.
thank you, sir. So on behalf of Iapsmcon 2021 and Department of Community Medicine and School of Public Health, I, Dr. Vijay Kumar Padi. So I thank you all. Thank you, Chair, Dr. Suman Moore, for your valuable time. I thank you all speakers, especially T.C. Notial sir, and all the participants and panelists for your valuable contribution. I thank you all. So thank you, ma'am, and thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
We also request all the panelists and chair to please stay with us to join for the next session, which is Waste to Wealth and Health. You will find very interesting chair and speaker, those who have well known actually, and Dr. Sunil Kumar is among the top scientists in this area. So over to you, Dr. Padi.
Thank you, sir. So welcome to this session. It's a very interesting session. And now I request Dr. Sunil Kumar to chair this session. So Dr. Sunil Kumar is the principal scientist and head of Waste Processing Division at National Environmental Engineering Research Institute, Nagpur, the premier institute in the field of environment in our country. His primary area of expertise is solid waste management, especially the U-waste, biomedical waste. The list of his collaborations is a long and include key Indian universities, including IITs, Kharagpur, IIT Delhi, and IIT Mumbai, and prestigious regional institutes such as Asian Institute of Technology, AIT, and Kestat University in Bangkok, Hong Kong. So he is part of research collaborations have spanned institutions in numerous countries, from the University of Calgary in Canada to the University of Applied Sciences and Arts in Northwestern in Switzerland. He is the expert committee member for the revision of solid waste management rules, NGT members for solid waste rules. So I welcome you, sir. Please take the chair of this session.
Thank you, Dr. Pathi, for your introduction. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I would like to congratulate Professor Khaiwal for organizing program on waste to wealth and health. Generally, most of the programs in India have been organized on waste to wealth, waste to resource, or waste to work. But this is the first program which I have seen, waste to wealth and health. First of all, congratulations by IAR for organizing such a great event. And we have in this program, we have 4 eminent speakers, starting from Professor Hindeswar Pathak. For his, no one needs any introduction. So directly, we will invite Professor Hindeswar Pathak to deliver his talk. Professor Pathak, please. Professor Pathak Sahab, you are muted. Kindly unmute. I think there is some problem, Dr. Pathi.
Please give us a moment. We are sorting out.
Give us 2 minutes. Dr. Pathak is joining.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Just I would like to share some of the things about Professor Pathak. When he came to our institution in 2016 as a chief guest for World Environment Day, he was quoting that he took off his journey with a positive report from NIRI. That was his journey. And so he has long association with our institution.
Honorable Dr. Vijaya Kumar Padhi, Dr. Suman Moore, Dr. Krishna Murthy Thanan, Dr. Dharmesh Shah, Dr. B.K. Garg, and distinguished participants. At the outset, I am thankful and grateful to the organizers of this webinar for giving me this opportunity to present my experiences and views of last 50 years that I have been working in the field of sanitation, water, health, untouchability, widowhood, so on and so forth. From Vedic period, India had a problem of in the beginning of the civilization, people must have been going outside for defecation. But it got cultural sanction in Vedic period and the Puran period. The I know this one.
We recorded चला रहे.
Sir, can I, excuse me? So can I request the vendor to stop this recording so that Dr. Pathak is now with us, so he can share his screen share with us. So because the recording is not going.
That is very important. That now water can be cleaned, can be treated.
The team.
You can use for any purpose.
The system team.
You clean your hands. You can use this water in the toilet. And if you use the manure in the field, it has nitrogen toilets. On the other, you can use as a manure in the field. And that's that.
No, we don't know. No, we don't. तो उनको hello. So can you please make Dr. Pathak as a co-host? System team. Mr. Raja.
Yes, sir. Please tell me.
So please make Dr. Pathak as a co-host so that he can start his presentation.
Yeah, he can present. He's already in.
Okay. So make all the speakers as co-host in this presentation.
Yeah, please. He is already. He can start. He can share anything. He can speak anything.
10 minutes का टाइम दिया है. और जैसे आप दिखाते हैं ना सर, while speaking, वैसे
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Should I speak now?
Yes, sir.
Honorable Dr. Suman Moore, Dr. Krishna Murthy Kannan, Dr. Dharmesh Shah, Dr. Pari, distinguished participants. I feel proud and privileged to be with you today to exchange my experiences in this field of waste to wealth and health in last 50 years. So the first thing is the health. In India, people used to go for open defecation, and because of that, they had to suffer from 50 diseases, including diarrhea, dysentery, dehydration, so on and so forth. children is to die because of these diseases. And men used to work for less man days because of illness, and whatever money they used to earn, they used to spend on medicine and fee to doctors. So the first thing is that how, by going for open defecation, how the health was being impacted on the people, and how women is to suffer from a snake bite, sometimes animal attack, criminal assault also, and they had to go before sunrise and sunset. So I invented the technology, and that technology has served as preventive health. That if you use this toilet, then you will not go for open defecation, and hence no disease. The health will be improved. So this is very important. Schools had no toilet. I studied in 4 schools, and no school had a toilet. Recently, I was in my school of military school. What I found in class 7, when there was no girl, this time there were 24 girls and 14 boys. I was surprised that a class which had no girls, and there this was the ratio. So then in public places, there are no public toilets. You go to railway station, bus stop, marketplaces, tourist and religious places. Also, the other system was manual cleaning of own disease by the people called untouchables. So the open defecation, manual cleaning of night soil, and then no toilet in public places. So these were the problems when I came on the scene. Yes, time is up, so I'm just going to conclude. That technology which I invented, and then this is the water, because you have wells from the west. Just see water, this is from public toilet. And this water has phosphorus, nitrogen, potassium, used as a fertilizer. If water discharged in river bodies, there's no chance of pollution. So, okay, the next time you have time, you can invite me, or the presentation given to you, you can pass on among, because my inventions, I have done 8 to 10 inventions. Nobody in the world has, or not even Einstein or James Watt or Newton. They have done 1 or 2. I have done 10 inventions. Anyway, so that will take time to explain. I'm thankful to you for giving me the opportunity, and see you in future again. Thank you.
So thank you very much, sir. We definitely love to hear you from your experience. You are the man behind the sanitation revolution in our country. So due to paucity of time, so we are forced to stop you.
Of course.
So, thank you very much. Now, may I request our next speaker, Dr. Suman Moore, and I request the chair to introduce, please.
Dr. Shuman Moore is working as an associate professor and chairperson of the Department of Environmental Studies, Punjab University. She is the product of IIT Delhi. She also worked as a coordinator for Center of Public Health, Punjab University, Chandigarh for almost 3 years. And she has a vast experience in the field of environmental science, particularly in the field of air and water pollution, as well as solid waste and public health. And due to this, she has been included in the 2% scientist, which has been announced by Stanford University, US. She was appointed as the nodal faculty for Chandigarh in the National Clean Air Program by MOEFCC, and she is also a member of SEAC Chandigarh for granting environmental clearance for various projects in Chandigarh. She was also honored with Environmentalist of the Year 2007 and Scientist of the Year 2012 by National Environmental Science Academy, New Delhi. Now, Professor Moore is invited to deliver his talk.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay. Just give me a few seconds to make it full screen. I think there is some issue with it. Okay, so thank you. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar, for inviting me for this lecture. And
put your presentation on full screen.
There is some issue with my system. I'm not able to make it full screen actually.
Please go ahead. It is visible, no
Okay,
problem.
now it is full screen, I think.
You Indian dirty bugs, shut the fuck up. You're fucking dirty. You're so dirty. You're so dirty.
The topic which has been given to me is the gap analysis of biomedical waste management and the lesson learned. And while I was listening to Sir Pathak sir, I really wanted, I keep listening him and always learn a lot from his experiences and the wonderful work he has done. And in this direction, now I will be speaking only about the biomedical waste management. Because for each and every category of the solid waste, maybe it is a solid waste, plastic waste, e-waste, biomedical waste, construction and demolition waste, or hazardous waste, we have rules and regulation in place. But actually, how many of us are knowing about it, that these kind of rules are there, and we need to follow these rules and regulation and manage our waste accordingly. So while talking about the biomedical waste which is being produced in India is on an average 1 to 2 kilogram per day per bed, and on an average 552 ton of the biomedical waste is being produced daily. So almost 28% biomedical waste is left untreated and get mixed with the municipal solid waste. And this is really a point of serious concern. But from where this biomedical waste actually generate? It generates from the diagnosis of a disease, during the treatment of a disease, during the immunization of a disease, and when we perform various biomedical waste research activities. But what do we really need to be worried about biomedical waste? As we will see the composition, more than 75 to 90% is non-hazardous in nature, and only 10 to 25% is hazardous in nature. Although the quantity of the hazardous compound is less, still it can has serious threat to the environment as well as to the public health. And another important concern is that if this infectious waste and the hazardous waste get mixed with the non-hazardous waste or any kind of the municipal solid waste, entire stream will become hazardous, and accordingly we need to manage. Therefore, it is very, very important to source segregate. And each one of us who will come in contact with the biomedical waste will be at risk. Maybe it a doctor, nurse, technician, rag picker, sanitation worker, or administrator, or the visitor to the patient. Therefore, we need to manage it. And besides, there is a legal obligation, health hazard, impact, and the environmental hazard, which make it important to manage it. So when we have to manage biomedical waste, we are addressing environment and health concern. We have to ensure sound management of the waste. We have to ensure the proper treatment and disposal. And it is also important to prevent transmission of disease from the patient to patient and patient to health worker, and vice versa. A large number of occupational related injuries are reported among healthcare workers. Therefore, it is also important to prevent injury to the healthcare worker. And it is also important to prevent general exposure to the harmful effect of cytotoxic, xenotoxic, and the chemical biomedical waste. So, Biomedical Waste Management Rule 2016 mandates that State Pollution Control Board or the Pollution Control Committee, they should undertake and support third-party audit for the common biomedical waste treatment facilities in a particular state, keeping in view that we have been assigned this duty to perform the third-party audit, and we perform this analysis in the state of Haryana. And when we were, if we see the statistics, Haryana ranked at the 15th position in terms of the biomedical waste generation. So these are the various cities, the waste generation statistics district-wise in the state of Haryana. And in 2019, for the year 2016 to 2018, we collected the data from the reports. However, for the 2019 year, we collected data while we were visiting in the field. So here you can see that this trend that it keeps on increasing, and we know that each year the biomedical waste generation will be increasing, and we need to address this issue because it has a potential to cause infection and serious public health impact. In the state of Haryana, there are around 11 common biomedical waste treatment facilities are there. The locations of the CBWTF are shown in this figure. And if you will see that on an average, there are more than 6,500 healthcare facilities are there, which are producing approximate 1,500 kilogram of the biomedical waste per day. And the capacity of the incinerator as of now is 39,000 per kilogram per day. And we performed a ranking analysis on the basis of the various parameters, and on the basis of these parameters we try to analyze and identify the various loopholes so that that can be addressed. So some of the loopholes were at the point of the segregation, because most of the healthcare facilities, they were not going for the proper segregation, and the biomedical waste was not segregating at source, which is an important concern, because as per the BMW rule, all the waste should be stored on storage, should be the source segregation, and it should be given in different color coded bins to the waste, the person who is collecting the waste, and accordingly it has to be managed. Another important thing was that there was the mixing of the sharps with the plastic waste and the glass waste, which should not be done at all, because it can lead to the occupational hazard to the sanitation worker during lifting and unloading. We were not able to see even the logos which should be there on the bins, and again the blue bags were still in practice. Now as per BMW rule, we should have cardboard boxes for the collection of the waste for this particular category. So even PPE were not being used by the workers, and the waste which was being collected in the van, it was not following the norms for the transportation, as the label was not there in some of the vehicles, and the proper storage was not being maintained in some of the CBWTF, and some of the loopholes were identified that we should have automatic feeding system in the incinerator. Some of the incinerator were not following this. So since time is very less, and I will just quickly come to our recommendation part, that regular training of the staff should be given to all the healthcare, because they were not knowing about the waste management rules, the importance of the source aggregation, and the barcoding system was not implemented fully, and the online surveillance of the CBWTF using video camera, it should be implemented. And another important thing is that fire safety and disaster safety measures, they needed to be taken seriously. And last but not the least, a regular training program to the staff of the healthcare facilities and the biomedical waste treatment facilities and the State Pollution Control Board should be given on the segregation, collection, storage, transportation, treatment, and disposal of biomedical waste, and about the biomedical waste rules time to time, so that it can be compliant in totality and its impact on the environment and public health can be reduced. So this is one of the poster which we have designed to create awareness how to dispose the waste which is being generated during the COVID-19. So you can make use of this poster and you can learn how we can effectively dispose of our waste. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable talk. So now I request the chair to invite our next speaker.
Now it is my pleasure to introduce next speaker, Professor A. Krishnamurthy. Among all CSIR lab, Dr. Krishnamurthy is the only person who deals with health from environmental perspective. Like Professor Khaiwal in Medical Engineering College, similar Professor Krishnamurthy in CSIR laboratory. He has developed EPHRA software, and he has also developed technology on mass scale spirulina protein production. And he has successfully conducted India's first on-site and Suzuki bioremediation of cryonitrile contamination. Welcome to Professor Krishnamurthy for his lecture.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Sunil. So, the chairperson of our session. Am I audible? And
yes, sir.
My
yes,
slides are visible?
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Yeah. I'll have to make it. Yeah. So, as Professor Khaiwal has given me the opportunity, and Dr. Padi, Vijay Kumar Padi, has suggested the topic. So I'm going to talk about challenges and opportunities for toxic and hazardous waste in India. The hazardous waste global scenario is as Basel Convention on the Control of Transboundary Movement of Hazardous Waste and Disposal, which came into force in the year 1992, aims to protect human health and the environment against the adverse effects on the generation, movement, disposal of the hazardous waste, including biomedical and e-waste. So thanks for the earlier speaker, Professor Suman Madam. She has dealt on biomedical, and of course, Dr. Sunil Kumar is an expert, eminent expert on e-waste as well as solid waste. So, and in fact, he is heading the waste reprocessing division in NEERI. So these provisions are designed to eradicate fraud and illegal transportation and disposal of waste, thereby enhancing the accountability of exporting nations to minimize waste generation and seek sufficiency in waste treatment and disposal at their own country. In Indian context, like hazardous waste in India has been defined as any substance excluding domestic and radioactive waste that is based on its quantity as well as properties of CRIT, corrosive, reactive, ignitable, and toxicity, and also infectious properties. And when improperly handled, stored, transported, treated, and disposed, this definition is as per MOFCC. And the toxic and hazardous waste are non-degradable and persistent in nature, can be biologically magnified in the food web and food chain, and are highly toxic and even lethal at very low concentrations. And these are the criteria of corrosive, reactive, ignitable, and toxicity of the hazardous waste characteristics. And there are some of the sources of hazardous waste are chemical industries, medical facilities, industrial activities like thermal power plant and other chemical industries, and household activities and petroleum refineries. See, in India, total generation of hazardous waste were 7.66 million tons per year, and out of which hazardous waste generating industries are 40,722. From these industries, this much waste is being generated. And among them, the 3.61 metric ton per annum, around 47.2% are recyclable hazardous waste. Then 44.3%, that is 3.39 metric ton per annum, are landfillable. And the other part, 0.65 metric ton per annum, that is 8.5% of 7.66 million tons of hazardous waste, are incinerable. And these are the management characteristics, like minimize, segregate, storage, transport, and treat at the disposal facilities, that is TSDF facility. The challenges includes, like, despite the existence of stricter regulations, legislations, and guidelines, limitation in their enforcement is a major challenge. And also enforcement of hazardous waste rules in identification and assessment of dump sites by central and state pollution control boards are again required. Then officials from enforcing authorities need to be trained because of their lack of knowledge and information. That is also a complication occurs. And lack of financial resources, even shortage of staff, then lack of standardized protocols, SOPs, and that also requires appropriate techniques for recovery, reuse, recycling, and for disposal of toxic waste at TSDF facilities. In all over India, we have like 17 common TSDFs, and with TSDF and common incinerators 9 numbers, and common secured landfills of about 15 for managing the 7.66 tons per year, which is very small in number. So various states have common treatment, storage, disposal facilities. However, there are many smaller states and union territories with industries that require more facilities. And there are a lot of ways to get moderate amount of hazardous waste transported from point to A to point B, and that requires a vacuum truck, which requires the waste to be contained in a like scientific way. And this truck has a safe hauling facility, and which can remove wet and dry waste, and even spillages also can be taken care. And affordability of vacuum truck is also a major issue in Indian context. And though there are established separation, storage, collection, and transportation guidelines for hazardous waste generated from industrial and non-industrial sectors, hazardous waste still find their way to public landfills, nearby dump sites, or waterways, raising serious environmental concerns, similar to what Professor Suman Moore has said about biomedical waste getting into the drains. So in addition, there are insufficient hazardous waste collection treatment facilities, and even small-scale waste producers, they have like shortage, and they do not have their own treatment facilities. Hence, hazardous waste from these sources are collected and disposed of with municipal waste itself. So there are another challenges are intensive labor required to handle the hazardous waste. Then trained personnel, transportation persons should have a like they should have a certification, safe driving record, and over the age of 21. At TSDF facilities, the experienced manpower required to handle these wastes, and vast land area required for landfill site. And there are opportunities like develop new resource recovery technologies and processes for cost-effective recovery of materials and energy from the waste stream, and redesign products and their production processes to promote resource efficiency, longevity, reuse, repair, and recycling of these facilities. Then co-processing of hazardous waste is another opportunity. And from this, Gujarat state is achieving around 185% of tons per annum with the co-processing in the cement kiln and other boilers. And there is another opportunity of employment generation. According to goal of the Sustainable Development Goals, is an aspect which lays emphasis on decent work and economic growth. In the economic survey of 2018 to 19, identifies the chemical sector as one having a predominantly high employment elasticity. So this brings to light the highly accommodative capacity of the sector, as it requires both skilled and unskilled. And additionally, policy initiatives are been set up for other industries like parks. And in income generation, there is one aspect: transporter charges for freight charges from the generator for the transportation of toxic and hazardous waste from the area of generation to the site where it is being managed at TSDF facility. At TSDF, when toxic hazardous waste are required to be treated and managed, the agency also charges from the waste generated based on the quantity of waste being processed for management. And in another one system where micro-automated gasification system is available for treatment of biomedical waste, so it recover renewable thermal energy to dramatically reduce hospital heating costs. And this is possible because of the energy recovery feature of MAGS, that is micro-automated gasification system. And this an on-site waste to energy stream can be used to cover part of the hospital thermal energy demand, and which is a sustainable way to decrease costs and improve performance. And this is the system which is acts as micro-automated gasification system. So this can, when it is used, it can reduce the waste management costs, it reduce energy costs, all waste categories can be accepted and managed using this, and easy operations, limited pollutants, and apart from that, 95% of waste volume reduction happens. See, before the max and after max, you can see it becomes char, and the char material can be landfilled easily. With the land requirement is very small. So in conclusion, in India, all the rules and regulations are well structured and enforced, but its effective practice to ensure proper waste management plan is the challenge. Then all the technical assistance and technological upgradation required to achieve the same needs to be worked upon. And also work needs to be taken up from minimizing the waste generation for safe disposal by strengthening the local bodies, administrative bodies, industrial association with effective and environmental legal policies and policing in place. So environmental legal policy and policing is very much required. So I thank the organizers and the my chair and the speakers and the other audience for patient hearing. Thank you.
So thank you very much, sir. You for your in-depth analysis and information on the hazardous waste. We understand you curtail your presentation from 20 minutes to 8 minutes. So it's a challenge for us. So before we invite our next speaker, I request all the panelists and attendees, so kindly please switch on your videos so we'll capture this moment in a photo. So please, I may request everybody to please on your video so that we'll capture the photographs. So thank you, everybody. Now I request the chair to introduce our next speaker.
Very much, Dr. Dharmesh is a public policy researcher working in the field of waste, air pollution, biodiversity, citizen science. Presently, he is working as a senior technical advisor for Delhi Waste Lawyers Initiative for Environment and Forests. He also advises the Global Alliance for Greater Alternatives on National Waste Policy and Chennai Waste Committee on air pollution health. And his talk will be very important because in India, most of the policies are being framed without doing much research. So this policy researcher is research is very important. So Dr. Dharmesh Shah, kindly appreciate your
Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I'm just going to turn on my video. Okay. Thank you so much, sir, for the kind introduction. And hello to everybody. And thank you to the organizers of this event for the kind invitation. It's a lot of, sorry, there's a lot of disturbance. Thank you for inviting me to present my views at this event. As Sir mentioned, I'm a public policy researcher working in the space of circular economy and zero waste. And I think today's present discussion, and we have to acknowledge the fact that there is a very strong connection between social sciences and pure sciences. To achieve any actual change on the ground, these two streams of thought have to come together. Today's topic is very interesting because I was asked to speak on the issue of zero waste. And it is a very, very interesting topic, but is also a very daunting task for a society to achieve. If you look at waste as an issue, it is actually at the crux of several of humanity's challenges. Sorry, can you go to the first slide, please? Yeah, first slide. Introduction. Yeah, that's it. So, if I can, the whole issue of waste is actually at the crux of several of humanity's biggest challenges. If you consider my argument, then one can view waste as a symptom of a much larger problem and can connect it to almost every other issue: climate change, public health, biodiversity loss, ocean acidification, or air pollution. Actually, it is a reflection of an inefficient system. It's a broken system because we have learned how to exploit earth resources but not learned how to put the resources back to use. Now, in this slide, you're seeing this man holding a jar, a jar with a plant in it. Now, the idea behind this experiment was he planted this, put this plant in the glass jar in 1960s. Can you go back, please? And he watered it last in 1972 before it was tightly shut, and the plant is still alive. The idea behind this experiment was that there's no concept of waste in nature. It's a man-made concept. Nature makes no waste. So the challenge before us is to mimic these natural cycles and not work in conflict with them. Next slide, please. So if you look at, this is a World Bank report, and what they've said is Asian countries, the whole of Asia actually is spending about $25 billion on solid waste management per year. And this amount will go up to $50 billion in 2025. And this is just to transport waste from point A to point B, be it a landfill or an incinerator, or the incinerator ash from the incinerator plant to the landfill. And this is all being spent just to transport valuable resources which can otherwise be put back into use. Next slide, please. And by 2025, we are going to be generating about 2.2 billion tons of waste. And this is the world, as we speak, the issue of waste is so huge right now. We're not able to manage it. And we're looking at an upward trend, upward growth in that figure. Now, one may ask, how did we reach this point? Now, this was a process. This was captured very beautifully in this book by George Ritzer, what he called the McDonaldization of society, whereby the author argued that the processes by which these fast food restaurants have become so popular, this culture of convenience and affordability will become the crux of society in the future. And plastics is a very classic example of that a particular trend, because we know plastics are bad, but society is so addicted to it because it is convenient and affordable, and it is so easy to live with plastics that we cannot imagine life without plastics. And now we have so many issues around posed by plastics, but we just don't know how to deal with it. We're coming up with so many we have laws in place, we have technology in place. The crisis just doesn't seem to end because we think it's convenient and it's affordable. And the society we've built for ourselves in a way is in direct conflict with the laws of nature. As I mentioned earlier, nature makes no waste. It operates in cycles, but our system is very linear. we extract, we produce, we distribute, we consume, and we dispose. There is no way of putting resources back into the society. And this is in many ways is at a crux of several problems that we face nowadays in our lives. Next slide, please. Now, the limits to such a trajectory of living was first acknowledged in 1972 in a paper called Limits to Growth by a team of scientists headed by Dr. Donella Meadows. In the review of the prevalent economic model of growth and availability of natural resources, the team of scientists make this following statement: that if the present growth trends in the world population, industrialization, pollution, food production, and resource depletion continue unchanged, the limits to growth will be reached sometime within the next 100 years. The most probable result will be a rather sudden and uncontrollable decline in both population and industrial capacity. So next slide, please. So if you look at this particular graph, this is an output of a computer modeling that was done by this team of scientists, where they used a system dynamics approach, where they looked at the interconnections between these various areas of various sectors, resources, industrial output, population, food, and pollution. And they realized that there is a strong connection between all these various sectors, and there are peaks. Right now we think that nothing is wrong, because I think we are at the peak or an epitome of the civilization. But there will certainly be a massive decline as things move forward. And this is a projection from 1900s to 2100. So within this century, and I needed remind the panelists who are very learned that we are in the middle of the sixth mass extinction as we know it. And we're facing climate change, unprecedented floods and drought. All these things are linked to each other. And I would argue that waste is a classic symptom of that inefficient system. And if you're able to manage waste properly without destroying it, then we would have solved a lot of these problems. Next slide, please. So there is needless to say, there is a connection between public health and environment. Environment is a social determinant of health, and the Global Commission on Pollution and Health and Lancet, under Lancet, has projected that the pollution results in 9 million deaths each year, and or 15% of the deaths worldwide. And healthcare expenditures attributed to pollution range from $240 billion to $630 billion. Now, there's an inextricable link between health and waste. Waste is not just a management problem; it's a symptom of a much larger malice, as I had mentioned earlier. Now, if you look at next slide, please. If you look at how the world disposes its waste, there is always an argument: should we bury it or should we burn it? Now, both these approaches have their problems, and most of the waste in the world is either landfilled. About 80% is being landfilled, and some of it is being converted to energy as through incineration. And in countries like India or in Asian countries, we have open dumps. Recycling is happening, but only 5% of the world's resources are being recycled so far. Now, the issue of landfills or open dumping. Indian public health professionals are not alien to the health impacts of disposal on land. All the doctors and all the public health professionals would tell you that this is a major problem. This causes a whole bunch of environmental and public health problems. And there is a consensus that we need to stop dumping our garbage into landfills and open dumps. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Hello. Hello. Next slide, please. So where the dispute happens usually is the issue of incineration. There is the waste to energy incineration. And now incineration is happening. India is not caught on as much as other countries have in Asia, like China or Singapore for that matter. But there are several global studies that have linked incineration to health problems. There is the issue of toxic ash. There's the issue of resource destruction. In fact, Western countries are slowly abandoning the technology. No new incinerator has been built in the US since 1997. And the European Union is slowly phasing out of incineration as a waste management approach and moving more towards circular economy and recycling. Open burning, of course, it's illegal, but it happens rampantly. I don't need to talk about the issues around it. But I would argue that the way incinerators are being run right now, there is a lot of issues with open burning that are similar to what we're facing with incinerators right now. Um, so what is zero waste? So this brings me to the concept of zero waste, which I was supposed to talk about. Um, Next slide, please. So the different times and different questions. So the 20th century thinking was about waste management, which we still continue to talk about. The question we ask in that is, how do we get rid of our resources, our waste efficiently with the minimum damage to public health and environment? So that is the waste management way of thinking. But the future of waste, of discard management, as we call it, is to ask the question, how do we handle our discarded resources in ways which do not deprive future generation of some, if not all, of their value? And we have to acknowledge the fact that these are valuable resources. If we're burning plastics, that means this is oil that is actually fossil fuels. These are limited resources that are being destroyed in the process. Next slide, please. So this brings me to the last two slides of this presentation. The whole idea of zero waste is not to look at waste in isolation. We have these two streams of looking right now. We have mixed waste disposal in either landfills or incineration, and from incineration it goes into ash. The ash goes to the landfills. But separation at source, which is what all of us, our laws talk about it, our public policy experts talk about it. There's no other way to go about this but to achieve 100% source separation. And then with the residual waste that we end up with, there has to be a approach to phase out non-recyclable plastics or non-recyclable materials from our society. There cannot be there is no. If you go to the next slide, I'll just finish my argument. Now, these are the 10 steps to zero waste. If you look at this whole frame, and this is something that was presented and it's being accepted by the European Union also, there is no, technically, there is no space for incineration in the idea of zero waste, because incineration destroys resources that cannot be recovered. With landfills, at least you can in the future develop technologies to excavate and mine landfills. But once you burn the waste, there is no way to recover it. So just from the resource conservation point of view, these are the 10 steps that a society needs to adhere to in order to achieve a zero waste future. So and of course, if you see the bottom of the slide, the idea is to lessen our dependence on landfills over the period of time. So the next 10-15 years, if we reduce our dependence on landfills and we try to recover, recycle, and repair resources within the circular system and try to mimic the natural systems as much as possible, I think there is a great scope for improvement in the future. Next slide, please. I think that thank you very much. So that was I hope I didn't take much time, but thank you very much.
So thank you, Dr. Saha. Now I request the chair to allow 1 or 2 questions since we are running late.
Thank you. And we are running short of time, so but we cannot ask some questions to our Padma Bhushan, Dr. Vindeswar Pathak. So any questions to Professor Pathak, will be welcome.
Sir, there is one question from the audience. They want to know from Professor Pathak So what is the future perspectives of Sulabh? How the Sulabh will be in next 10, 20, 30 years? So what is their plan? So if they can.
That is good, Pathak sir.
Actually, we have many objectives. Some of them we have achieved, but we have to follow to go ahead. Like just the change installed each and every house of India. Now we have to follow up to keep them functional. So then there are thousands and thousands of places that still do not have public toilets. And you need those toilets. We go on many places. Even today, you will not find any public toilet. And therefore, we have to put up again and to keep them maintained. And also, I was showing you just we are giving a new concept to see the human bodies from pollution. At that time I showed you that if we have a public toilet, there you can keep water like this. And on the one hand, you can use as a fertilizer in the field, the big work. And if you want to discharge river bodies, there is no chance of pollution. But in Sula, we are having more and more. Now we have taken up one cause that every village have a Sula happy home. And there in a village, nobody will sleep without food in the village. This will be the duty of a person who will maintain or manage the house to a happy home. Because what is most important in life is the food. And then comes the desire, which Lord Buddha. So that is we are planning how in every village there should be a slow happy home and everybody should not sleep without food. So we are expanding, then we are going to have a place where you can have the services that is required. Anything you have in the village, and if something goes wrong, there is no place to rectify it. So that way we are expanding both in sanitation, water. Now the water we have organ pani hai. Now just see this water with the bottle. This water is for pond. And this is the arsenic area of West Bengal. And there the people get old, used to get old earlier. Now just see, these people get old in the arsenic area. And this is the water, this pond. And this pond, you can take water, treat, and just 50% per liter, it is supplied to the every home in many villages in West Bengal, like Matsukati, Midnapur, Shantiniketan. So now, lakhs and lakhs of ponds are there, and there you can treat this water and give them to drink. Then the gray area, like water, this duckweeds you can keep in the gray, in the pond, you can have fish, fish culture. So what we are planning, we are combining now sanitation. This is the water hyacinth. Duckweeds. The duckweed. Now fish, they eat, and this same material, the water, this duckweed, cleans water also. So now we are planning that through sanitation, how you can give employment to the young generation. And we have started a action sociology. sociology of sanitation. In 85, I gave this concept. Initially, everybody laughed. Oh, how sanitation can be taught in sociology. Now they are teaching 11, 12 universities. They are teaching about this sanitation there. So what we have in Sulab, that we are planning to provide employment, bigger the training. Now these are universities like Maharaja Krishna Kumar Singh Ji, Bhavnagar University, Gujarat, Maharaja Krishnamurti in Bhavnagar, Hemcharya, Gujarat University, Sardar Patel University, Laitna, Misla University, Kumaon University, Hemati Nandan Bahuguna University, so Krishna Srinagar, Kashmir University, University of Kolhapur, Bangalore University, Gujarat University, Saurashtra University, Maharaja Kumar Singh Ji Bhavnagar, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, Maharashtra, Bangalore, Central University, Kannada University, and this Kuwait University, Shimoga. So these are the universities they are teaching now these subjects in the postgraduate and graduate level. So the question is what I'm end with this reply that we are planning to provide employment opportunities through all these sanitation, water, grape area, water hygiene, and so on and so forth, and clean water also.
So thank you very much, sir, for your valuable points. So now I request the chair to put his concluding marks.
Thank you, Professor. I think all the speakers have made excellent presentation, right from Professor Pathak, who highlighted about this technology for prevention of health, as well as provided dignity to the women, and followed by Professor Pathak. Professor Moore has highlighted about the biomedical waste management, how the system exists presently along with policy, and many of the policies are not implemented, particularly some of the smaller hospitals and rural areas, how to implement that, and followed by this Professor Krishnamurti, who highlighted about hazardous waste management issues, right from around 40,000 industry, how much generation of hazardous waste is done. Like he was involved in when Supreme Court Committee monitoring committees was constituted with our former director, Dr. Devota and Dr. Chakravarti, who were the members. And due to their initiatives, hazardous waste management condition is improved, which we cannot expect in municipal solid waste management right now. And finally, Dr. Shah, who has nicely presented right from McDonaldization, municipal solid waste, landfill, and all these things, and how to achieve zero waste through integrated approach. All these presentations are very much pertinent, and they have highlighted, they have done justice in making the presentation. And most importantly, in almost all the conferences I have seen in solid waste, many of the speakers are first put regarding policy, but in this program I have seen right from treatment and policy was at the last. So this is one of the initiatives. So all the presenters, I'm thankful to all the presenters for their excellent presentation, and also the participants patiently heard and asked a couple of questions in chat also, which Dr. Shah had explained nicely. Thank you very much.
So now I request Dr. Ravindra Kherwal to offer the vote of thanks. Sir, you are muted, sir. Sir, please unmute.
Thank you, Dr. Vijay. On behalf of PGIMER Chandigarh and Department of Community Medicine and Indian Association of Preventive and Social Medicine, I thank the chair for nicely holding this session. This session was really having the galaxy, I will say, star of the galaxy, and it was having Dr. Bindeswar Pathak is like you have a blessings or showers. So thank you, sir. And then we had Dr. Suman Moore, who is working in the area of waste management, and she was the first one in Punjab universities to initiate MSc in waste management. Then Professor Krishnamurti Kanan, He's an excellent orator and always very supportive. Thank you, sir. And Dr. Dharmesh Shah, who is very positive and always, whenever we requested him, and I have worked with him basically on cleaning the landfill site, or you can say waste site, where waste is disposed of. So I know his enthusiasm and commitment towards the community services. So with this, I thank you all for joining this session. And I request all the participants, you don't see all the participants, please note that you see only few, but we have around 200 participation in this session. So what I request everyone is to kindly remain here, and after 30 minutes at exactly 2:30, we start the next session. So thank you very much, and see you soon.
चलो लंच कर लेते हैं ठीक।
Good afternoon, everyone. This is 2:27, 3 minutes to go.
खत्म
वो बंद हो जा रहा है बड़ी प्रॉब्लम होगी
One minute to go. Are you ready? Hello?
These are we are ready with everything. We're about to start.
Okay, actually, Dr. B.K. Pati is still on mute. Tell me once you're ready. It's 2:29, only 30 seconds is left.
Sir, we are trying to connect with one of our chair. Please give us 1 to 2 minutes.
No problem. Can you tell me his name?
Yes.
So I can check he's here or not?
S.S. Marwaha.
SS Marwa. Okay, let me check.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sorry, Mr. Marwa is not here.
Yes, sir, we are trying to connect with him.
Okay. Once you're done, you know.
Yes, sir, I'll let you know to display the bio sketches once I will done.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
So once again, I thank you all to the last session of the
Sir,
day,
sir, just a minute,
which is
We are not live. Sir, just a
engagement
minute.
of multi-stakeholder
Ravinder sir, we
for
are not
pollution
live.
control. The session will be moderated by, the session will be chaired by Sri Dr. Rakesh Kumar. I request to kindly present his profile. In the meantime, we are trying to connect with Dr. Marwa, who has some connectivity issue. मेरा कागज मत उठाओ, वो भाई यहाँ पे। Thank you. Could you please put it? So on behalf of PGIMER Chandigarh and Indian Association of Preventive and Social Medicine, I warmly welcome Dr. Rakesh Kumar, who is Director of National Environmental Engineering Research Institute, a part of CSIR organization. Dr. Rakesh Kumar has 12 patents on pollution control devices. He has been awarded Environmental Leadership Award by US Asia Environmental Partnership and USAID in 2005. Recently, he was awarded a very prestigious HEOC Think of Ecology Award. In addition to this, actually, he has been given several award. So now I hand over the charge to Dr. Rakesh Kumar. And in the meantime, if Professor Marwa join, we will connect. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thanks for your introduction, Professor Ravindra Khaval. Can you hear me well?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So, good afternoon to all the speakers, distinguished speakers, and the chairman who is going to come in some time, Professor S.S. Mahava from Punjab Pollution Control Board. I'm glad to see a galaxy of very good speakers and faculty who are going to speak in this next 1 hour. Starting with Dr. Manjeet Singh Saluja from WHO, Professor Anil Gupta from NIDM, Professor Tarun Gupta from IIT Kanpur, Dr. Harshal Salve from AIMS, and Dr. Sagnik from IIT Delhi. I'm actually very pleased with this format that has been created and the topic that has been taken for this session. I would want to highlight few important things before we start, that when we look at stakeholders related risk perception or work which is for pollution control board, and we combine stakeholders, primarily we have been always looking at stakeholders who are supposed to be suffering because of pollution and in terms of health, and that's something which is understandable, which is not something which is to be denied. But what is important is that some of the pollution control measures, specifically when we talk about air pollution, we have not been very successful because definition of stakeholders and the extent and spectrum of stakeholders that we think there are stakeholders have not been very well thought of. And I'll give you an example. So when any of the cities, particularly let's take example of Delhi, which is always a constant point of discussion. When pollution levels go beyond a limit, we say that no construction should take place. Now let's look at who are the stakeholders there. So one side is the people who are suffering from health; they are the major stakeholders. The second set of stakeholders are the builders, probably who are into construction activities or the contractors. But the real stakeholders here are actually the workers, the daily wage workers who are in construction industry, starting from those who do normal construction, electrical related work, painting related work, and all maintenance related work. So whole set of people who could be possibly in lakhs for 3 months or so go without job. They are our stakeholders. When we say do not do any open burning in winter, in a country like India, where you cannot provide cheap energy sources so that they can keep their houses warm and themselves, if you are unable to deal with it, and if they burn any logwood or anything for keeping themselves warm, they are the stakeholders. We shouldn't be saying that we should ban them one side and second time we'll fine them, which sounds okay from the health point of view. But look at it, the process of any impact which happens on anyone, they become part of our society, and therefore their impact has to be seen not only from health but also from economics point of view. Second 2 points which I wanted to highlight before I request the first speaker to start is that when we are looking at all of these tangibles and intangible impacts are also something which we need to examine. And when we look at this, we will realize the economy, ecology, health, and long-term impact and short-term impact, they have to all come together. Only when we have seen all of these together, chances are that we'll be very close to what we are wanting to discuss. So I'm glad we have set of speakers today who will be able to deal with these subjects, and I'll come back with some more thoughts based on all the distinguished speakers who are going to speak. So let's go ahead with Dr. Manjeet Singh Saluja from WHO, and I guess the organizers will flash his background, and in terms of timing, I assume all of the speakers know how much time they have. So thank you.
Sir, it's around 7 minutes each.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay. So Dr. Manjeet.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rakesh. It has always been a pleasure listening to you, and same again. So I'll just share my screen to show a set of slides, which I'll use. Just a minute. Yeah. I hope my slides are visible and I'm clearly audible. Yeah, great. Thank you, Dr. Ravinder, for confirming. So what I have tried to focus is the kind of the role of the health sector, how the health sector, because the theme is multi-sectoral action, and kind of know how health sector can kind of catalyze action in this particular field and kind of take forward the initiatives. So just kind of reflecting back, I think 40 years around 1978, kind of when this Alma Ata kind of this declaration was done, and it was kind of a landmark a declaration in the field of public health, which kind of in where the world leaders and international organization and kind of health authorities gathered in this particular city, Alma Ata, which is now called as Almaty in Kazakhstan, and they kind of had released a declaration of Alma Ata on the primary healthcare, which kind of remains a landmark document in the history of global health. And Alma Ata kind of declaration established a standard of public commitment to making community-driven quality healthcare accessible, both physically and financially, and very importantly for all. I think what the chair initially pointed out, that all these kind of decisions have to be inclusive and kind of has to all the stakeholders need to be part of it. So that was the starting point for kind of a health for all initiative. And this was kind of the forerunner of the global strategy for health for all by the year 2000, and then moving forward for the Sustainable Development Goal number 3, which kind of talks about ensuring healthy lives and kind of promoting well-being for all ages. So a lot of water has kind of certainly flown from 40 years, and we have seen kind of a lot of good economic development taking place, a lot of improvements in life expectancies and health outcomes, a shift in the disease patterns. Till before that pandemic, we were kind of shifting from communicable to the non-communicable disease kind of patterns. Access to health services have kind of continued to expand. A lot of work across the countries, including India, has been done in this particular direction. But what we also see that there's a lot of increase now environmental risks also, which that negatively that have been kind of negatively influencing the health. And what has kind of these influences and especially for have kind of led to we are seeing kind of, if you really look at the big picture at this moment, the studies are indicating that roughly 24% of the global deaths are being linked to the environment, and which is 1 in 4. And if you look at the overall size of this, it's around 13.7 million. And if I kind of just indicate on the right side of this particular image, and if we look at span as to where these numbers are coming from, and we see that the Southeast Asia region is kind of is having the most, followed by a few others in this particular area of the Middle East and kind of towards Africa. I think that's where these numbers are coming from. And if we really talk about who's the most impacted by the environment, we are talking about, yes, whether it's the elderly or the children, and kind of they are certainly much more disproportionately being impacted. And also when we look at these numbers, if you really look at the major causes and kind of the number one cause is certainly kind of the ischemic heart disease, the respiratory diseases. I think that's where these big numbers are coming from, and we can certainly attribute many of these diseases to various environmental causes, and there are various epidemiological studies. And I think what we were discussing just a few days back in this same workshop itself, we talked about a lot of health assessments and how the methodologies have got standardized, whether they are the national studies or the international studies, how the methodologies have gotten kind of standard. But we'll cover that a little later. Kind of talking about right in the beginning itself, the cross-sectoral action, what we are talking about, because somewhere health gets impacted by the actions of all the other departments. The key sectors which are kind of certainly, and again, this is not an exhaustive list of all the sectors, but there are some key sectors which I could kind of immediately kind of keep here, which have the relevance to the health, environment, and climate change. We all are aware of certainly the burden again when we kind of talk about from the water and the sanitation sector, and we have seen how the country has made a lot of strides in this particular area, especially on the sanitation, and then now moving forward towards the water as well. Then comes the energy kind of where we do have the needs, the industries, looking at housing, labor, land use, and I think that's what Dr. Rakesh also initially kind of started with. So all these sectors, somewhere health kind of gets the effect of it, while the causes are somewhere kind of in each of these. So how the health sector can kind of really advocate, and if you look at a picture down below on the left side as well, how health and well-being becomes the center of it. And this is the taken from a document where kind of which talks about a vision for the primary healthcare at the global level, and we see kind of how health and well-being becomes the center, and where a multi-sectoral policy action is certainly kind of required, and it's very much important to really achieve that particular well-being and the healthy status. But how can the health sector really kind of push forward? What could be the modus operandi? So I've tried to kind of put the three major pillars that catalyze the policy change and kind of can push the other sectors. One, certainly we kind of talk about first is to talk about developing and using the health evidence for whether we are kind of talking about the effects of air pollution. And again, pollution, we are not only kind of focusing only on one part of it, but also looking at a larger domain of environmental risks, and of which pollution becomes certainly one of the most important parts. So when we kind of talk about the health evidence and kind of really generating that evidence, developing and using the health evidence to the effects of air pollution, and kind of we see that now over the last years, we have seen a lot of kind of reports which almost come out right from the international stakeholders. We have a global assessment of exposure of the burden of diseases coming, whether it's from the ambient air pollution or the household air pollution. We also have national reports, which is kind of the India Health of the Nation States, which was released in December 2017, and there was an update which was quite recently, which also came out. And what I was mentioning earlier, that yes, the methodologies for these kind of studies have been standardized. Moreover, we are kind of talking in the same language. What we are drawing upon from the exposure response functions, the epidemiological studies are the same. So there is a kind of a particular pattern and the standardization, and not only in air pollution, but we also, when we look at the other sectors of WASH, climate change, and we kind of so the health sector can certainly, by bringing out that evidence, by bringing out that effect on the people, can certainly push and a lot of policy change kind of happens through that. But let me also share a very important dimension to this particular data, that it is not that always the health sector data has to kind of only talk about the deaths and the DALYs, the disability adjusted life years, or the deaths or the mortality which is happening, but it's also very important to take forward the positive data also of the developmental intervention. For example, if you look at the bottom half of the particulars of this particular slide, where we are kind of talking about how Swachh Bharat mission, when we kind of talk about sanitation, has helped to avert over 300,000 deaths by the universal access to kind of sanitation coverage. So this data becomes very important when we kind of really have to push the other sectors to kind of talk about and take actions on this particular in this particular area. And in order to do this, for this, I think on Tuesday, we have discussed in detail about the kind of studies which are required. There could be kind of a big studies in terms of the cohort studies or the randomized control trials, which take a lot of time. But then, yes, there are kind of some tools and which are kind of available, which can also kind of make this process a little quicker, and at least give the local policymakers or the local decision makers at the state and the districts level to kind of really know what could be the health assessments or even the economic impact assessments. As you know, when we talk about the construction sector, and for 3 months, if the construction sector has to kind of close, what would be the health assessment impact of it? What would be the economic impacts of it? I think there are tools available which can kind of really look at that. Where, for example, which I have already had a detailed session on this in terms of the air quality plus, or the transportation tool, or the green spaces tool, how much kind of the green spaces in the cities kind of really help, and where we call the lungs of the cities, how much they help. And then similarly on household energy, kind of there are tools which could be kind of looked at, and some small developmental interventions we can kind of really look at the health assessments and the economic assessments, and then maybe take a decision. So the reason is that for all these kind of interventions, I think it becomes very mandatory and becomes kind of very useful to have these health impact assessments done before we kind of really take a decision, and that will reduce the arbitrariness of the decisions which are taken. Then from the evidence, we kind of shift to the health competency, and how this particular, where we kind of strengthen the health competencies to identify and address the effects coming out from the environmental risks, and we kind of strengthen the capacities. And if we really look at how, for example, WHO in India, we have been kind of trying to develop capacities of the health sector on the health and air pollution, whether it is kind of looking at the burden of disease methodologies, or even looking at how to strengthen the surveillance mechanisms to kind of really capture the health impacts of air pollution, or even in terms of sharing the communication and kind of and it's not only air pollution, again, not from the ambient side, but also kind of from the household side. And we have undertaken initiatives for example, the picture which you see, the opportunities for transition to clean household energy, and simple tools like using an assessment toolkit to kind of really undertake these assessments and come out with some kind of results which can kind of lead to actions. And similarly, kind of even in the other sectors, for example, climate change, and kind of and it's not only kind of giving only training and capacity building per se, when we kind of only say training, but also showcasing certain pilots and implementation. For example, when we are kind of talking about the whole development of the climate resilience of the health sector, we undertook a pilot in the state of Madhya Pradesh with some facilities. We took a PHC, CHC, and a district hospital, and really saw how climate resilience can be brought in and kind of can be strengthened even to the existing facilities, and how they can be retrofitted and kind of can be made more climate resilient, and so that they're able to absorb and adapt to these environmental risks. At the same time, be also able to kind of mitigate the risk, the climate issues, and kind of reduce emissions from their side as well. So those are the kind of work which can go into the competency side, and how the health sector really needs to be kind of strengthened on this aspect. And then comes the health communications, where we kind of talk about in terms of the advisories and creating health communications which are kind of customized to the local context, to improve understanding and kind of raise awareness about the issues, so that at least people are able to kind of realize and are sensitized that yes, there is a problem which that affects the health. And when these are kind of tough decisions which also affects livelihoods of certain people, I think people would be more forthcoming for that yes, if it really affects the health of the whole population, I think it becomes very important. And that's where the role of the health communications can come in. And for this, as you're all aware, that there is a kind of a global campaign of WHO, UN Environment, Climate and Clean Air Coalition, called as the Breathe Life Network, out of which kind of where around 4 to 5 Indian cities have also joined this particular network. And I think year before last, in late 2019, even Nagpur kind of also made a resolve to join this particular Breathe Life Network. And what it brings is certainly kind of a lot of communication material which can be shared and communicated with the local people, and videos like this, where these videos are not only available in English, but we have also tried to make them available in Hindi, as to know how the air pollution impacts our body, and so that people are able to kind of realize in very simple language. And it's not only again air pollution, but also other risks and kind of impacts of climate change. For example, when we are already stepping into the heat wave season, so how kind of we can safeguard workers from heat, children from heat, and also kind of strengthen and orient the health workers, especially the frontline health workers, for example the ashas, on air pollution aspects, and kind of and for that we kind of along with NCDC, the National Center for Disease Control, on the occasion of the first Clean Air for Blue Skies in September, we undertook a campaign, a nationwide campaign, where more than 50,000 people were kind of sensitized, even during the pandemic time, but on the health aspects of air pollution. Because at that time, when we were kind of thinking of September, and the months of October, November were coming in, and with the pandemic, there was a big fear that air pollution may create a lot of havoc. So there was a lot of sensitization and proactive approach taken by, led by the Ministry of Health, and taken by the NCDC on this particular issue, and kind of where communicating people, I think, becomes very important. So I think at the end, my last slide, I think what it kind of ultimately leads to, when we are talking about creating evidence, developing the competencies, and having these kind of sharing the communication with the people, what it pushes it to kind of, it pushes towards solutions, how solutions can kind of then get implemented, because those solutions cannot be implemented through a siloed approach, or not only one ministry or one particular department can kind of do it, but when there is a realization and kind of a lead by the health sector, it kind of becomes a common good, it becomes a public good, and then kind of these solutions, which are kind of all there's nothing kind of which has to come from outside, or there are very simple solutions which need to be implemented, can actually be not only implemented but also enforced, and there would be a much more public acceptance to these issues. So I think I will stop here. I think that's it from my side, and if there are any questions, we'll be more than happy to take them. Thank you so very much for this opportunity. Back to you, Dr. Rakesh.
Thank you, Manjit ji, for a wonderful presentation, and we will take Q&A at the end of all the presentation. Thanks a lot. Very relevant points that you made, and I'm glad that you were the first speaker on this topic. Thank you. May I now request Professor Anil Gupta of NIDM to give his discourse and initiate the discussion.
Very good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson, and for inviting me to share some of my thoughts at this very important topic. And thank you, Dr. Kaiwal, for inviting me to this conference. In fact, Mr. Manjeet Saluja from WHO has been raising very important points, which were also linked to the chairperson's remarks. And so from where they closed, and I would like to start from there. And I'll be sharing few points without any PowerPoint presentation, looking at the time schedules. So as past 20 years or so, we are witnessing globally a kind of a economic slowdown, because for achieving sustainable development goals that we have an objective to achieve by 2030, we say that we should have a growth rate of around 12%. But on the other hand, the reality is that we are somewhere 5%, 6%, 7% like this. And the challenge is not only limited to India, but globally, these kind of this is a common experience. So when we talk about the pollution issue or any other kind of environmental challenges, and also associated hazards, which can also present major crisis situations also, it should also be seen with this kind of major disaster, as I say that this ecological slowdown, economic slowdown that we are facing past 2 decades or so, that is also a major challenge before the humanity and development. And there actually, if we talk about, then probably we need to start looking at the concept of Kuznets curve that was given by the same expert, Mr. Kuznets, who was an economic scientist who had given the concept of national economy. And that actually also relates to the observations made by the Millennium Ecosystem Assessment of 2005, MA 2005. Why I'm referring to, because if we when we look at the ongoing economic crisis globally, we find the fundamental cause of this ongoing economic crisis somewhere in the ongoing ecological crisis or ecological slowdown. So though this ecological slowdown kind of terminology has seldom been used, but if we look at the Millennium Ecosystem Assessment report and then look at the kind of syndrome that we are observing into the economic front, we would most of the people would agree to that. Then when it comes to having a discourse on the multi-sector in multi-sectoral or multi-dimensional stakeholder engagement for combating pollution, I think we should also look at the history. In fact, we started talking about the pollution in 1972. So this is 2021. Very shortly, we are going to complete 50 years of our struggle dealing with pollution. So as some key points which have been reflected by the chairperson also, I think this is a time to introspect our national and local scenarios, particularly in India, because the recent survey again indicated Delhi as one of the biggest polluted capital cities of the world. So the challenges in other countries of the European world or the developed world and challenges that we are facing in our country are little different. So and therefore we will need to look at little differently. The third point that comes to my mind that we would also look at we would also need to look at the issues of pollution control, pollution prevention from the market point of view. And what is the market point of view? I am not talking about the only business, but market is that there are few things which are the current focus globally and also at the national level in India and in the region if we look at the Asia Pacific. These are like climate change, and the other is increasing frequency and intensity of disasters. And there is no disagreement on this that these are the two major challenges being faced by the humanity and the developmental fraternity as on date. So how do we see pollution as a contributor to climate change? And on the other hand, if we apply a nexus approach and see that how climate change implications are the outcomes are the results of climate change is contributing to increasing pollution. Sometimes it will look little kind of a aberration to the normal discourse that pollution, yes, it is a contributor to climate change, but how climate change is contributing to pollution, probably we will need to look at a little more in detail. We all agree that climate change is a known contributor to increasing intensity and frequency of disasters. And on the other hand, we all have witnessed that most of the disasters lead severe impacts on environment and ecosystems, including environmental quality across air, water, land, soil, leading huge amount of disaster waste. However, as on now, except in during the recent period during COVID, the Central Pollution Control Board was required to develop specific guidelines to deal with the COVID waste, a different version of the biomedical waste during the COVID period. Otherwise, as on date, past 30 years or so, the journey of disaster management, journey of climate change awareness, we have no significant initiative to deal with disaster waste or pollution induced or pollution aggravated by disasters. But I think this is a very, very big area, because daily pollution load is one thing, but sudden disposal or sudden discharge of heavy amount of obnoxious materials into the environment, there actually no control measures or no checks and balances can work. So we will need to have a different kind of a strategy. In some of the countries, there are strategies to deal with disaster waste and disaster led pollution, but we will need to look at here in India also. So, and beside this nexus, when we talk about reducing pollution load, so there is no dearth of laws. Many times what happens that recently we in India also we created a new agency, new authority to deal with the air pollution. Many times it has been a common approach here, that whenever something goes beyond our control or something where we are not able to fulfill to our own, sometimes even our own expectations are to the standards, we say that something wrong with the regulations or something wrong with the authorities, and then we start creating new authorities and new regulations, and then sometimes it again brings new layers of pollution. I would say that the governance pollution, because there are conflict between the conflicts related with the authority, mandates, and even the decades will pass discussing about the mandates and authorities and solving these conflicts. So I think these are this is another issue. And therefore, what we need to look at, and where I find the gap area also. We have been a number of, yes, we had a number of good number of studies, so many international journals, good publications. However, we could not significantly showcase the pollution impact on economy, although there has been some good effort to show the pollution impact on health. Until unless we bring the implications of pollution on the economic stable, probably the changing of the mindset, there will be certain questions, and that is imperative, because I would say here that we have to bring pollution prevention or the environmental protection in the minds of the people, and in the forefront of all the sectoral policies. Currently, we are working with the Ministry of Environment and Forest Climate Change. We are supporting them in developing their sectoral disaster management plan. We are starting from this Monday only. Monday, we have the first sectoral consultation workshop. And I think the way we are trying to integrate disaster risk management, and the way under the National Action Plan for Climate Change, the issues of climate change has been, we tried. We don't say that we are successful, but we are trying to integrate these issues across all the sectors of development within the planning process also. So similarly, probably we need to look at the opportunity to integrate pollution prevention also across all the sectors and their planning process. So I think that is something important. Recently,
Professor Gupta, if I can just interject, if you could conclude, we have time constraint. If you can conclude quickly.
Yeah, I will do that. So last point is that there is a recent opportunity. The Green Tribunal has asked all the districts to come up with environmental action plan. This is the first time. We had EPA since 1986. I think it took decades, which was required to be done quite earlier. However, this is a good opportunity. But having an environmental action plan at the district level separately or in isolation probably would not help. At districts, there are 3-4 important sectors where the action plans have been developed. One is disaster management plan, which is a legal requirement as per the Disaster Management Act. Now, they under the health mission, under the NAPCC, we are currently promoting the preparation of health action plan, resilient and adaptive health action plan at the district level also. Now, we have developed at the national level, and we are taking at the state level, and we have called that at the district level also it should be prepared. And at the same time, the action plan for environmental action plan is also being prepared. I think there is a need and there is a great opportunity to utilize this synergy and the co-benefits. And the issue of having kind of a multi-sectoral engagement, because whenever we talk of the sector multi-stakeholder engagement, the focus has to be at local level. And so I think we need to look at There are a couple of other points, but since the time is limited, I would reserve it for the next discourse and for the other forum. So thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Dr. Khaiwal, for giving me opportunity to share some of my thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Gupta. I am extremely sorry that I have to limit your time. This is primarily because others also have to speak, and we have only 1 hour. And environment related issues are also linked to similar things that the previous generation took a lot of time, so our next generation is not able to deal with it. So thank you for such a wonderful talk. May I now request Professor Tarun Gupta to start his discussion. And please be aware of the time that you have. Thank you. Please go ahead. Professor Tarun Gupta.
Sir, they are just a minute, sir. We are connecting, sir.
All of you. So I'll be talking about monitoring tools which are necessary for air pollution control. Unless we measure the pollution accurately, it's make no sense to control, because first we need to know what we are going to measure and how much of that is present in the outside world. So let me walk you through the air pollution and human health overall picture. So there is a variety of sources which are out there, be it thermal power plant pollutants, vehicular exhaust pollutant, emitting from the heating and
Sir, we are seeing some issue with the presentation of Dr. Tarun Gupta. Is it likely possible that we go ahead with the
which might
another
be
speaker and we will
mining,
try him
the
at the
size
end?
of vehicle.
So once again, I hand over the chair session to the chair. He may invite the next speaker, Dr. Hers.
Yes, I guess the video was not coming very well, and we couldn't hear him as well. So we'll sort it out, and Professor Gupta can be called later. May I now request Dr. Harshal Salve from AIMS to start his discussion.
Yeah, thank you. At the outset, let me thank the organizers, especially Dr. Khaiwal, for inviting me for this important conference and also the important talk. Let me share my brief presentation. So I'll be taking you all through this presentation. The talk is on engaging medical institutes for air pollution control. Because I belong to the medical university, AIMS, New Delhi. So I just want to bring this perspective of engaging medical institutes for air pollution control, because we see that it is more we are seeing the people are working in isolation. Since morning, we are hearing about air pollution. So there's a need of integration. So I believe that medical institution is a platform which provides a platform for integration of the exposure scientist and the medical science and take the agenda of air pollution control in various domains forward. So why medical institutes or colleges? Because of geographical spreads and numbers. We know most of the work we have seen in the related to air pollution is happening in the either in the northern part in the PGI Chandigarh AIMS side, or in the southern part in some cohorts. So this engaging the medical institutes provides a geographical spread to the cause, to the air pollution control, and also the scale. We have 554 medical colleges spread across the country from north to west, east to south. So, and from covering most of the area, so that will scale up the agenda. Institutional continuity, the availability of the mentors and the mentee at the medical institutes provides the institutional continuity to the actions, to the efforts, be it research or advocacy or collaboration. So institutional continuity is an important aspect of the medical institutes. Dedicated resources, we have technical expertise in the form of medical faculties. We have field practice area. Every medical institute is mandated to have a department of community medicine or preventive or social medicine. And as per the NMC, each department is mandated to have the two areas, one in the urban area and one in the rural area, where they have to provide a training and the research related activities to their undergraduate and postgraduate student. So that provides a good amount of catchment area, population level information is available through the medical institutes that can be leveraged for the cause. Then ensured accountability. So we have the various programs, MD, PhD, internship, and fellowship programs at the medical institutes that ensures accountability for the work through the various stakeholders in the institutes. Then it is a place for intersectoral collaboration. As I said in the beginning, the public institutes, private sector, community-based agencies, civil societies can all come together at the medical institute level, and the collaboration, real collaboration can happen at the medical institute level. So this is as previous speakers also said, it is easier said than done. So this is a good opportunity for the cause of air pollution control. The intersectoral coordination can be achieved by engaging the medical institutes. So what are the opportunities for addressing problem of air pollution at a medical institute level? First is the exposure. We know there are three important components of the air pollution and health effect. The exposure includes the assessment, the community engagement, and behavior change communication for addressing various exposures that are causing air pollution. So medical institute can utilize this opportunity for assessing the exposure at various pollutants, the community engagement for identifying by community participatory approach the various interventions that can be implemented at the community level, and also to prepare a behavior change communication by using various tools. Health outcome, the most challenging part now with respect to air pollution and health is availability of the health data. So there again opportunity for engaging medical institutes in the form of surveillance of air pollution sensitive diseases in the field practice area in their hospitals. As we know that the NCDC has came up with the emergency hospital based surveillance. So again, the OPDs, emergency and other community based surveillance system for air pollution sensitive diseases provides a good opportunity for the engagement. And generating morbidity and mortality data, as I said, the intensive field practice area of the medical colleges, they provide a good platform for generating a good data. Also few of the medical colleges like at AIMS, we have the cohort nature of the data in terms of monitoring the morbidity and the mortality data. Each medical colleges has a biostatistics department. So this department can be engaged for mathematical modeling and statistical analysis of the various data sets which are available. So these are the three larger domains of the opportunities which can act as a rationale for engaging the medical institutes. So what are the domains for engagement of medical institutes? I see there are four major domains for engaging medical institutes: the capacity building, research and patient care, advocacy and the community engagements, and the collaborations. We will discuss one by one how it can be done. Coming to the capacity building. So now, as I said, we are 554 medical institutes with average capacity of 185 if you take the average of per college. So we have a strength of MBA students and postgraduate students. So it is an opportunity for generating a new sort of public health professional to sensitize the MBA students for air pollution, health effects, and various mitigation measures through their existing curriculum, especially from the Department of Community Medicine. Field visits. We have started a field visits to the IMD in Delhi, situated in the Lodhi Road. So the field visits to the air pollution monitoring station, field visits to the various industries, how they are monitoring their air quality, how they are treating their effluents. So this can be taken up at the medical institute. That will aid up the capacity building. Then organizing national and subnational training programs for the program officers, public health professionals. So medical institutes can be engaged for organizing the workshops, organizing the training programs for the public health profession under the program. We know that we have a national program for climate change and human health. So by engaging medical institutes, various at subnational level, this activity can be decentralized and the resources can be utilized optimally. Developing training manuals, SOPs of the disease surveillance, management, monitoring and evaluation. So the technical expertise in the form of faculty present at the medical institutes can be leveraged for developing the training manuals, establishing a surveillance mechanism to the hospitals, and also for monitoring and evaluation of the existing program. For example, currently we have National Clean Air Program that can be evaluated on time-to-time basis by engaging with the medical colleges. We have the similar setup for the other national health programs, for example, National Tuberculosis Elimination Program, for example, HIV control program, where the medical institutes are an integral part of the program. So similar thing can be replicated for the climate change or air pollution related program. Coming to the research, there are PG, postgraduate students, PhD students, the thesis can be taken up in the area of air pollution and health effect. So the sensitization can happen and some data, the pilot basis can be developed. The intramural grant, specific grants, we have seen in many medical colleges in the current scenario in the wake of pandemic, the COVID specific intramural grant has been initiated. The similar thing can be initiated to promote the this area as far as the research is concerned. The field practice area is an important asset for any medical institute through the Department of Community Medicine. So this area, in this area, various community-based projects can be taken up. Now we are all aware that the exposure-related information through the satellite is available. Dr. Sagnik will present it hopefully in the next presentation. That now the currently 1 by 1 kilometer level, the air pollution data is available. So same data can be utilized using some morbidity, mortality data from the field practice area, and the linkages can be assessed and the evidence can be generated. Similarly, the community-based engagement activities, the behavior change communication related activities can be piloted in the field practice area. Few of the medical institute, for example, at AIMS, CMC Vellore, they are the demographic surveillance sites that provides a continuous monitoring of the mortality and morbidity data. So this challenge of assessing the mortality can be taken care by involving the medical colleges. Cause specific mortality information is also available on this SDSS, few SDSS sites. So that information can be leveraged by linking the morbidity and the mortality data. Development of large cohorts. Many medical colleges are engaged in the large cohort exercise, not necessarily with the air pollution, but this activity of monitoring of the air pollution, linking the air pollution data with the various health outcome can be done, and it is possible by engaging the various medical colleges. Accountability research. This is a sort of the required thing in the current scenario as far as the health and air pollution is concerned. The evaluation of the existing interventions, for example, traffic rationing system, firecracker ban, Ujjwala scheme. So all these accountability research can be taken up as a postgraduate exercise or as a research project by the faculty members working in the medical colleges. So all these can be leveraged by the program or by to take the agenda of air pollution control forward. So this is briefly about the accountability research.
Dr. Hassan, may I interrupt if you can conclude quickly? That will be nice.
Yeah. So patient care, so evidence-based patient care can be taken up, incorporation of the air quality information, use of IT tool at the patient care, generation of the data, various level of healthcare can be taken up. The advocacy and the community engagement, moving from awareness to action, behavior change communication, development of IAC material, preparing the policy brief for policymakers. These activity can be taken up by involving medical colleges. Collaborations. Again, the collaboration with the exposure scientists, community leaders, civil society, private sector, and government and international agencies can be taken up by engaging the medical institutes. Just briefly about what we are doing, all these aspects. As a case study, as a part of IIT Delhi collaboration, we are estimating the mortality burden, as addressing and identifying the local solutions in the Delhi NCR pollution with the help of IIT Delhi. We have a collaborating center or WHO. We are working on the capacity building workshop for air pollution and health for various public health professionals. For NCDC, we have a center of excellence of the cardiopulmonary diseases. So this is an example how to engage medical institutes for air pollution control related activities. So we have dedicated PG thesis. We are working on evaluation of Ujjwala scheme, perception practices of air quality, mobile app use. Then this is an important thing that on my last slide, we have coming with the collaborative air pollution health effect research CAFR India network, which will be focusing on the capacity building, supporting research network and advocacy research communication. This is funded by HEI Health Effect Institute Boston, USA. This will be based in Center for Community Medicine AIMS. So this network will help to build the capacity of the various faculty, various researchers, public health professionals across the India. And we are also planning sub-national institutes to take up in this network to promote the partnership, to facilitate the collaborative research agenda and to conduct capacity building exercise. So last slide, there was a summary recommendation for IAPSM has been asked. The creation of the dedicated group of experts on air pollution and health effects within IAPSM can be thought of. Online course of air pollution and health focusing on the utilization of existing data can be taken up, and also working with the ministries of the government of India on policies and program planning. IAPSM can take up these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Herschel Salvi. You almost summarized the overall outcome of the discussion that we have started. It's very well covered, and I'm glad that educational institution, particularly from medical sector, is wanting to do it. Most of us had this perception that doctors don't have time to do this kind of work. So I'm glad that this is coming straight from you. Thank you very much. May I now ask Professor Sagnik Dey to make his presentation, if he's in, and then we'll try again Professor Tarun Gupta later. Dr. Sagnik.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rakesh. So let me share my screen. Yeah, so am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, so thanks for inviting me in this exciting panel discussion. So I will talk about the requirement of a seamless air quality management system in India and what are the current challenges and how we should move ahead. Dr. Herschel already mentioned some of the joint initiative we have been undertaking in that direction. So let me first talk about that why we need such kind of a seamless system. So when we think about air pollution mitigation, the existing system actually allows us to do the first 2 points, which I am showing here. That is, we are measuring air pollution level and tracking its trend over time. Time to time, various research groups are undertaking source apportionment studies, which are giving us idea about, the relative contribution of emissions versus meteorology, local versus regional transport and all. What we are not able to do so far is that, although we are identifying the sources, but all the current system does not allow us to check if the mitigation measures are working or not. For example, when you look into the efforts being undertaken in Delhi for the last many years, we realize that there has been several source apportionment studies, but we really do not know whether our action to reduce vehicular sources have worked versus, let's say, our action to target power plants versus some other sources. And again, we do not have adequate ground-based measurements to do a very detailed exposure assessment and generate, indigenous evidence of health impacts. So we are still relying on the Global Burden of Disease initiative, which by far is the best tool, no doubt, but there are many issues also associated with the Global Burden of Disease. And as pointed out earlier, that currently we do not have a framework to really demonstrate health benefit from any given policy. Like we are talking about banning open burning, switching to cleaner fuel, and so on and so forth. And finally, none of our mitigation measures actually are prioritized based on the cost effectiveness analysis. And this is what actually a seamless system should do, in my opinion. Now, if you look into the existing monitoring network, reference grade monitor rather, we realize that this is disproportionately distributed. 45% of Indian districts do not have any monitoring, be it manual or continuous. And in fact, in the manual monitoring sites, they are highly underutilized in the country. We do not have any rural monitoring. Now, CPCB has made some plan to expand that, but it may take time. And so that's why I believe that this is the time where we should move into a hybrid monitoring system. Professor Tarun Gupta was supposed to talk about, more on the measure, but this is my 2 cents into the discussion. If you look into various tools for air pollution monitoring, we find that each of them has its own strength and weakness. None of them is adequate. For example, reference gate monitors, they are super accurate. However, we do not have the adequate spatial coverage. And, we need immense amount of resource. Satellites provide spatial coverage, but they are temporarily discontinuous. Then we also need to measure not just PM, but also its composition, because this is a better measure for toxicity and linkage to the sources. However, it is again resource consuming, highly skilled manpower is required, which we do not have. Then low-cost sensors may be more representative at personal level exposure, but durability and robustness is questioned. And then you have the modeling tools. So we need to really evolve a hybrid system by integrating all these different tools. And in my opinion, what we should do is that now we have the capability of mapping the pollution at a regional scale using satellite data. This is our 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer data, which Dr. Harshal mentioned. But when you zoom into a particular city like Delhi, and when you try to understand, what is happening in Delhi, for example, if you see the PM 2.5 concentrations from the monitors which have been there for the last 4 years, there is slight reduction in annual PM 2.5 level, but we really do not know whether this reduction is due to the emission control within Delhi, or there is some meteorological impact, or even emission has reduced in the upwind side. So what we essentially need to do is that we can utilize the satellite data to understand the regional perspective. Then we need actually many more monitors to provide us local information, but at the same time also we need continuous or periodic source information. And having that kind of hybrid system will allow actually us to look the entire problem at a very local scale. And recently what we have done is that we have utilized such kind of information which is existing in Delhi and use a machine learning model to predict PM 2.5 over Delhi at 100 meter by 100 meter resolution. And having such information at such high resolution allows us to actually track pollution level at ward by ward level. And this is just to show that in Delhi in 2018, this is the most polluted ward versus least polluted ward. And this is how good is the model. So once you have this hybrid system, then you can think of integrating it with the seamless management. And seamless management tool should look like. And Dr. Rakesh Kumar is here. Niri is leading actually this exercise of identifying the Delhi city airstate. I think this is the very, very important step when you talk about air quality management, because you cannot just think about the city boundary itself. You have to identify the city airstate. And then also what we are lacking currently is the annual or periodic update of the emission sources. What we do usually is that we do source apportionment studies, and then again after 3, 4, 5 years we realize that we need to do another studies. In between we really do not have idea how the emission sources have changed. So we need really to follow this kind of flowchart. Like we should have a hybrid monitoring system that will allow us to understand the changes in particulate matter level and its composition, not just within the city but outside the city within the airstate. And then we also need actually this monitoring system to be integrated with a real-time modeling to understand how much of the contribution is due to the meteorology and how much is coming from the emissions. That will in turn allow us to track both the local and regional source profiles. This we cannot do every 3, 4 years. It has to be a kind of a periodic. Then only we can understand that which of our mitigation measures is actually working. And then as Dr. Manjeet and Dr. Harshal also pointed out, we need to really integrate this with the health benefit. Unless we demonstrate there is a health benefit in particular mitigation measure, we cannot prioritize that. And once we establish that linkage, then we go back and try to see whether our efforts in reducing emissions for that particular source, which has the higher health impact, actually worked in our regional airsets. So this is, in my opinion, a seamless air quality management system should look like, and should be applied actually in any region in India. So I just want to finish my talk saying that we do not need any new health studies to initiate any mitigation actions. obviously from research perspective, we really need to understand and go beyond PM 2.5 mass and think more in terms of PM 2.5 compositions, because given the conditions in India, we cannot attain WHO air quality guideline. We have too much background dust, and we need to understand actually again what is the relative toxicity issue when it comes from health perspective. And then, as I mentioned, that India has a long way to go in terms of spatial coverage of reference grid monitors. So obviously we should leapfrog towards a hybrid system, focusing on the air states, and we need to develop this kind of seamless system and utilize it for decision making. I think we have taken the right step for the Delhi, but unfortunately for other non-attainment cities, such effort is required. And for that, actually, we need stronger partnership between the state pollution control boards and academia, because when it comes to develop and maintain such kind of system, what my experience is that at state level, there is a massive lack of capacity. And that is again where I think we need to put several efforts. So I just want to stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sagnigte. You made a very, very strong point, and absolutely, unless until we consider all the other cities as well, we have put too much focus on Delhi, but all the learning should also flow to other places. So to the organizers, is Professor Gupta, Tarun Gupta back?
Sir, he is traveling to Bareilly, so we could not connect his.
Okay.
We may invite you for a quick comment as a chairman.
Yes. Right. So thank you, Professor Ravindra. Thank you very much to all the speakers who made a very, very valid point. And I guess there is another session also just scheduled. We got delayed quite a bit in this session. I just wanted to make two very important points which came out very clearly, that we do need integrators. So knowledge is different places. And when we talk about air pollution, the domain itself looks very, very complex and diverse. So people who are possibly not an expert in almost all areas, but they understand which links to which particular portion, which part of the chess, they can possibly bring in the the balance. So some of these will happen, particularly in our country, where our the temperature variation or meteorological variation or the people's and habits, everything changes. We need to do a lot of good things, learn from them, and then apply them. If something is going wrong, we should do a small tweaking, again relearn, and then go ahead. I'm glad that all of these points got very well covered, and I'm sure organizers should put a summary to the whole thing and share, because that was very, very powerful. Thank you again, Professor Cabell, for inviting me, and I actually enjoyed, and it was very, very, very enriching. Thank you very much.
Sir, before I formally invite my colleague, Dr. Padi, I would like to thank you for making this session very lively, and you really manage time for us. This is really encouraging that we all young, and then we have someone who can guide us. So it was really encouraging that you joined us and motivated us. Thank you very much, sir. And I invite now my colleague, Dr. B.K. Padi, for formal vote of
Before Dr. Padi comes, I would actually like to apologize to all the speakers, because they were actually making a lot of interesting sense and I had to stop them. So sincere apologies to all the speakers.
Thank you very much, sir. On behalf of Department of Community Medicine and School of Public Health and Iapsmcon 2021, I sincerely thank all the speakers, chairs, panelists, and attendees, especially the chair, Dr. Rakesh Kumar, and the speakers, Dr. Arsal Salve, Dr. Sagnigte, Dr. Tarun Gupta, sir. So you made the session very interesting, and I thank you very much for your time in contributing the knowledge to this conference. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Manjeet. And I will also say to thank to other colleagues who were present here, and sincerely apologize to Dr. Chopra, who is waiting for his session, and I'm also moderating that. So once again, thank you, and we'll invite you soon in Chandigarh. Sorry for this virtual, but hope you can understand. And you made us our life very comfortable.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And if you have time, we request you to join. There is a session on environment and occupation.
And I hope the participants have.
So on behalf of PGMER Chandigarh and Indian Institute of, and on behalf of Indian Association of Preventive and Social Medicine, I invite Professor Harvansh Chopra. Basically, if you talk about him, he's well known in medical fraternity, and we listen his video and talk on regular basis. So may I request the team to please show his profile so that, yeah. So he's a distinguished professor and has been ex-HOD of LLRM Medical College, Meerut. His area of expertise include child health, communicable and non-communicable disease, nutrition, epidemiology. And he's very keen in education and excellence in community medicine. And as I said, he's a excellent orator and is leading several talk nowadays when we have a difficult time due to COVID-19. And he has been president of Iapsm UP UK chapter. He's a visionary leader and has been awarded for his work and including Best Paper Award. He has been a TEDx speaker. So I hand over the session to Dr. Chopra and look forward to hear it. I have been asked that I have to also introduce the next chair. So please, could you go ahead with the next one? Please, next slide. So we have with us Dr. Jarina Begum. She is from Great Eastern Medical School and Hospital, Srikulam, and she will be also with Dr. Chopra to support. Dr. Jarina Begum is a professor in community medicine, as I mentioned, from Great Eastern Medical School and Hospital. Her area of expertise include epidemiology, nutrition, and medical education. Her future work focus on TB, malnutrition, and COVID-19. She has many publications and she contributed to faculty development program. She was coordinator of many courses and she has written several chapters which are very well regarded. So I now hand over the chair to Professor Harvansh Chopra and Professor Jarina Begum. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Dr. Ravinder, for nice words. And I welcome Professor Zarina. Of course, I know Professor Zarina not only for her academic excellence, but she's a very good poet. And I listened to her poetry also yesterday when I was doing the judgment. So welcome, madam. And this session is a session on basically environmental occupational health. And I hope all the speakers are there, or maybe their recorded sessions are there. What exactly is the phenomena? The recorded sessions are there, or the speakers are there?
Sir, the sessions are recorded for 7 minutes. Then we have 3 minutes for question and answer. Sir.
Yeah. So
and both of you will make queries. Sir.
So that means, so then can I request that kindly play the recording of Dr. Nirmal Verma, and who is going to present on pattern of unintentional injuries and its determinant among cement factory worker of Chhattisgarh, a cross-sectional study. Can we have that recording?
Hello everyone.
The voice is breaking actually.
Yeah.
Professor and head of department.
There is nothing on the screen also.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, now it's there. Okay.
here the study pattern of continuous intestinal.
The voice is cracking.
Yeah. Yes.
Of 75,000 deaths globally in year 2000. Of
And now it's fine.
I think can you play the next one? Maybe you can in the meantime reorder
Yeah.
thing, and
Yes, sir.
can we have the next one? That is the prevalence of chronic obstructive pulmonary disease among auto rickshaw drivers of East Delhi, a cross-sectional study. The audio is not there at all.
Yes, sir.
So it is better that you can switch off this presentation right now, and we can have it later on, so that you are able to resolve the technical team people, right? And
Yeah.
we can go to the next recording, because this recording is not very good at all.
Yeah, we can go for a second, Dr. Preetham, isn't it, sir? Yeah, the moderator of the session can. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. Rodney Pritham Was, third year postgraduate from Department of Community Medicine, Lady Hardinge Medical College, New Delhi, stand before you to present an oral presentation on prevalence of chronic obstructive pulmonary disease among auto rickshaw drivers of East Delhi, a cross-sectional study. As you know, human evolution has an advantage over other species, which has led to development and recent advances. This has further led to invention of various industries, urbanization, vehicles, majority of which run on fossil fuels. Fossil fuel usage has led to increase in pollution and in turn ill effects in the form of various NCDs like COPD, cardiovascular disease, cerebrovascular disease, which has led to increase in mortality and morbidity significantly. So when it comes to occupational groups, there are many occupational groups like traffic policemen, auto rickshaw drivers, cab drivers, roadside vendors, etc., who are continuously subjected to air pollution. Auto drivers are subjected more pertaining to their occupation and the design of the auto rickshaws, which is an open cabin. So current study was done to see the prevalence in COPD. Also, there was no study in Delhi based on COPD among auto rickshaw drivers. Objectives were to study the prevalence of COPD among auto rickshaw drivers of East Delhi and to determine the association of COPD with various risk factors. Materials and methods employed were: the study design was community-based cross-sectional study conducted in Kalyanpuri Circle of East District, Delhi from November 2018 to March 2020 on 409 auto rickshaw drivers. Those auto rickshaw drivers driving for at least 3 years in the age group of 20 to 60 years were included. Those with ischemic heart disease were excluded, and those with chest or spinal wall deformities were also excluded, like kyphosis, scoliosis, because conducting spirometry them in the field setup was not conducive. Sampling method: 33 3SR stands are there in Kalyanpuri circle, of which 10 were randomly selected by simple random sampling. From each TSR stand, 40 consecutive auto rickshaw drivers were chosen till the full sample was achieved. These are the study tools: a semi-structured and pre-tested questionnaire, InSearch questionnaire. InSearch stands for Indian Study on Epidemiology of Asthma, Respiratory Symptoms, and Chronic Bronchitis. A turbine-based spirometer by UniM was used, which was a portable spirometer. The software was supplied by the company themselves, and predicted values were calculated based on SK Chabra's predicted values for North Indian males, which was inbuilt in the software. A digital BP apparatus for measuring of BP, digital weighing scale, portable stereometer, and a measuring tape for chest circumference, nebulizer machine for nebulization. Diagnosis of COPD was based on GOLD criteria, which is nothing but Global Initiative for Chronic Obstructive Lung Diseases. As you can see in this flowchart, the method was followed. First, the question was administered on all the subjects. GPE was done, height and weight were taken, and spirometry was done using handheld spirometer by entering the height, weight, smoking status of each study subject. 3 readings were taken, and best among them was chosen based on the study subject compliance and the shape of the curve. The main thing we saw here was the ratio of FEV1 by FVC. FEV1 is forced expiratory volume and forced vital capacity, that is FVC. If the ratio was more than 0.7, no further bronchodilation was done. If it is less than 0.7, bronchodilation was done. After bronchodilation, we waited for 15 minutes and spirometry was repeated. And if the ratio was still less than 0.7, it was diagnosed as COPD present based on spirometry only. Next, coming to results, as you can see in this table, around 77% of the study subjects were among the age group of 31 to 50 years, with a mean age of 39 plus or minus 7.54 years, and the study subject, the age ranged from 22 years to 59 years. Coming to this table number 2, as you can see here, we have used R years of driving. R years refers to hours of driving into number of years of driving, which is a better indicator to measure the exposure. Here, as you can see, around 57% of the auto rickshaw drivers, they add R years of driving of 101 to 300 years, with a mean of 137 plus or minus 75.1 years, ranging from 18 to 480 R years. This is a bar over pie chart showing the prevalence of COPD. As you can see, 13.7% had COPD, and out of them, as you can see, they were again divided into mild, moderate, severe based on GOLD criteria. 64.3% had moderate COPD, 19.6 had severe, and 16.1 had mild COPD. Coming to next table, as you can see, we saw based on age group the presence of COPD, that's the prevalence. We saw the association. As you can see, as the age increased, the prevalence of COPD also increased. Like after 41 years, the prevalence of COPD increased, and it was found to be significant based on chi-square. Also, chi-square test was applied to see the association of presence of COPD with R years of driving. As you can see here, as the number of R years of driving increased, the COPD prevalence also increased, which was found to be significant with a p-value of 0.002. But coming to smoking status, which has been said to be a significant risk factor, there was no significant association found, even though the prevalence of smoking was found to be very high at 75%. Also, statistically significant association was found with less servings of fruits and vegetables on bivariate logistic regression, because fruits and vegetables contain certain antioxidants, especially colored vegetables, which are said to be protective against the oxidative damage because of the pollutants. And higher age groups and higher R years of driving were found to be significant on multivariate logistic regression. Coming to conclusion and implication, with respect to national prevalence as compared to the other studies, the prevalence of COPD among the auto rickshaw drivers was found to be high. Smoking prevalence was also high, even though there was no significant association with the smoking status, which might need further evaluation. Health education is important regarding personal protection by usage of masks, especially during driving, and also about harmful effects of both active and passive smoking and other behavioral habits. Adequate importance should be given to occupational risk associated with respiratory morbidity among this occupational group, which is an unorganized sector. And main reason for exposure among auto rickshaw drivers is the open cabin, which requires relevant redesigning of the cabin with the use of plastic screens, thereby reducing the exposure to the pollutants. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Preetham. And Dr. Jarina, you want to say something or ask something?
Yes,
Good
sir.
afternoon.
Just
Good afternoon.
good afternoon. Just one thing I noticed that you have concluded that there is no significant association between smoking and the number of prevalence of
Yes.
COPD. So what could be the reason you think? Because
Yes.
there are prevalence of smoking is more, and what probable reasons could be for these possibilities?
Yes, probable reason might be one thing is sample size. The sample size, if it is increased, it might lead to a significant association. One more thing, the increased prevalence might have masked the significant association. अगर prevalence ज़्यादा है तो it would have been divided जो ये है the study subjects equally into COPD and non-COPD. Also, the prevalence of COPD was diagnosed purely on spirometry in the field setup, like a turbine-based spirometer, which is usually
substandard as compared to the pressure sensitive spirometer used in if you see in a tertiary care hospital, there is a pressure sensitive where the air pumped using the mouthpiece is captured completely, and thus the lung volumes are calculated. But in our study, a turbine base was used, which might have overestimated COPD to some extent, which might have showed a non-significant association. To get a better result, it would be
That's
better.
all. I think you have explained your point.
Yes,
and
yes.
you have pointed the limitations.
Yes.
That you should have told in the
Limitations of study.
But my question is only one.
Yes.
You studied 400 odd subjects.
Yes.
How could you reach to this sample size?
Actually, there was a study by Stephen P. et al. In Puducherry in auto rickshaw drivers. Actually, they didn't use COPD prevalence. There's a.
No, but how could you? What was your method of estimation of sample? Because your prevalence came out to be 13%.
Yes, yes.
If 13% is the prevalence, the 406 sample size is inadequate.
Okay. So the thing is, I didn't find any study which used COPD, diagnosis of COPD in this cohort. What I could find was PFR. Like PFR was estimated in a study by Stephen et al. In Puducherry. In them, the prevalence PFR, if it is less than 80%, it is considered as reduced, and it warrants further investigation as it is a marker for COPD. It was 28%.
28%.
Yes.
So you took 28%
as a base prevalence.
And
in my study, it came out to be 36%.
In your study, you came out to be 13%.
36%. The COPD prevalence was 13.7%.
Yeah.
It was based on FEV1 by FVC ratio, which is different from PFR. PFR is the initial marker of progression into COPD.
That's a different point altogether.
Yes.
What I'm trying to ask you. You see, if you have considered the 28% as the prevalence, right? Then what would be ideal sample size? Even then.
So ideal sample size, if we see, it should have gone above 600. Correction करके देखेंगे, design effect डालेंगे तो
your study also.
Yes,
then, you said that you selected only one area.
Yes, one area. East Tilica.
Yeah. Then it again becomes a purposive sampling.
Yes.
It becomes a purposive sampling. And purpose is non-probability sampling. So that becomes a weakness in the study. That is what I will tell you. Thank you so much. Can we go to the next speaker? Why villagers use toilet only during specific time and season? A mixed method study in rural Tamil Nadu by Dr. S. Nancy. Yes. Can we have?
I'm Dr. Nancy, final year community medicine postgraduate from Sri Manakula Vinayagar Medical College and Hospital. I'm going to present a study on why villagers use toilets only during specific time and season, a mixed method study in rural Tamil Nadu. Background. Due to the efforts of many sanitation promotion interventions in India, like the centrally sponsored Total Sanitation Campaign and Swachh Bharat Mission, where subsidies are provided for toilet construction, majority of the villagers own the toilet and started using it. But there is an inconsistency in toilet usage with regard to time and season. This aspect is captured only by a limited number of studies. Hence, the study was planned as a part of a large community-based intervention study on toilet promotion and usage in rural Viluppuram. The objectives of the present study are to determine the time and seasonal variations in toilet usage among households who use the toilet and identify the reasons for time and seasonal variations in toilet usage. Moving on to material and methods, the study was executed in the 4th
There was an echo, please.
Urban Health Training Center, Viluppuram.
Technical
UHTC
team.
caters to the needs of the villages by means of community-based services for the past 7 years. Based on the preliminary baseline surveys conducted in these areas, the toilet utilization were inconsistent in these areas, and so we plan to execute the present study in these areas. It was conducted for a period of 3 months among households who are using an own toilet. To begin with, a sampling frame was developed by paying house-to-house visit in all the 4 study villages by a team consisting of the principal investigator, medical social workers, and interns. Considering 90% inconsistent toilet usage in rural areas, a sample of 165 households were calculated using OpenAP software with 95% confidence interval and 80% par. A representative sample of 165 households were selected from a sampling frame of 320 households using simple random sampling by computer generated random numbers. Study design. It was a community-based sequential mixed method study where qualitative component was followed by a quantitative component. Phase 1 consisted of the qualitative component where free listing exercise was done among 42 households to capture the reasons for time and seasonal variations in toilet usage. Switch salience index and spree plot were used to determine the salient items for the
Can you
questionnaire development
pause
for
it? Can you
quantitative
pause it?
phase. Phase
Can you
2
pause it?
consisted of the quantitative component.
Can you pause it? There's a lot of noise
Yes,
behind.
sir.
Is it there in the recording or somewhere else?
Background noise is there, sir, so much.
Yeah.
Sir, I mute.
Employed triangulation in data collection where survey was accompanied by direct observation of the toilets in order to confirm the self-reported findings. The collected data was entered in EPInfo software version 7 and categorical variables were expressed as frequencies and percentages. After obtaining a written informed consent, we collected the data preferably from the female head of the family, assuming that she would know the reasons for the behaviors of other family members. Direct observation of toilet ownership and utilization were also done using a checklist based on WASH guidelines. The survey and observation were done preferably during the morning hours and at least 3 visits were made to improve the coverage. Moving on to the results, figure 1 depicts the time variations in toilet usage. Majority 52% of the households use their toilet only in the night time. And figure 2 presents the seasonal variations in toilet usage. Almost 67% of the households use their toilet only in the rainy season. Now let us see to the self-reported reasons for time variations in toilet usage. Some of the reasons for using a toilet only in the daytime are shame or disgust due to lack of privacy, increased human activity in the open fields and riverbank, and toilet usage saved time while going for work in the mornings. While some of the reasons for using a toilet only in the night time are fear of darkness and ghosts, fear of snakes and insects for emergency purposes, large family size, and fear of thefts and harassment. Similar to our study findings, an exploratory qualitative study done by Rotary P. et al. In Odisha in 2015 found that fear of darkness and snakes were the primary reason for using a toilet only in the night time. Now let us see to some of the self-reported reasons for seasonal variations. The primary reason for using a toilet only in the summer season is increased human activity in the open fields and river banks. And the common reasons for using a toilet only in the rainy season are reduced open space for defecation, prone for diseases while going out in the rain, quick filling of the toilet pit in case of a large family size, availability of water for toilet usage, and foul smell in the defecating areas. Inconsistent to our study findings, a mixed method study done by Surya A.V. et al. In 5 states of India in 2017 found that non-availability of space for open defecation was one of the reasons for using a toilet only in the rainy season. The major strength of our study is adopting to sequential mixed methods designed to improve the validity of both the questionnaire as well as the outcomes. Errors due to self-reported findings were minimized by direct observation of the toilets. Our study also had certain limitations which were undeniable. On account of feasibility, we relied on the female head of the family for the defecation behaviors of other family members. Being a sensitive issue due to social desirability bias, some of the household may falsely report toilet usage despite having a good rapport with the villagers through our community-based services. To conclude, time and seasonal variations play a key role in inconsistent toilet usage. Practice of open defecation during daytime and summer season and toilet usage only during night time and rainy season need to be addressed by multifaceted context-specific behavior change communication strategies employed at individual, interpersonal, and community levels. Further, the findings of the present study would help in the development of culturally sensitive and socially acceptable key messages for the future sanitation promotion activities. These are my references. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Nancy.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you're presented very well and a good pertinent topic also. You told you have done mixed method study where you have taken some qualitative data also. So, what themes emerge from this qualitative data, and what are those themes you have not mentioned? Maybe
Themes emerged are why toilet is used only during summer season, why it is used only during rainy season, and another two are why it is used only during daytime and why it is used only during nighttime. Four themes, ma'am.
okay. So these are the questions you have framed in the code to collect the data,
These
qualitative data.
functional domains were put forward during a free listing exercise.
In each domain, there might be some themes emerged. The reason for that. So the important reason in each domain. Can you tell me?
Why it is used only during summer season is that increased human activity in the open fields. So the people feel shy and discouraged to defecate in the open fields. And why it is used during rainy season is that the open fields are wet and people don't feel convenient to defecate during rainy season due to reduced open space. And the important themes emerged in usage during night time are due to fear of snakes, ghosts.
Okay. So, what study design you chose?
It is a community-based sequential mixed method study.
The type of study. So, okay. So, this did you find any variation among adults and children?
Uh, I have captured only the time and seasonal variations, ma'am. I didn't go into the gender variations and
Gender and age also.
gender and age variations.
Okay. Okay. Sir, Dr. Chopra, sir, you can carry on, sir.
Sir, you're not audible, sir.
So
Okay.
you can.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nancy, for a good study, and you presented in a good manner also. So we'll be moving on to the next presentation. Can we have the next presentation? A cross-sectional study to assess the prevalence and factors responsible for premature graying of hair among students of MGM Medical College by Dr. Lubna Sheikh.
Hello everyone. The topic for my oral presentation is a cross-sectional study to assess the prevalence and factors responsible for premature graying of hairs among the students of MGM Medical College, Indore. Myself, Dr. Lubna Sheikh, postgraduate resident of Community Medicine, MGM Medical College, Indore. My co-authors are Dr. Bhagwan Vaske, Dr. Geeta Shivram, Dr. Deepika, Dr. Priyash. Introduction. Hairs are an integral part of one's personality as it not only adds to a person's external appearance but also reflects self-esteem and confidence. Just like human body, aging of hairs is an entirely natural process comprising of two components, namely weathering of hair shaft and decreased melanocyte function, which leads to graying of hairs and reduced hair production. Premature graying of hairs is also known as kenites and is said to occur before the age of 20 in Europeans, 25 in Asians, and 13 Africans. Various studies have reported that the etiopathogenesis of premature graying of hairs is related to the interplay of several environmental factors like UV light, climate, oxidative stress, emotional stress, drugs, smoking, nutritional deficiency, certain autoimmune disorders like anemia, vitiligo, hypothyroidism, etc., premature aging syndrome, HIV, cystic fibrosis, etc. The current opinion about the etiology of premature graying of hair also suggests the role of robust genetic component with a speculated autosomal dominant pattern of inheritance. The premature graying of hairs is not only a cosmetic concern, but may also reflect the functioning of organ systems. It has been common among younger population, yet incompletely understood. With sparse data related to its prevalence, epidemiology, as well as factors affecting its etiopathogenesis. Thus, the present study was carried out to identify such factors leading to premature development of grey hairs and so as to halt the progress of health problems that PHG may portend. The objectives of my study were to know the prevalence of premature graying of hairs and to identify the factors responsible for premature graying of hairs. Materials and methods. My study design was a cross-sectional study conducted at MGM Medical College, Indore for a period of 3 months from December 2019 to February 2020. My study population was 18 to 25 years of age group and the sample size was calculated using formula Z square PQ by D square, where Z is the confidence interval at 95%, standard value being 1.96, P is the prevalence of premature graying of hairs, Q is 100 minus prevalence, and D is the margin of error. Assuming 50% prevalence and margin of error 10%, the sample size calculated was 96, which is rounded off to 100. Thus, 25 students were selected randomly from each batch of MBBS first, second, third, and final prof by simple random sampling. The recorded data was compiled and entered in Microsoft Excel and analyzed and expressed in percentage and frequency. Ethical clearance from the college committee was taken and verbal informed consent was taken from the study participants. Study tool. Pre-designed semi-structured questionnaire which included demographic questions and questions related to the onset and duration of grey hairs, family history, personal history, any known allergies, drug history, exposure to sunlight, type of diet, pre-existing nutritional deficiency, and autoimmune disease, etc. The evaluation of stress was done by using PSS scale, that is perceived stress scale. Scoring. It consists of 10 items. Each item is rated on a 5-point scale ranging from 0, that is never, to almost always, that is 4. PSS 10 scores are obtained by reversing the scores on the 4 positive items. For example, 0 equals to 4, 1 equals to 3, and 2 equals to 2, and so on. Then summing across all 10 items. Interpretation is done as follows. The total score perceived stress level is from 0 to 7 is much lower than average, 8 to 11 is slightly lower than average, 12 to 15 is average, 16 to 20 slightly higher than average, and 21 and over much higher than average. Inclusion criteria. Clinically diagnosed patients of premature graying of hairs, age 18 to 25 years, and patients that were willing to participate in the study were included in our study. Age below 18 years and more than 25 years were excluded from the study, and patients who refused to give consent were excluded from our study. Please note, PHG was clinically defined as more than 5 grey hairs in the scalp and was graded as follows. No grey hair, mild which is less than 10 grey hairs, moderate is 10 to 100 grey hairs, and severe is more than 100 grey hairs. Results. According to the distribution of patients, 28% was the prevalence. Out of 100 subjects, 28 of them were diagnosed with premature graying of hairs, hence the prevalence came out to be 28%. Now, distribution of patients according to the number of grey hairs. About 61% of the cases had premature graying of hairs of moderate degree. About 64.3 subjects diagnosed with PHG belong to the age group of 18 to 21 years, and about 75% subjects diagnosed with PHG were females. Distribution of patients according to the family, personal, and medical history. About 75% of the subjects with PhD had history of diagnosed iron deficiency anemia. 67.8% had vitamin B12 deficiency. 21.5% had vitamin D deficiency. And 64.2% had history of smoking. Majority of the subjects, 71.4% people with PhD had perceived level of stress slightly higher than the average, according to the perceived stress scale. To conclude, prevalence of premature graying of hairs was highly prevalent. Majority of the cases were in the age group 18 to 21 years. Severity of premature graying of hairs was higher in females and of moderate grade, and factors such as stress, nutritional deficiencies, smoking were associated with premature graying of hairs, indicating that hair is not getting enough nutrients and balanced diet might reverse or prevent its progression. Hence, there is a need for further epidemiological studies to eliminate the factors causing premature graying of hairs. Limitations, time constraints, sample size was small and does not represent the entire population. And due to lack of financial budget, we were not able to take the blood samples for biochemical investigations. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lubna. Just want to ask one or two things and then maybe I'll hand it over to Dr. Zarina. Dr. Lubna, are you here?
Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, you are audible.
Yes.
Dr. Lubna, you considered the premature graying of hair as 50%, and then you took a allowable error of 10%.
Yes, sir.
Is it relative or absolute?
So it is relative.
Relative, right?
Yes.
And then
Yes.
your prevalence came out to be 28%.
Yes, sir.
How do you justify that?
Sir, actually, I could not get any studies regarding showing prevalence of premature graying of hair. So, means I took 50% prevalence, means assumed 50% prevalence, the thumb rule, as per the thumb rule, and maximum allowable error 10%.
So
So,
then your finding, you said it is relative. Then your finding
yes,
should vary somewhere between 45, maybe 45% or something like that. But
yes,
your
sir.
prevalence came out to be 28%.
Yes,
That's
sir.
the
But the
that
so
is the
it,
biggest limitation.
because
Yeah.
yes, sir, because the sample size was
Is it a
small.
part of your thesis or you have done this project as a project?
Sir, it was a part of project, not thesis.
Not thesis. That is why. You are in which year? You
The
are in
second year.
Second year. Okay. Okay. Now, you'll have to understand that whenever you are planning a study, you must understand the sample size is the first and the most important thing. The second important thing is what is your method of selection. Then what was your method of selection? You selected 25 students each. Again, it becomes a purposive sampling. So once it becomes a purposive sampling, then it's a non-probability sampling. And once it is a non-probability sampling, your findings cannot be generalized to anything. Right? So these are the two things which I wanted to talk about. Over to you, Dr. Zarina, for further.
Yes, sir. Nicely told, sir. Maybe Dr. Lubna nicely presented, and the topic, the rationale of choosing this topic. How will you justify this topic? You have not found any studies regarding this, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am. I did
Okay,
not find
so
any.
okay, so how did you? What is your study tool? How will you? You told that there are mild, moderate, severe forms of graying hairs. So
Yes, ma'am.
how did you know how many hairs are gray?
Ma'am, I took this from the reference. The study was from North India.
No,
And in
for
that
your study, how did you conduct it? How did you come to know that this person's 100 hairs has been grayed?
Ma'am, I actually examined them physically.
Physically, you counted 100 hairs? Okay.
And there were very less students with more than 100 gray hairs. There were majority of them were between
But
10
it's
to.
manual. It means you did it manually.
Yes, ma'am. I took help from my friend in dermatology.
Okay, must be very interesting. Okay. Second important thing, the inclusion exclusion criteria you have mentioned. No, inclusion you told 18 to 25, and
Yes,
who gave their who want to participate.
Yes, ma'am.
And exclusion you told the opposite of it, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
More than 25 and less than 18 excluded. But ideally, what you do when you go for a study, you first include all the persons who you want them into your study. and among them you exclude. Okay, it should not be opposite of 18 to 25 you included, and less than 18 and 25 is it is assumed that you excluding that. Okay, so exclusion criteria should be something else, not the opposite of inclusion criteria.
Yes.
Okay, so that's all my point I noticed. Okay, well done. Thank you, sir. We can proceed, sir.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you,
can
ma'am.
we have the next study on a study on prevalence of tobacco use and exposure to secondhand smoke among students? Yeah. Can we have the next study? A study on prevalence of tobacco use and exposure to secondhand smoke among students aged 18 to 24 years in the Solapur city by Dr. Kabra. Yeah, please.
Hello everybody. Greetings to the respected chairpersons of today's session. I am Dr. Pratyush R. Kabra, Associate Professor, Department of Community Medicine, Ashwini Rural Medical College, Hospital and Research Center, Kumbhari. Today's study is a study on prevalence of tobacco use and exposure to second-hand smoke among students aged 18 to 24 years in Solapur city of India. Globally, nearly 9 out of 10 smokers initiate smoking before the age of 18 years, and these are the people who are most vulnerable for nicotine addiction. Tobacco is the most important preventable risk factor for the occurrence of non-communicable diseases. In 2017, it was estimated that around 9 million people died from tobacco-related diseases. According to WHO report, there is a steady decline in the tobacco use from 33.3% in 2000 to 24.29% in 2015. Data also suggests that there is a decline trend in the use of tobacco in the age group 15 to 24 years. The major burden of tobacco use is seen in Southeast Asian region, and India is not an exception to this. The Global Youth Survey also shows that there is a steady decline in trend in the tobacco use. In India also, we are seeing a steady decline in tobacco use and exposure to second-hand smoke. But still, there is a long way forward to go to reach the Sustainable Development Goals and to reverse the epidemic of tobacco use. Hence, the present study was planned to estimate the prevalence of tobacco use among the young aged 18 to 24 years, to identify the most common form of tobacco use among the students, and to measure the second-hand smoke exposure among the students. So, the present study is a cross-sectional study which was conducted over a period of 6 months among the college-going students of the Solapur city. The data was collected by using a pre-designed structured self-administered questionnaire which was given either in the print form or a Google link form, whichever was convenient for the student to fill. A multi-stage system, simple random sampling was done, wherein first the list of colleges were made. The list of colleges were also obtained from the Solapur University, which is known as the Punyashlok Ahilyabai Holkar University. Some colleges which were missing in those, we added some colleges to those list, and then we contacted all the colleges which were in the Solapur city. Using the formula 4pq by L square, we calculated the sample size with a prevalence of 34.2% and a relative precision of 10%. By adding a non-response rate of 20%, the final sample size was 924. Data was entered or extracted from the Google in MS Excel, and analysis was done using SPSS version 20. The statistical test used in this study was the chi-square test, and the p-value less than 0.05 was considered as significant. A total of 18 colleges were contacted, out of which 13 colleges gave us the permission to collect the data from the students. 973 students participated in this study, but 16 forms were incomplete, hence they were removed from the data for the final calculation purpose, and we were left with 957 proformas filled by the students. It was observed that 81 students have ever consumed a tobacco product in their life so far, and 39 students are still tobacco users. Age-wise prevalence of current tobacco use shows that in the age group 18 to 19 years, the prevalence was 2.46%. In the age group 20 to 21, it was 4.57%, and 22 and above, it was 6.909%. So there was a steady increase in the prevalence of tobacco use, and this increase was found to be statistically significant with a p-value of 0.39. Similarly, in the sex, as expected, it was seen that males had a higher prevalence compared to females, and this p-value was also significant. Place of residence found that those students residing in home had a lower prevalence of use of tobacco use compared to the students residing in hostel, where the prevalence was 7%. The different type of tobacco products consumed by current tobacco users. Out of 39 students who were consuming tobacco products, it was found that 25 were using smoked form, 9 were using both smoke and smokeless, and 5 were consuming only smokeless form of tobacco. Exposure to second-hand smoke showed that 83 participants were exposed to second-hand smoke at home, and 351 students were exposed to second-hand smoke at public places. To conclude, I would say although the prevalence of tobacco is declining slowly, but we need an additional efforts on evidence-based actions for implementing community-oriented services to reach the sustainable development goals. I also strongly support the approach of multidisciplinary action where we can provide promotive, preventive, curative and rehabilitative services to the people, which includes the nicotine replacement therapy for those who are addicted to nicotine. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you, Dr. Cabra, for presenting a good study on tobacco use. Dr. Zarina, it's over to you. You want to ask anything? Dr. Zarina, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just one thing. So, can you tell me the limitations of your study, as you have taken so much of patients, but only you have found prevalences. Hello,
Dr. Cabra.
Dr. Cabra.
Yes, Mr. Cabra is here.
Okay, Dr. Cabra, can you just tell me what are the limitations you think of your study? Maybe it's not available.
Are you there or not?
Can the team check? Sir, we are looking after. Just give us a minute, sir. He may be in the attendee list.
If he's not there, then can we have the first study?
Sir, give us a minute and I will make him panelist.
Yeah.
So,
Sir, he is not in the participant list.
Okay.
Okay.
No issue.
Then we can move.
Can we go to the first study by Dr. Nirmal Verma now?
Yes, sir.
Pattern of unintentional injuries and its determinant among cement factory workers of Chhattisgarh.
Hello everyone, myself Dr. Nirmal Verma, Professor and Head of Department, Community Medicine, Pandit Jain Medical College, Raipur, Chhattisgarh. I am going to present here the study pattern of unintentional injuries and its determinants among cement factory workers of Chhattisgarh. A cross-sectional study. Injuries among workers has been an important health issue in all the professional industries at global level. These workers are mostly unskilled, socially backward, uneducated with low bargaining power. They are engaged in many activities which may expose them to injuries leading to severe physical impairment and sometimes lethal. The work-related risks were estimated to cause 7,75,000 deaths globally in year 2000. Of these, leading causes were unintentional injuries, 41%. The major part of disability adjusted life years in Chhattisgarh is contributed by occupational risk in the form of unintentional injuries. That is increasing by 1.6 to 2.5% in 3 decades. The objectives of the studies were assess the prevalence and type of injuries among workers in the cement factories of Chhattisgarh to find out the factor associated with the injuries. These are the material and method. These are the inclusion criteria and exclusion criteria. These are the two study tools, semi-structured questionnaire consisting of socio-demographic status, history, and presence of injuries. The subjects were 360, and interview was the study technique. This is the protocol that starts with the approval of study by scientific and institutional ethical committee. This is the table showing the socio-demographic characteristic of the subjects. As per age is concerned, the maximum belong to 31 years to 40 years. Male were more included were in the study. Rural background was more among the subjects, and the educational qualification was maximum times up to high school. As per marital status is concerned, maximum were married, and as per the socioeconomic status is concerned, according to BG Prasad scale, the upper middle class were more among the subjects. Figure number 1 shows the percentage of workers who were experienced the injuries, that was 55%. Figure number 2 shows the pattern of different type of injuries. The maximum were the abrasion injuries, followed by dust in eyes, cut injuries, crush injuries, pressed by heavy objects, and burn injuries, electric injuries, etc. Association of injuries with the socio-demographic variables are here in this table, which shows the significant difference in substance abuse, where the injury was more among the substance abuse users. This table shows the association of injuries with the working area and training. Here we can see clearly the workers who are working in the dust exposed area are more prone for injuries, which is significant. The awareness regarding data sheet, safety data sheet is not significant, but it is more among those who are not using. The training of personal protective equipments before joining the job, this was again significant. The injury was more among those who have not trained for it. The regression analysis of injuries with the different risk factor is shown here, where we can see the unadjusted odds ratio and adjusted odds ratio. Here again, this table shows the significant risk factors of exposed with the dust, then substance use, awareness of material safety and seats, then training of personal protective equipment. A study done by Sridharan et al. Shows 44% workers were affected by some form of external injuries during their work time, like skin injuries, abrasion, laceration, contusion, cut injuries, and foreign body in the eyes. Another study done by the Wong et al. In workers of Hong Kong categorized the injuries based on the body region involved. 49% were external injuries, 26% involved either upper or lower extremities, and 11% were spinal injuries. So the study done Among the workers involved in the cement factories describe a spectrum of injury from very minor to fatal crush injuries and electric shock. Their working environment, the participants with the habit of substance abuse and who were the working in industry area were associated with the injuries. This study workers with the lack of awareness and material safety and not trained for personal protective equipment uses were significantly more vulnerable for injuries. The frequent orientation workshop strictly provision of follow-up the safety rules and appropriate use of PPE during the working hours is essential to avoid the lethal injuries. Educational on first aid, emergency care, at worksite and insurance of worker is vital. The engineering measures, administrative commitment, and lastly, the personal protection are the key elements in protecting the precious life of workers by any hazard. These are the references used in this study. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nirmal Verma, for presenting a good study on the unintentional injuries. Over to Dr. Zarina. You want to ask anything or you want to say something?
Just one question, sir. You have taken. Are you there, sir, Doctor Doctor Kab, presenter, Doctor Verma, Nirmal Verma? Is he with us?
Yes, ma'am. Namaskar, madam.
Namaskar,
Your
sir. Voice
was not audible. Please repeat your question.
Okay, sir. So your sampling method, sir, how you collected this sample, and your study tool was interview method, and how did you conduct an interview? How many interviews included? So that's the query. First query.
There are 22 factories in our factories, cement factories in our state. Out of these, 3 has been selected randomly. Then from each selected factories, we have selected 120 workers from different areas. That includes the dusty area and non-dusty area, both type of areas. Then we have gone for interview as well as examination. Basically, the study that is presented here is the part of a large research work.
Yes, sir.
That was basically on respiratory health.
Okay, so it's a part of a study, big project.
Yes.
So, and you have taken the only physical injuries, not any effect on mental health. No.
This is only physical injuries, not mental. The other, the complete study will be published very soon, and that includes the large different parts.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Zarina.
Over to.
Hello.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Nirmal Verma, for presenting a good study and
Thank you,
showing
sir.
how a multivariate analysis is to be carried out and how it is to be presented. So thank you so very much for enlightening us with your study. And Dr. Zarina, it's over to you.
Thank you, Chopra sir. Thank you, Zarina madam.
Yeah. Dr. Zarina, you want to give some concluding remarks? Please, you go first and then I'll conclude the session.
Okay, sir. So we have Dr. Kabra, no, sir?
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir and madam. I was disconnected in between.
Yeah, sir. So just to the query about you have done it through online Google form,
yes,
isn't it, sir?
Yes.
Okay. So what are the limitations of your study you found, sir, through this mode?
The first limitation which I found in my study was I was not able to get a reference study which was done in college students. So the prevalence which I took was from the general population, which was 30%, around 34%. So that is why my prevalence is different from the general population, because the school dropout rates or students going to college are very few. So that's why the prevalence of tobacco use among those age group has declined in my study. One problem was that. Second was since it was a self-reported, that also can say that the students were
biased
to answer.
Yes,
that.
sir. Okay. And sir, do you, your questioner have any question about third hand smoking? You ask about second hand smoking.
Yes, ma'am.
Any question about third hand smoking, sir?
No, ma'am. No.
Okay, sir. So you can elaborate it in future about these questions. Yes,
Yes,
sir.
ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you.
sir, so much.
Yeah. So Dr. Zarina, again, over to you. You want to give your
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
as the
Just
second.
a few things. Like we are discussing the theme under this theme, environmental and occupational health. So as the literature says, it refers to an element that can modify and improve public health, and the trigger should be from external to the human. It should not be internal, because we are researching on environmental factors, and here we have to find the hazard, which could be a qualitative component, and we can then measure the risk through quantitative measures. And for that we need to identify first what is the hazard, then we have to measure the level or risk, and measure through the exposure, the level and the dose, and then you have to characterize the risk and how many are at risk. So these steps should be followed so that we could improve the environmental health. And for just one remark, as I said, it is external to the human element. So that's why, for example, earthquake, this could not be an environmental health related topic. So as very nicely presented all the speakers, the behavior and the smoking or air pollution, all these things are related to public health, and indirectly they for changing or to improve the public health, we have to unlearn the behavior to relearn something. That's all, sir. Thank you so much. Over to Dr. Harivansh Chopra, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Zarina, for giving us a wonderful insight of what is to be done as far as environmental and occupational health is concerned. So I will state few points basically as far as the formulation of any study is concerned, and then how you are going to present it, because that is where I think my experience should be utilized as far as my concluding remarks are concerned. So as I asked number of you that whenever you are planning a study, you should have a clear objective, and once you are clear in your objective, then you should be clear what is the sample size, because sample size estimation is one thing which is the crucial as far as your study findings are concerned to be generalized. And number 2 point is then what is your sampling method? If you are using a purposive sampling method, or if you are using a non-probability sampling method, then your study is not a random study. It's not a probability sample study. So it does not carry any much weightage basically, right? So you'll have to understand that. Of course, the various points have been highlighted by the various speakers, but then as far as the presentation is concerned, I will say 3-4 points. You see, you write too much material in one PPT slide. This is not good. Ideal is, what is ideal? I'm sharing with you because we are going to have a competition on PPT also. So maybe it could be a key for you. Ideal is that in any PPT slide, there should not be more than 4 lines. And in each line, there should not be more than 4 words. If you want your slide to be seen throughout, if you put 10 lines or 8 lines, how does it make a difference? You will make 4 slides out of that, and ultimately you are going to present the same thing. Your speech will be same. Point is this: your timing will be same, but you will be able to attract more attention from the viewer. That is the important point which is to be taken care of. And then whenever you are presenting, like Dr. Nirmal Verma, he is an experienced person, is professor and head, he highlighted the main finding in his table, right? So you have to highlight your findings and move forward, because time is limited and you have to be very, very careful what you want to present as far as your observations are concerned. So with these few points, I applaud all of you for doing a wonderful presentation, and thank you so very much. I thanks from the bottom of my heart the organizers of this conference, Dr. Amarjit Singh and the team, and
Thank you, sir.
And the moderator of our session.
Sir, there is one query from a Dr. Kabra is here. If you want to make some queries. before ending, because we don't have any.
To all the attendees, we will break for tea for the next 15 minutes. We will start with the IPSM quiz at 5 p.m. sharp on this hall. So
Thank you, Raghavendra. Madam had asked me the question.
Yeah. Dr. Ravindra, the question has already been asked from Dr. Kabra.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, on behalf of PGMER Chandigarh and Indian Association of Preventive and Social Medicine, I would like to thank both the chair, Professor Harvansh Chopra and Professor Jarina Begum. Indeed, I am also pleased to know my colleague from the Environment Health. So me and Dr. Padi, you can see also in the image session, both have are working here in Environment Health. I joined 10 years back from UK here in PGMER, and my colleague a few years back joined as Professor of Environment Health. Thank you.
Thank you. Good to know you. Good to see you, and hope to be in contact once
yes,
again.
sir.
Yeah. Thank you all.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
The moderator, participants,
Thank you,
and especially Dr. Chopra, sir. It's an honor to being with you, sir, and chairing the session.
Oh.
And thank you for your special tips for the PowerPoint presentation also.
You know,
hope
I
to
was
see you
thinking about him last night, and I got his, I will say, darshan today. So
yes, sir. It's truly an honor, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, the organizer.
Honor is mine to meet so many young and energetic people, and I'm sure the future of our subject is in safe and bright hands, and all of us must come together and work together to bring more excellence in the subject and related to the public health. That is what is my motto is. And thank you for your good wishes. Hope your good wishes will come true. Soon we'll get the result.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
We close this session now. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye-bye.
समझा ठीक है ना तो बाहर
programs must support families. To understand public health issues, it is important to know the family atmosphere. Ultimately, what happens at the home, good or bad, resonates in the community and ultimately affects the nation's health. For example, teen pregnancy, alcohol and drug dependency, suicides, and chronic diseases result due to family influence on the behavior or through the impact of the health behavior on the family. There is a role of family in generating health, providing healthy choices, and encouraging behavioral change, which makes the family a vital focus of policy support and public health interventions. Families provide nurturing care and serve as a gatekeeper to health. In a testimony, Bronfenbrenner explained that the family is the most important, the most economical, and the most human system known for building competence and character. Thank you.
The discussion on mythology in public health is particularly relevant in a country like India, where the average man relies on home remedies based on myths, unless it is absolutely necessary to visit a hospital. The role of mythology in molding popular public opinion can be attributed to, firstly, the fact that its outreach to the masses is unparalleled. For example, even the most relentless ad campaigns by toothpaste brands may not reach the uninitiated villagers. They may not have heard the phrase, "Kya aapke toothpaste mein namak hai?" But they still maintain dental hygiene using neem twigs because its knowledge has been passed from the Vedas and through the generations to everyone. Secondly, trust. Mythological beliefs are so widely accepted as true that you can get better compliance to drinking cow urine from your patient than to anti-tubercular drugs. This is where we need to be careful. Correcting myths that have been considered indubitable in society since generations is a Herculean task. From convincing a mother not to feed her newborn child gutki, to addressing the public's widespread refusal to build toilets in their house due to its proximity to the kitchen, mythology will continue to influence public health. It is the job of the medical community to delicately present to the public both good and bad implications of such beliefs. Thank you.
One health concept and public health. What was the problem that led to the concept of One Health? Let's take example, the pandemic that made this conference online. The virus that originated in Wuhan happened to be in a bat and then transferred to humans and then spread so quickly across the globe because of environmental factors. This is the problem, that health and disease of humans depend upon environment surrounding it. So the solution is One Health concept. What is One Health concept? It is achieving optimal health by treating humans, animals, plants and their shared environment by coordination of different sectors. Like in this pandemic, everyone from all walks of life come together to decrease the impact of pandemic. This is how One Health concept works in public health.
was 15. Whirls of smoke rose from father's lips, but my first smoke felt like long whips. Yet routine, ritual, habit it became, and life would never be the same. I continued. They, the heroes, took the puff, and I potted on the cuff. It seemed cool, till I knew I was made a fool. I smoked. I was 20. colleagues with teeth stained red. Try it, they said. Red stains, pan and gutka stains, tobacco stains. And alas, it brought all these pains. I chewed. Bitter it tasted, and my money was wasted. Yet I spat out red, until the day I spat out blood. I bled. I understood. Importance of life's most is realized not till it's lost. People, time, money, love, air. No, this isn't fair, I gasped. Every breath a struggle. Machines giving all oxygen they could smuggle. Now it's too late to create a new slate. I knew. I left. A warning note to my son I wrote. Slow death, painful death, breathless death. This tobacco steals your breath. I cried. Little packets of lies, your pocketed rice. To life I bow, thanks to tobacco, I died.
Hello everyone, I am Dr. Vivek Sagar. I am Assistant Professor at Community Medicine, School of Public Health, PGMR, Chandigarh. I am presenting here my few lines to promote guidelines of social distancing, specifically mask adherence. This creation has got recognition in Jan Andolan competition, where I had submitted this as a written draft. Now I am upgrading it by giving it my voice and expression so that I can convince people in better way to follow COVID guidelines. If I could able to convince at least 10 people, I will be happy. The title of my creation is Mask आज का कीमती गहना. मास्क बन गया तन का एक जरूरी गहना है जिसे पहने सब, बच्चा बूढ़ा चाहे भैया या बहना है. कोविड जैसी महामारी से गर दूर रहना है तो मास्क पहन हाथ धो के 2 गज की दूरी को भी सहना है. मास्क बन गया तन का एक जरूरी गहना है जिसे पहने सब, बच्चा बूढ़ा चाहे भैया या बहना है. बदल गया है जमाना थोड़ा जनाब, बदल गया है जमाना थोड़ा जनाब. दिल से हैं पास लेकिन जमघट या पार्टी को फिलहाल दूर दूर से ही हेलो या बाय बाय कहना है. मास्क बन गया तन का एक जरूरी गहना है जिसे पहने सब, बच्चा बूढ़ा चाहे भैया या बहना है. वैक्सीन भी आज आ गई है मेरे दोस्त, वैक्सीन भी आ गई है मेरे दोस्त, लेकिन फिर भी आईने में देखो जाके हर रोज. वैक्सीन भी आ गई है मेरे दोस्त, लेकिन फिर भी आईने में जाके देखो हर रोज कि मास्क मैंने अच्छे से पहना है. मास्क बन गया तन का एक जरूरी गहना है जिसे पहने सब, बच्चा बूढ़ा चाहे भैया या बहना है. थोड़ी सी असुविधा है मास्क में हम मानते हैं, थोड़ी सी असुविधा होती है मास्क में हम मानते हैं, लेकिन लापरवाही दिखा ऐसे सस्ते में तो मरते नहीं रहना है. थोड़ी सी असुविधा है मास्क में हम मानते हैं, थोड़ी सी असुविधा है मास्क में हम मानते हैं, लेकिन लापरवाही दिखा ऐसे सस्ते में तो मरते नहीं रहना है. मास्क बन गया तन का एक जरूरी गहना है जिसे पहने सब, बच्चा बूढ़ा चाहे भैया या बहना है. कर रहे हैं गुजारिश आपके भले के ही लिए, कर रहे हैं गुजारिश सब आपके भले के ही लिए. तो ऐंठ में आके ऐसे इतने असावधान क्यों रहना है. कर रहे हैं गुजारिश सब आपके भले के ही लिए, तो ऐसे ऐंठ में इतने असावधान क्यों रहना है? मास्क बन गया तन का एक जरूरी गहना है, जिसे पहने सब बच्चा बूढ़ा चाहे भैया या बहना है। माना तुम फिलहाल स्वस्थ हो सबकी दुआ से, माना तुम फिलहाल स्वस्थ हो सबकी दुआ से, लेकिन घमंड करने से पहले अस्पताल में जाके देखो। माना फिलहाल स्वस्थ हो तुम सबकी दुआ से, लेकिन घमंड करने से पहले अस्पताल में जाके देखो। एक मरीज से लेके फ्रंट लाइन वर्कर्स को पड़ता क्या क्या सहना है। मास्क बन गया तन का एक जरूरी गहना है, जिसे पहने सब बच्चा बूढ़ा चाहे भैया या बहना है। थोड़ी सी तो उम्मीद की है आपसे सबके भले के ही लिए, थोड़ी सी तो उम्मीद की है आपसे सबके भले के ही लिए। इलाज से परहेज बेहतर, इलाज से परहेज बेहतर, बरसों से सबका ये कहना है। मास्क बन गया तन का एक जरूरी गहना है, जिसे पहने सब बच्चा बूढ़ा चाहे बहना है। करनी होंगी ये चंद बातें अपनी जीवन शैली में शामिल, करनी होंगी ये चंद बातें अपने जीवन शैली में शामिल। मास्क, हाथ की सफाई, 2 गज की दूरी एवं योग और व्यायाम। करनी होंगी ये चंद बातें अपनी जीवन शैली में शामिल। मास्क, हाथ की सफाई, 2 गज की दूरी एवं योग एवं व्यायाम। अगर कोविड जैसी महामारी को जल्दी जल्दी गुड बाय कहना है, मास्क बन गया तन का एक जरूरी गहना है, जिसे पहने सब बच्चा बूढ़ा चाहे भैया या बहना है। धन्यवाद।
Hi, I'm Sanhita and I'll be reciting to you my poem titled Survivor's Guilt. Just at the turn of the 21st century, public health achievements soared astonishing heights. Here are a few from the annals that I've picked out to recite. Massive efforts were put into the concept of vaccine-preventable disease. Now the pneumococcal vaccine is included in the national immunization programs of 135 countries. We've all heard of tuberculosis. We are all aware of its monstrosities. Can you believe a vaccine against it is coming? Watch out for N72 AS01E. What used to be multiple is now reduced to fewer maternal deaths per live births, and millions of people all over the world now receive fluoridated water. Food fortification has led to diseases like beriberi and pellagra to be of dearth, and the incidence of neural tube defects has dropped, showing that folic acid matters. But despite the successful battles we have fought against these contending foes, many are left to altercate, lurking there in the shadows. Cancers of all types still take up to 10 million lives a year. Road traffic accidents are the reasons several people still die. Anxiety has claimed the top spot in global mental disease burden, and it looks like we need a worldwide lockdown to see cleaner skies. Nearly 500 million people still remain underweight. Abuse of opioids, cocaine, and more recently cannabis has seen ascent. And the surface temperature of the earth is 0.95 degrees Celsius warmer than the average 20th century measurement. So what will we do about it? Will we bring our resources together or crack under the pressure of political agenda? Will we try our very best to make a change in this world, or will we surrender? From these wins and losses, I see the people we saved, but I see the ones we've lost too. It's not fair that so many have died when they could have had the chance to make it. I have survivor's guilt. Do you?